Turn of pace.
Umpires Peter Hartley and Rio Malaga. Graham Van Buren leading out Gloucestershire. Matthew Revis and Matthew Fisher continuing the batting for Yorkshire.
Good morning, welcome from Headingley for day 2 of Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire in this Division 2 County Championship match, on which we are greeted today, which we're greeted by sun and blue sky, a bit of fluffy cloud overhead, not as warm as it was yesterday, but still perfectly pleasant playing conditions, and there's a fair bit of breeze out there as well, looking at the trees on the periphery and the flapping of the players' clothing out there as they make their way out, with Matthew Revis on 25 not out, Matthew Fisher on 8 not out, and Yorkshire 393 for 6 going in to this second day. There's a smattering of spectators just at this moment in time as usual. There's a clamour to get onto Tier 2 in the North East stand, and the strip they're playing on is over that side of the ground. Matt Taylor is going to be opening the bowling from the Howard stand end. So Jonathan Doidge with you as ever. We have Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol alongside, after I called it Gloucester, for the entirety of day 1. And also today joined by BBC Radio Sheffield sports editor Andy Giddins. Give us a wave, Andy. He's over here somewhere. There we go. And that's the trio of us for today. Giddins is going to be doing his first day of third voicing. Big Yorkshire cricket supporter, as everybody should be, shouldn't they, Ed, who's taking you through the first over?
Quite, yes. Strong Yorkshire, strong England, all that. That's left alone outside the off-stump. First ball of the morning from Matt Taylor, who's into his 18th over, very much the standout in terms of the bowling yesterday for Gloucestershire. 7 maidens, 3 for 43, as Jason Gillespie, who was with us yesterday, pointed out. More than half the maidens that were bowled in the day's play were bowled by Matt Taylor. Left arm over to Revis on 25. He's having a bit of a feel for that one as Revis. I think he followed it. I'll have to have a look at it on the replay, but it did look as though he felt for that one a touch. And I spoke to Matt Taylor last night, and I think his assessment was pretty much what Dizzy's was, in terms of Gloucestershire weren't at their best, and he actually did feel that there was something out there which really bode particularly well for Gloucestershire, given that Yorkshire are approaching 400. Taylor in and bowls, and Revis with another leave, but another slightly less confident leave than perhaps last night. He played some bruising shots, did Revis, a couple of drives, real thumping shots through the covers and straight down the ground. His technique looked to be in great order, but as usual, you're going to have to start off slightly afresh this morning. Slightly elongated day today, as in goes Taylor and bowls, and that's angled down through the gully region by Revis. There'll be runs on offer here. The ball's going out towards the boundary, but shouldn't get there. They'll pick up 3 though, as Rulofsson's on the chase all the way from backward point, and Yorkshire move on to 396 for 6. So 98 overs today. I assume that therefore means, given that I thought we lost 5 overs last night, but they seem to have added 2 on today. Does that mean they're going to add 3 on tomorrow?
I don't know.
Who knows? I think there was a fair amount of discussions going on, I'll put it that way, behind the scenes as to what they were going to do with the overs. How many to take off last night for that shower. Taylor bowls now to Fisher, facing his first ball of the morning. He stands tall and defends with a degree of comfort out towards straight mid-off. I think it seemed to be that there was a bit of a disagreement behind the scenes. I won't go too much further into it than that as to exactly how many overs should have been lost. And it was a slightly odd situation where we went out to bowl 2.2 overs right at the back end of the day. Taylor bowls, and there's an edge, is there? Yes, there is. The umpire, Neil Mallender, took a little bit of time to raise the finger, but he did in the end. I think he was just waiting for Matthew Fisher to walk off, and Taylor strikes in the first over of the morning. Fisher is out for 8, and Yorkshire 396 for 7.
Yep, little feather, Matthew Fisher. We talked about his batting yesterday, 47 not out, his highest score. And Dizzy was saying he can bat. I remember when I first sat in the seat and watched him play, and you thought there was potential for Fish to become a bowling all-rounder, but not really quite gone on from that. I think maybe that's partly because he's not played enough cricket as well, and I think the basics are there, that at some point he might start making more regular contributions, but not on this occasion. He did everything right there, didn't he? He nicked the ball, he didn't look behind him, he didn't look at the umpire, he just scratched away at his guard, so he's learning that little bit, but still got given out.
Yes, yeah, I mean, everybody from Gloucestershire went up for it. A little feather through to James Bracey. Bracey tossing the ball up in the air, a la sort of, well, to be honest, every wicketkeeper does that, don't they? About to name one, but there's many wicketkeepers that don't throw the ball up in the air after they've felt there was a nick. So another catch for Bracey. It's his 3rd of the innings after he got Milan strangled down the leg side for 28 off the bowling of Charlesworth yesterday, and George Hill, who went for a drive off Ollie Price, and a little feather behind, standing up to the stumps. Hill and Bean, the Centurions, yesterday. The youngsters coming good for Yorkshire.
Yeah, a couple more need to come good here as well if they're going to get to maximum batting points. Of course, 450 is that particular target. They've still got 3 wickets remaining. Must admit to not knowing a great deal about Mark Steckerty's batting, for example, nor that of Dan Moriarty, but it's Dom Leach who's gone in. And from this Kirkstall Lane end for the first over of the morning, it is
Zaman Akhtar.
Zaman Akhtar. Just looked different from behind then. I know it said it on the board, and I thought, is that a scoreboard gaff?
Well, you always
I blamed him for a few things over
a
the
bit
years,
careful
but not that
first
one.
over of the day, don't you? I mean, especially as he finished off last night, sometimes it can be a bit of a carryover.
So that was a dot ball to kick things off. 2 slips in place, a 3rd man. Akhtar in again, goes short of length, as we saw quite a lot yesterday, and Matthew Revis can't get forward to play it. Tall figure, of course, of Matthew Revis, as we're seeing a replay of that for those who are watching the streaming. And there wasn't just a little bit of an offering of nip away from him as it rose. And having not moved his feet, there might have been a moment of danger about that. But survived it. In comes Akhtar again. Past umpire Peter Hartley, that's dropped into the leg side this time. Tom Price round to do the fielding. So I was saying the field setting at this moment in time, 2 slips, 3rd man working round the offside. We've got a point, a cover, a mid-off, and then to the leg side, just the 3 men mid-on. Tom Price, huge gap between he and deep backward square leg. That must be 80 yards, and then a long leg or fine leg, whichever you prefer. Akhtar's latest delivery just pushed by Revis up to Price, no run. There'll be a fair few hopes now pinned on Matthew Revis. I mentioned yesterday he'll see this as a really good opportunity on a good pitch. He came into the side with batting at the forefront of the coach's minds at the time. Obviously been back in it for a length of time now. Preferred as a bowling all-rounder, and he punches this one into the covers. Again, no run. But he can play as well, and I think feels like he's a long-term county player who can do some good with both aspects of his game. The Golden Voice has just texted me back with details of playing hours, so thanks Howard. Upstairs in his ivory tower as Actor's latest delivery just nips back in on Revis, who again slightly ungainly as he misses that one through to James Bracey, but really does nearly cut him in two. So Howard says, morning sir, it looks like we're only making up 2 overs. 98 overs to be bowled in the day. Lunch and tea are still at the usual times. Thank you for that.
So that begs the question about tea being usual time. Does that therefore mean it's
32.
fixed, or does that mean we're going 32?
I think we're going 32.
Right. Okay.
Or 340.
As if.
As if anybody's ever taken,
As if.
apart from on day 4 of a
Exactly.
game, has anybody ever taken it 340? The mythical tea time. 396 for 7 was the score at the end of that maiden by Actor.
So Matt Taylor searching for a 5-wicket haul. He's bowling to Leach. Leach will guide this one out towards backward point, fielded by Miles Hammond, who gives the ball a shine on his shirt. Leach batting at Headingley. Oh well, where have we seen that before? Different spelling, of course. But they'll be hoping for a
It could be a glorious
big
one
partnership.
not out here.
Well, I mean, you know, if he does that, then he'll get one of those sort of electricity cover things.
Yeah.
Like just outside the ground with
Yeah.
the list of Stokes and Leach's partnership contributions on. This is flicked away down towards fine leg. This won't be a single though, because Neil Mallender, well, it will be a single, but it will be a leg by rather than a run off the bat down to fine leg. 397 for 7.
There's one of those just on the top corner of St Michael's Lane by the traffic lights. There's the Miracle of Headingley, both at 149. Willis 8 for 43.
Right.
The one you're referring to is out here, isn't it? The just down over the back of the west stand.
I was hoping there would be one for 81 as well, but I hadn't seen it. Let's look out for that after the day's play. Taylor in and bowls, and a push up the pitch by Revis won't bring him a run.
I do like that. I mean, I was only moaning last week to my dad, whose business used to be just over the back of the south stand on the rugby league ground there by the little narrow bridge near where we get placed to park our car if we so wish. The narrow bridge has just been redone. There's been a fair bit of work on it, and they've redone the walls at the side.
Here's Taylor. Bowls now to Revis. Another ball at the middle of the bat in the defence, who crunches it up to mid-on. It would have flown away to the boundary if the fielder had not been there.
Now, not been a builder, I'm not sure exactly of what the substance is, but it could be all stone down the right-hand side that you see mostly as you're driving through, because there's a path there, so it's set back a little bit more, or it might be stone cladding, but it's lovely sandy coloured stuff. It's all new, and straight away somebody's just got the aerosol out and done graffiti all over it, and you just think, why? But that sort of graffiti, if you like, on an electricity box, that's fair game. I think it just smartens it up, doesn't it?
Taylor bowls driving is Revis, a square drive out towards deep backward point. It's the longest part of the ground, and it's going to tease rule off somebody. May as well give it up. The ball is going to reach the boundary, and that's another point on the board for Yorkshire. 401 for 7, so 49 more runs needed for maximum batting points, and they've still got acres of time with which to get them in. Only the 94th over of the innings, this.
I didn't realise time was measured in acres.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? You do say
I thought
that,
it was oodles.
Well,
is it time not measured in oodles?
I think it's a fair point. Such pedantry will be punished later, but you know, if we're going to have that sort of day, then we start early.
It's your round anyway.
Yeah. third man's gone back now. Rudolphson onto the boundary rope as Revis is driving once more with some freedom into the offside, but this time Hammond can stop it at point, and another over is completed. 401 for 7, Revis on 32, Leach yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, you win the toss, you bat first. If you can get maximum batting points, great. But if you get to 400, you've got to score. I mean,
Yeah.
you've got something you can work with here during the rest of this match. And if they can get these next 49 runs between them, the tail, then that will be good. You'd expect Matthew Revis to be leading that charge, as it were. So 4 batting bonus points to Yorkshire. Gloucestershire, of course, with that 6th wicket yesterday, meant they moved on to 2 bowling bonus points, and we've got it through until 110 overs to earn any more of those. 94 complete at this moment in time. So Dominic Leach is taking guard to face Zaman Akhtar. As I mentioned yesterday, Dom has not been around in first class cricket for the best part of 2 years. So first time he's watched a delivery coming down at him, which he leaves wide of off stump. And well, any runs would be appreciated because he's batted twice and scored 1 in his first class career so far.
Ah, right. Yeah, well, I was actually talking about Zaman Akhtar's debut yesterday, which was a slightly tricky one. I say it as his first wicket dropped early, and 1 for 80 odd in the end. He'd actually made a pair with the bat as well.
Solidly behind this latest Akhtar delivery. There's no run. I'm going to check out Dom Leach's second team performances. Carry on.
I was just Akhtar did say slightly tongue-in-cheek actually, and when I interviewed him after his terrific spell at bowling against Leicestershire, actually that even I think 13 not out he finished in the first innings, just even those runs actually just helped settle him a bit.
Short ball this time from Akhtar. Just maybe trying that softening up tactic that you might see from Leach himself when he gets the ball in his hand a little bit later on, but he's able to duck out of that one quite comfortably.
You know, it was just sort of, it was nice to score a run at least, kind of thing. But yeah, he did bowl superbly in that game. Been quite as good in this one yet.
Here is Akhtar, and Leach once again right behind that, and there's no run. 22 years of age from up Middlesbrough way. His job is, of course, bowling primarily, but came in for that injury against Lancashire in that match a couple of seasons ago when things were just too wet out there, and he slid into the concrete at the foot of the Western Terrace over by the nets there in the distance. Akhtar in again, and Leach once more. Well, he can play a solid forward defensive shot.
Yep. Yeah. Akhtar's actually, I think, having said that he was probably in that group, although potentially not quite as guilty as others. Too much variation of line and length yesterday, but this morning I think he's finding that there's a bit on offer for him.
Akhtar in again, and Leach solidly behind it once more. So Maiden played out for the 4th over of this morning. 95 overs now complete, 401 for 7. Fairly quiet start, but that's fine. Headingley being Headingley. If there is going to be anything going on laterally on what would otherwise feel like a batting day, then it would tend to be in this early part of the day. Maybe a little bit of moisture out there from overnight. Those clouds moving relatively swiftly overhead with that breeze. Looks as though it's blowing up from the southwest, that sort of region, maybe slightly west of that. And I think weather-wise we're okay today. It might be an odd shower. Tomorrow looks like it may be a little bit more interrupted.
Yeah, I hadn't actually done my usual scouting of about 6 or 7 different weather forecasts to try to find some sort of consensus. Deep point's gone out now as Taylor starts a new over and Revis defends out into the covers and won't pick up a run. They clearly would like to be bowling at Dom Leach now with third man, fine leg, deep backward square and deep backward point ball back on the rope. Still 2 slips, hoping for a catch, and then mid-off and mid-on an extra cover in, as it were, the ring, but only those 3. Plenty of singles available for Revis. Here's Taylor into bowl, and a really correct looking forward defence again from Revis. The ball goes up to mid-off.
Just because I've finally got the info in front of me, we'll go back to Dom Leach if we can. So this year's scores, for example, in the second 11 started off with a couple of ducks, then 47 against Notts 2s, 18 against the Lancashire second 11, 13 2 0 1 not out. And I've lost my thread now because that just jumped a little bit on me. More in a moment.
Taylor's going to switch around the wicket, no change of field, but Taylor, who's varied his angle without varying his accuracy, he's been really accurate in this innings so far, and he's on the money again there, trying to draw Revis into a shot outside the off stump, but not this time, and it's allowed to pass through to the gloves of Bracey.
Yeah, so that 47 against Notts 2s will be the spike in performance this year, and a few single figure scores, but see where he was batting when he got his 47.
Here's Taylor approaching from the Howard stand end. He's in now to bowl, and Revis will get the single off the 4th ball of the over. So I guess they were going to bring everybody up after that ball if it were a dot, but it's not, so they'll get 2 balls at Leach this over. Revis moves on to 33, Yorkshire 402 for 7. And the other thing that Gloucestershire can try to do here is, by tying Revis down, they might just be able to build up that required run rate for the 450 for Yorkshire, which will maybe mean that if Yorkshire desperately want that extra point, they might have to take a few more risks to do it, and thereby Gloucestershire may well not only bowl them out, but also pick up their 3rd bowling point. In comes Taylor. He's there to bowl to Leach. Leach is in behind that one and pushing this one out into the covers for Chris Dent to field. And no run, so 1 ball left in the over for Leach to negotiate. Wondering who Gloucestershire will go to as far as their change bowling is concerned. We'd imagine Tom Price would be one of the choices, but it does seem to be a little bit out there for the seamers, so you wonder, do they then go Charlesworth, or do they go with a spinner? Maybe not get that far. Here is Taylor bowling to Leach, who's played a defensive shot, and the ball has basically stopped dead right at his feet. I think he must have got the bottom part of the bat on that, and it's gone into his foot and then gone absolutely nowhere. For a moment, Gloucestershire were hoping that it might be trickling backwards onto the stumps, but not to be. 402 for 7 remains the score. 96 overs have now been bowled in the innings. 93 left in the day.
I was going to text John Ver, who'll be just up the road at Wheatwood, actually, just near your hotel that you're staying in, because Yorkshire 2s are playing against Derbyshire seconds up there today. 4-day game, which is just getting going. Just for an impression of Dom's batting, because John will have seen him more, but just looking through his card for this year, for example, in the 2s, he's batted anything from 8 to 11. As this is flicked off the hip, ball short of length by Actor to Matthew Revis, turns it in front of square on the leg side and picks up 1. So another opportunity for Actor to have a pop here at Leach himself. But Yorkshire second 11, as I say, in action just up the road. James Wharton, Will Frayne, Will Luxton, Harry Duke, Yash Vagadia, all involved in that. Jack Shutt, names you'll know, Ben Cliff, Ben Mike, Jaffa Chauhan. As Leach plays nicely here to a ball just wide of off stump, angles it down with an open face to 3rd man and picks up the 1 run that gets him off the mark. 404 for 7.
Nice little cheer from the crowd for the single. He's batting at number 9, he's not number 11. Well, I'm sure they were Delighted to see him get off the mark.
Looks like he doesn't give the feel that if they're sending him in when they have, that he can't hold the bat. As Actor's led his delivery, it's pushed into the offside by Revis. There's no run. Terry Bean, morning to you, says he's appreciative of the commentary. Today's question of the day: how do you help a rhino with concussion?
Oh,
He asked one yesterday, didn't he? What was yesterday?
It was
we didn't even get
giraffe with CPR, something to do with that. I did think about that last night again, that we didn't get the answer.
Actor in here to Revis, who opens the face and pushes it to point. No run. You thought about it last night. You did. Well, I really need to get out more.
Right. Well, I thought we did, didn't we?
Had a nice Ruby Murray last night, didn't we?
Mm. Yeah.
Just up the road.
It was a good little spot, actually, which pays to have the local knowledge.
DT was very particular about where he wanted to sit. Here comes Actor from the Kirkstall Lane end. Nicely played by Matthew Revis. Just on his tiptoes, off the hip, down to the incoming deep backward square leg. And he'll pick up another run. So just softly this morning for Yorkshire. The 1 wicket to have fallen, if you're just joining us of late. Matthew Fisher. Final ball of the 92nd over. Caught behind by James Bracey off Matt Taylor for 8. His 14th delivery. That was when the score was on 396. As Leach is right over the top of this latest Actor delivery and dropping it into the offside end of the 97th, with Yorkshire having since then ticked off another batting bonus point, a 4th one in this first innings, are now 405 for 7. Morning to you, Bent Nielsen. Thunderstorm here, he says, but as it's beyond the North Sea, I'll doubt it'll affect Headingley. Bent up there in Denmark.
Ah, right, yes, so that was how we got onto, I guess, how we got onto Danish cricketers yesterday.
We've had quite a draft, he says, perhaps as much as 6 inches of rain missing, so really needed. Hopefully the lightning won't play havoc with the internet. Well, it's been playing havoc with the internet here without any lightning. Not quite sure what's been going on, but I think we're all sort of there or thereabouts now. You can get in touch on Twitter on @JonathanDoige or @EdCricket6. Remembered.
Taylor round the wicket bowling, trying to angle that one into the off stump of Revis, but he can't quite find it, and Revis, with good judgment, lets the ball go. Yes, finally got on 5 minutes before the start of play to the Wi-Fi. I think that's probably going to be the highlight of my day, actually. And I don't think I'm going to have a moment of triumph quite like that. I think anything's going to match that, especially at the just in the nick of time.
The excitement levels are not high in your world, are they?
We try and stay very calm and level. Taylor in bowls, driven on the bounce back to Matt Taylor. A crowd catch.
Yeah.
Takes it comfortably.
Nobody got really excited with that. I think they might have sussed that one.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I've had a bit more sympathy with those crowd catches than I used to have. I used to deride people who went up for them. But, you know, at some angles you really just can't see the batter's body's in the way of where the ball bounces. Learned a bit of compassion. Taylor in. Revis guides that one out into the covers and fielded once more by Dent, who's been kept rather busy in that region. There's no run. The first aerial traffic of, well, not really of the morning. I'm sure there have been others that have flown over, but the first of morning whilst we've been sitting here. Halfway through his 21st. Still looking for that extra wicket to bring him the Michelle, as one likes to call it. Taylor in on drive from Revis, turns the single down as it's stopped in tumbling fashion away to his right hand side by Tom Price up at mid-on. Going to have a look and see how many fifers Matt Taylor had taken, but unfortunately, as always happens when I search Matt Taylor, I get a football player rather than a cricketer. Anyway, trying to think, actually, I mean, the last 5 wicket haul that he may well have taken without looking this up. Taylor switches back to over the wicket, bowls it short, pulled by Revis round the corner, but straight to Actor down at long leg, and he'll only pick up 1. Revis to 36. Yorkshire up to 406 for 7. Might well have been the game against Middlesex at Cheltenham, which Middlesex, I think, were about 4 down at tea on the final day, trying to bat the day out. Daryl Mitchell was playing for Middlesex at the time, scored a terrific century, and it really looked as though they were going to bat out for the draw. But Matt Taylor, on his birthday, 4 wickets in 10 balls to change all that. Taylor bangs this one in short to Leach, and Leach has ducked underneath that, so it's negotiated rather easily, that 1 ball of the over that he had to face.
That's a strange delivery.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over, if you want to take his wicket, then you've got to bowl something that's likely to do that, and that was never going to do that, was it? It was far too high. Get it round the rib cage, something like that, or obviously some other intended form of trying to take his wicket, but 1 delivery left. It was almost as if he'd bowled that at the batsman out there,
yes,
to keep him there,
yeah.
and so they can have a go at the other batter at the other end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I can only imagine he was going for the element of surprise. I mean, just bowled a bouncer to Revis, and Leach might have been thinking, well, he's not going to bowl another one, but there we go. I suppose you try things sometimes and it doesn't work. 6 fifers in first class cricket for Matt Taylor. He's approaching 200 first class wickets. He'll need 3 more to get there.
Zafar is on, bowling his left arm spin then from the Kirkstall lane end, so quick blast from Actor, but Zafar will now have a go himself, and he's dragged his first delivery down the leg side, and it's bumped its way off down towards fine leg for a bye. James Bracey won't be overly impressed with that as a starting point from his bowler, who went for 81 in 20 overs yesterday.
They sort of got to him in spells, didn't they? Yorkshire, and particularly Hill, was using his feet with abandon at one stage. Yeah, it was kind of a couple of spurts of heavy scoring against him, and a couple of spells where Zafar did manage to keep the scoring rate down.
So Zafar with a slip and a short leg in place, plus a close catcher in the offside, be about 15 to 20 yards from the bat, a couple of strips away as he drags another one down the leg side.
Untidy start from Zafar. I mean, it's this sort of situation in the first innings. I mean, this might not be a lot of turn on offer, but you're bowling against the tail. You need your spinner to come on and mop the tail up.
And Leach again gets another one down the leg side here. Not sure if there was pad involved. Looking at Peter Hartley's right hand, it looks as though he's about to signal that this will be a leg bye, correct? So 2 of them, in fact, from there. Extras mounting in the innings so far, 28 of those now. So Zafar, can he get the radar right? There's a man backward of square leg on the 1, and a man in a similar position the other side, backward of point. The man on the leg side comes into play here and will save a single. There's a man in front of square on the offside, plus a fielder in the covers. Mid-off is quite a bit deeper than mid-on, and a huge gap between mid-on and the man backward of square on the leg side, as he tries to get Leach to maybe hit against the spin. Not sure if that one did turn, but it ballooned up into the offside off Leach's pad.
Still leg side-ish, wasn't it?
Yes.
I mean, if that's a top order batter, that's going for 4 through mid wicket.
So he's dragging these down from round the wicket. That's better, because he's pitched that one probably about 4th stump in the end, and he's overcompensated, but no harm done. Dropped into the offside by Leach. End of the 99th over. We'll have a change in the comm box. Ed is going to take a breather, so he can go get excited about the internet working or otherwise. And they'll be joined for the first time by Andy Giddings. Revis 36 from 74 deliveries so far. He's done a good job. 5 boundaries within that. 81 minutes of batting either side of the overnight, and Dom Leach out there this morning. 28 minutes already. 18 deliveries he's faced for his 1. But that's fine because there's plenty of time left in this match. As Matt Taylor comes in then from the Howard stand end, left arm around the wicket, lovely shot by Revis, just leans into this, nothing more than a push through the offside, but excellent timing brings him up another 4, takes him to 40, and Yorkshire to 4, 13 for 7. And good morning, Gidders.
Yes, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here today, expecting a long day with no real interruptions, and it's been a steady start by Yorkshire so far.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, easy progress. Obviously they've lost that wicket of Matthew Fisher, but that can happen. Now then, they're just making a change here. Ben Charlesworth has been taken out of first slip with Revis on strike and brought in to mid-wicket. So just the 1 slip in place. The indicator there, I would imagine, being that this might be a slight change of line. Might be bowling it a bit straighter. And there we go. Straight delivery, pushed straight back to the bowler.
It was a good delivery, wasn't it? They're clearly, though, targeting Leach. Each fielding change leads to more pressure. The fielders on the boundaries come in that little bit closer. Invariably when there's been seam bowling, there's been the extra man in the slip cordon as well. But Leach so far has stood up well, and we've seen some nice shots by Revis, who's continuing apace as he left off yesterday.
Yeah, now there's just a bit of discussion going on here about, I think, the ball. Graham Van Buren is asking Neil Mallender to put it through the gauge, which he has done quite easily. Those of you who can see the streaming pictures will be able to pick that up.
It's a touch of the steel broads there, isn't it? Is it going to happen 18 times today?
Yeah, he does like to ask, doesn't he? Give it a couple of overs without a wicket. So Taylor, as I say, 1 slip in place, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. The backward square plus a long leg as Revis turns this latest delivery, which is again straight into the leg side, no run. 3rd man. Zaff has gone out to deep backward point, and there's a man in a sort of extra cover position on the wicket ends. So he's offering him the gap through the covers here, if he decides to bowl that line, but he's straightened things up since he took Charlesworth out and put him in at mid-wicket.
It's just good to see Revis playing regularly after all of his injury problems last year.
In comes Taylor again, and Rev just angles this one down to 3rd man. And they pick up a comfortable single, 41 to him, 414 for 7. Phil O'Rourke says, as a truck driver, I don't usually get to watch the county streams during match days, usually relying on sports extra coverage, but kudos to Yorkshire with multiple cameras and excellent comms, just like, well, it's the comms, isn't it? It's not the cams, obviously, Phil. No, it's the cams really rather than the comms. Just like watching TV, only with an upgrade on the commentary front. Well, that's very kind of you, thank you.
Picture tells 1,000 words, though, doesn't it?
it just don't put the, you know, it's the camera thing, isn't it?
Be quite the experiment to drive whilst watching the commentary.
Yes, yeah. As Taylor is in again, very wide on the crease to Leach there, who turns it into the leg side. They'd put 3 slips back in place, so very different fields for these 2 batters. 1 slip to Revis, 3 to Leach as they try and clean up the tail. Not with that delivery though. Andy Walker, top of the morning to you. And to you, he says, just 2 thoughts. Matty Revis' body language since Chesterfield is that of a first-class cricketer looking very confident. Also difficult for any spin bowler in 4 days at Headingley, so I sympathise with Dom Bess. Dom, of course, on loan at the moment at Warwickshire, with Dan Moriarty incoming on loan here to Headingley as Leach pushes one into the offside, and Revis helps him out with a quick scurry through for the single. Then there was an attempt at a direct hit there by Miles Hammond, which wasn't so far away, head in his hands from him, because I think he fancies that Revis would have been run out had he hit direct. May get a chance to see that again. 100 overs complete then, 415 for 7. So they're 35 runs short of maximum batting points. They've got 10 overs in which to get those 35 runs. And having had a little look at it out there now, Dom Leach will presumably try and at least play his part in helping to just keep the board ticking a little bit. Matthew Revis clearly taking on the lead role in trying to get there. Here we go. For those watching the stream with a replay, well, difficult to say exactly, isn't it? But it would have been close, Gidders.
It would certainly have been close. It's a fair point that was made on Twitter about Bess, but ultimately he's just got no confidence.
Gohar is in, and that's flicked into the leg side by Leach. He'll get another single, so he's set Matthew Revis up to face a few in this over as well. Dom Leach onto 3. Put on 20 together so far this pair, 416 for 7.
So far it seems as though Gloucestershire have got their act together a little bit better with regard to their bowling. Yesterday it was Jason Gillespie that was making the point, wasn't it, that everything was just offline.
Yeah, here's Zafar again, and Leach, I think he might have struck short leg Miles Hammond, but no major damage done. Dot ball.
Whether that's with the spinners or not, it gave Yorkshire quite a lot of opportunities, didn't it? That they were gifts.
Yeah, here's Zafar still round the wicket, the left armour, and again leg stumpish because it's been helped on its way square on the leg side by Revis for 2 more. Sun just in at the moment. There's the usual chit-chat going on downstairs on the balcony. On the effects, man.
When I walked round from the car park, there was a very foreboding grey sky, but thankfully that's been blown away.
Nicely played by Matthew Revis. That was a better delivery by Zafar, which Rev has to treat with respect. Pushes back into the onside, no run.
Well, he's edging ever closer towards one of his high scores, Revis.
Yeah, and he swept that one nicely. That's going to be 4 more from the moment it left the bat in front of square. So Zafar really needs to work on his line here. He's been too leg stumpish so far, and there are huge gaps out on the leg side. The response to that Revis sweep is that Miles Hammond has taken off the helmet and is going to be moved out of short leg. You can understand that. He probably said to Zafar, if you're going to bowl it there, I'm not going to stand here for any much longer.
Well, he did have to move pretty sharpishly, didn't he? Like a cat on a hot tin roof.
So 47 to Revis, who's flicking this one out through mid-wicket along the carpet. Picks up another single. 424 for 7. Good batting from Matthew Revis. And that will complete over number 101 with Yorkshire on 423 for 7. So Gidders, we'll talk to you about something that you do a lot, which is of course football in the winter.
I do, yes.
Football Heaven on BBC Radio Sheffield.
Yeah, still going strong, touch wood.
And an interesting season for you there, I guess. A conclusion to last season.
Goodness me, yes. Not least with Sheffield Wednesday and Barnsley playing one another at Wembley. Sheffield United's promotion to the Premier League. Rotherham defying the odds to stay up as well. Chesterfield agonising in the National League. Donny played. Better luck next year, hopefully. But it means that next year we have so much to look forward to. Can they build on that success? The odds are more stacked against our sides this year, of course, but well, you never know. Interesting times with managerial changes. We need a full complement of 6 before too long.
Leeds is like one of those as well. A manager, that is.
They might be after the same people.
I've always got to put Leeds in there as well, of course. I can't just have a total Sheffield, South Yorkshire bias and football teams in this commentary box. I'll have Katie Levick in tomorrow, who of course is a big Wednesday fan. Matthew Revis just punching that first delivery of Matt Taylor's over up to mid-off, no run.
Let us not forget, of course, that if we're mentioning everybody's teams, then Halifax Town. Let's just get that out there.
Yeah,
Trophy
of course.
final winners.
Of course, you are a West Yorkshireman, aren't you?
That was a good day. Slightly more pressure the week after when I went for Wednesday against Barnsley.
Taylor then to Revis on the brink of a half century. He's flicked it into the leg side and he might bring it up here. No, they're going to settle on 1 with man out there in the deep. round pretty quickly. Actor to do the fielding.
Well, right from the off today, he's looked confident, hasn't he? He stood tall with the defensive strokes early on in the day's play. He was picking out the area of the field towards just between backward point and third man. That will have raised his confidence even further, and he's doing the business.
Yeah, it's been a good start to the day for him. Good first 10 overs or so. Leach just playing a windstroke out there as he waits. With 3 slips back in place here. Taylor to Dom Leach, who's on 3. Pushes firmly at this one, back to the bowler.
Windstroke sounds a little bit like a medical condition.
Yeah, there's probably a few of that in the few of those in the commentary box as the season unfolds. Depends what's for lunch, really, I suppose. 21 deliveries he's faced Dom Leach here, but he's doing a sterling job. He's doing a Leach-like job on this ground.
I wonder if he wears glasses as well. Like his namesake, sort of.
If he does, I ain't seen him. He was pounding in past me yesterday, going through his, marking his run-up out when I was stood out there in the middle waiting for Shan Masood at the toss. Here's Taylor. Leach gets a little bit of room to work with outside off stump. Can't take full advantage, just flat bats it to Miles Hammond in the covers, no run. A few looseners for Ben Charlesworth at first slip, which could be ominous after yesterday.
Yeah, it could. Well, he's going through his lunges as well right now, so you'd imagine that Gloucestershire are thinking about making some kind of change here, because for all that Gloucestershire's bowling so far has been better, a bit more accurate, it's been a little bit timid. There's been no real scares. Clearly they've got the wickets, but beyond that there's been no major scares to the 2 batsmen currently involved.
Taylor goes over the wicket now though, switches a different angle, but Leach is up to the task and again pushes into the offside. If he can pick up some runs here, all well and good, but if he can just keep Matthew Revis out there, then that 450 maximum batting points is still well within reach with the time they've got. 26 runs needed in 8 overs and 1 ball.
It's kind of got to the stage where if they didn't get that, it would represent quite the failure.
You can tell it's your first day, can't you?
Well, I'm just making big statements.
There's Revis on Leach on the back foot, punches up to mid-on, no run. Well, I was meaning it more in the context of, well, you were at Chesterfield the other week because we had a chat when you were out there with your friend watching the game from the side.
Yes.
28 runs for the last 5 wickets, so yeah.
Guaranteed someone will complain today, and whether I get asked back. Presumably they're going to be from South Yorkshire somewhere.
Probably.
That's just my daily life usually.
If you don't get complaints, Gidders, you're not doing the job.
Quite right too.
So, Revis 49 from 85 deliveries. Over an hour and a half he's been out there, but yeah, we were right. Ben Charlesworth is coming on after that bit of limbering up at first slip. He's going to be bowling at this Kirkstall lane end in what is currently the Headingley Sunshine. As I mentioned at the top of the piece, a smattering of speckies out there, probably not as many in at this moment in time as there were yesterday, although yeah,
it's
top
healthy.
tier of the North East stand is okay.
Yeah, healthy. It's where I like to sit when not here.
Charlesworth then, right arm over. Revis opens the face and runs that through point, and the applause will tell you that that is his 3rd first class 50. Made 50 against Kent here in April of last year. 53 not out, his highest score. Made that against Warwickshire here. So all 3 of his first class 50s have come on this ground. 86 deliveries, 96 minutes and 7 fours, and he's played well. And Yorkshire supporters with 25 runs to get to the final batting point. We'll be hoping that long may it continue.
I know it's all ifs, buts and maybes, and there are so many other things that were issues last year, but had he have stayed fit, might there have been a different outcome to the campaign? Even as an emerging player, he's clearly a very good one.
I think on that front, for me, just having Messrs Fisher and Code fit for the season. Matthew Fisher, of course, missed all but 2 matches. I think things would have been different,
Yeah.
in particular with the bowling, as Charlesworth's latest delivery, he almost York's Dom Leach there, beats him outside off stump through to James Bracey. Not sure whether they're going to get a chance to see that again on the stream. Charlesworth 60 runs he's gone for his 1 wicket, and he's not yet bowled 10 overs, which is why I think Ed alongside, who's obviously off air at the moment, was bracing himself when Ben Charlesworth was given the nod to come on. Ball short of length here. Nice enough cut shot from Leach, but straight to point, no run.
Decent accuracy though, better. And, well, against Leach it was just a nice turn away. The cut shot, and picked up relatively close in too as well. But things ticking along nicely.
Leach waits, Charlesworth in again, and that's nicely played by Leach, who just pushes it out to the sweeper. Zaffer out on the east side, the cover boundary, 1 run. Just keep knocking it around. When they get to that 450 mark, it'd be interesting to see what they're thinking about in terms of going on possibly declaring and have a go before the lunch break. There'll be some time if they want to do that, you would imagine.
Yeah.
Or will they just go for, let's take it to its natural conclusion here? Revis punches this latest delivery up to mid-off where Van Buren fields, no run. The declaration question. How many times a season do we do that one? It's always...
Well, it's an increasingly pertinent one, isn't it?
It's never the right move, is it, for somebody? And the natural inclination is often to go on a bit too long. That's particularly more so when they're trying to set the game up a little bit further in, though. Nicely played here by Matthew Revis. Ben Charlesworth giving him a bit of room, and he's struck it well backward of point, but good piece of fielding keeps him to 1. He'll keep the strike, and Yorkshire at the end of the 103rd are 427 for 7 overs to get 23 runs.
You'd have to take into account the weather, wouldn't you? Now, we're all expecting a largely unblemished day today. If there is the chance of a few periods of rain tomorrow, you know, I think we're all now in an era where conservatism with declarations, is that the right way to go about it? I would obviously say not. Make more of a game of it and steam into Gloucestershire.
Yeah, well, there we go. We have Dom. We have Dom. We have
Dom? I've known you for 20 years, but thank
Baz McCullum in the commentary box alongside today.
Listen, the reason
Ben
England didn't win that test has got nothing to do with the declaration. Take your catches.
All 27 for 7. Revis on strike. Zaffer, with a switch of ends here, is trying his luck from the Howard stand end and gets one through.
Optimistic cheers from the slip cordon.
Yeah, perhaps Revis on the pad. Looked a little bit leg side-ish. And was an inside edge, a thick inside edge actually, bat onto pad. Zaffer again. Revis this time gets an inside edge. He's going to pick up another run here, but didn't know too much about that. His least confident shot of the morning. 428 for 7. Loads of time left here for this one to play out. Yorkshire, of course, managed to win at Bristol at the start of last season, but then Gloucestershire getting their own back when they came to Headingley in September. Final match of the season. As Leach uses his feet quite nicely and punches it back. Zaffer with the fielding, getting down with the left hand.
He who did the damage last year.
9 wickets across the match. He's in again, and Leach just drops it into the leg side. So we've got a deepish mid on, deepish mid off, extra cover, backward point, slip. Man at 45 behind square on the leg side, mid wicket, and a straight mid wicket as well on the wicket ends, as this latest delivery is pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Last ball of the over, getting through this one pretty quickly, and in he comes again, Zaffer. Nice cut shot this time by Leach, but can't get it past Tom Price, who's back at a point. That will complete over number 104 with Yorkshire on 4:28 for 7. John Potter has messaged me, Yorkshire scorer, to say lunch 1 p.m, tea 3:40, no overs. Oh, well, we apologise profusely, Ed and I, because we were laughing. We were deriding the fact that tea would be taken at 3:40, and it will be taken at 3:40. The close is set for 6:09 or 98 overs. You know, when you send me a text from out in the sticks there going,
yes.
Doidgy, can we do a piece tonight? And I go, well, I'm not sure when it's going to finish, but I'll try. This is what we get, you see. So
It's fine margins, isn't it? But at least we know now that 20 to 4 is tea, for definite.
Hope it's jam and cream scones as it was yesterday. Charlesworth in, and that's punched up to mid-off by Revis, who wants the single. They're obviously just a little bit conscious of the clock here. 6 overs, just 1 ball fewer than 6 overs to go to get these last 20 odd runs.
So is that what you're doing when hits are required into Radio Sheffield? Then it's all about tea and scones.
Oh yeah. Listen, I've written down my reminders for today's updates, but
extensive.
They're not going to get done if the tea and if the buns are out. Oh yeah, sorry Gidders, I've just got a technical problem. Can't manage that update. Short ball here from Charlesworth, and Leach comes up with the first boundary with a beautiful cut shot there out towards the east stand side. That'll help him get towards that 450. 17 now needed at 4:33 for 7 with Leach onto 8.
Yeah, lovely shot. That does what you've just said sounds depressingly familiar.
I don't refuse people updates.
He's doing well, Leach, isn't he, for someone that's not got a great wealth of first-class cricket under his belt. He's playing well with the bat.
So here's Charlesworth to him again, and he tries a similar shot. Nice punch. This time though straight to the fielder.
Mainly with his blocking and defensive strokes, but maybe things are just starting to open up a little bit for him here. His confidence is starting to grow.
Bit of passing air traffic. Ed will be able to tell us where that's come from. He was revising the timetables, I think, last night.
Someone was going to Prague, weren't they? Was that accurate? I'm getting nods. Because you could say anything.
Charlesworth to Leach, who's got a bit of an edge on this one, down to third man, but it'll still do. There's only one slip in place, and it was well wide of him. Dom Leach onto 9. 4:34 for 7. Very much his highest first-class score for Dom. Interesting to see him bowl here as well, actually. He's had few first-team opportunities. There's a bit of pace about him. Can swing the ball, but as we know, we're playing with a kookaburra in this and the next round. Yeah. And as Dizzy was saying yesterday about the first 15 overs, you might get it to swing, and after that, the goose is cooked largely in that respect, as Revis drives pleasantly out towards the cover boundary for 1 run to complete, not quite complete the over, 1 ball to come. 54 now to Rev, 4:35 for 7. I think they'll be happy with this so far downstairs. And Leach flicking off his legs backward of square for a single. Matthew Revis now on his highest first-class score, eclipsing that 53 I mentioned earlier on, and still going, and that is the end of the 105th with the Yorkies on 4:36 for 7. So still got that job to do here, Gidders, to get themselves to 450 first and foremost, and then I'm guessing that already there'll have been some discussion about what they might do, what time they get there at, whether they will just continue or whether they might pull up stumps and have a go at Gloucestershire possibly before the lunch break.
Well, given previous discussions, I think we know where I sit on that. If Yorkshire want some form of commanding win, it's the way to go about it.
Zaffer continuing at the Howard stand end, and Leach pushes into the offside. There's no run. Still Mark Steckerty and Dan Moriarty to come if Yorkshire do get that far. Zaffer in again. Leach has a little swish at this one. Probably his least controlled shot so far. Not so far off getting an edge on it. Zaffer trying to whiz through his overs here. Give Leach little time to gather himself between deliveries. Next one just pushed out to short extra cover.
He doesn't look flustered by it though,
No,
does
wrong.
he?
No, he punched that, didn't he? And I noticed he went straight back into his stance ready for the next ball, which is coming now. And he's pulled this one, and he's pulled that for 6 runs.
Brilliant
out
shot.
Over mid-wicket. And Zaffer again. He's straying leg stumpish far too often for Gloucestershire supporters' liking in this particular spell this morning, if we call it a spell, from both ends, because there was just a little gap in the middle when they changed ends. But that is a gimme, isn't it? Roundabout leg stump, and helped on its way by Dom Leach.
Yeah.
16 to him. This partnership for the 8th wicket now worth 46. 442 for 7. They're almost there for that full batting point, but there's another query about the ball here, and Neil Mallender has this time taken it across to Peter Hartley for a chat about.
Well, Johnny Tattersall made healthy work of wayward spin bowling yesterday. A decent player of spin. Leach is getting in on the act himself now.
Yeah.
And that's been part of it, hasn't it, Doige? The accuracy of where Gloucestershire have been able to pitch quite a lot of deliveries. It's been healthy. I mean, as you were pointing out earlier with Ed, had a top order batsman been there on 1 or 2 occasions, even today, that would have been sailing away.
Yep, was not great. Peter Hartley has just called somebody on, one of the non-playing players. We can't actually see what's going on, but he's got a box of balls there, so there we go. He's changed the ball as requested by Gloucestershire. I'd like to make a note of these things, because you never quite know, do you? If 3 wickets fall very quickly now, what effect it might have been from the ball itself. So 105.4 overs, although we are a long, long way into this Yorkshire innings, but if that tail did get cleaned up prior to the 450 mark, we know how valuable a point is, given what happened last year. Zaffer in again, and that's punched into the offside by Leach, and there's no run. Sensible play. Zaffer's nearly gone for a ton here, 96 against his name. This will be the final ball of his 24th over, delivers it now, and Leach right over the top of that. End of the 106th, 442 for 7. We're going to have another change in the com box, so a few words from Gidders, and then Ed will be replacing me.
Yeah, more good lower order batting there from Leach. A lovely lunge into some forward defensive play, and Leach, as I mentioned a moment or so ago, just a handful of first-class matches, 3 or 4 times he's played at this level of cricket, and well, without a great deal of fuss, he's batted very well indeed, and they've tried to up the tempo, certainly with the spin, certainly with the regularity of spin bowling, and ultimately he's held sway, and there's not been any hearts in the mouth moments. Now, depending on what you think, Ed, is that down to good, cool, composed batting, as I might argue that it is, or is that down to Gloucestershire's bowling attack just not quite cutting the mustard yet?
Well, yeah, I think they have looked very organised, both these two. You wouldn't have guessed if we hadn't had the figures, really, with Dom Leach, that he wasn't, somebody who could really handle himself with a bat. He certainly looks like he can. I mean, that slog sweep off Zafar Gohar was a tremendous shot. We've got another change of bowling. Gloucestershire trying to search for some sort of combination that can do the business, and we've just lost our line. I'll keep commentating for those of you watching on the stream. First ball just pushed away out into the covers by Revis for no run. Ollie Price in over the wicket to bowl, and reaching forward for that one is Revis to play that one out into the covers. There's no run. Apologies to those of you listening on the BBC Sport website and that for that brief dropout in the line. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. You haven't missed very much. Just a couple of dot deliveries with Ollie Price now bowling from the Kirkstall lane end. Rocking onto the back foot is Revis to drive that one firmly out towards deep cover for a single. And Yorkshire continue to inch closer to this 450 mark, 443 for 7. I had a message from Blair Jennings on Twitter. As a bit of a feel for that one is Leach. We didn't go following it too much.
It didn't
passed it outside edge through to the keeper.
Yeah, it didn't sound like there was a sound.
No. In goes Ollie Price. He bowls, reverse sweep attempted and not made contact with by Dom Leach. Front pad well outside the line of stump there, so LBW doesn't look too likely.
There is a player with confidence.
Well, why not?
Yeah, quite.
At this stage, Ollie Price is in and nudged away into the leg side, but not for any addition to the score as Actor fields at mid-wicket, 443 for 7. Well, the message was, you were talking about declarations.
Yes.
And the idea of Yorkshire declaring on about 390 odd for something, you know. It wasn't quite to the run, I think. It's 395 from Yorkshire overnight.
Yes.
But the principle was the same. And you sort of thought, actually, I mean, I'd followed on from that with that little period last night where we had the rain with about 7 overs to go. Then there was the stoppage, and you just thought, actually, thinking back, you know exactly what Baz would have done. 2.2 overs, or they're not going to want to come out and face that, are they? Or no?
Well, the nerves would have been jangling right from the off, wouldn't they? Can you imagine the pressure and tension placed on the Gloucestershire top order with 2 overs to play?
And 40 spectators in the ground at that stage.
They can make a racket.
They certainly could have done.
But it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, yes, clearly I'm a Yorkshire supporter, Doige. If Yorkshire declared in 20 or 30 runs' time, would Gloucestershire, are they of the right mindset? Are they in good enough form to be able to stand up to that?
Zaman Akhtar is bowling from the Howard stand end for the first time today, and Revis is in behind that, playing it up to mid-off. Well, I think even if the answer to that question is yes, given the fact that there's a bit of rain about in the forecast for the next couple of days, the game probably does need to get moving from Yorkshire's point of view. And I know Gloucestershire won't want to spend ages longer in the field. Akhtar in and bowls, chopped away off the back foot by Revis out towards deep backward point for one more run, 444 for 7.
Yeah, he's found a lot of joy in that area of the pitch, hasn't he? 4 or 5 times today, the fielder towards backward point, third man-ish, has had to get through some leg work.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to set that field with that deep point back, deep square back, and effectively say, right, if you want boundaries, you're going to have to smack it well in front of square, but he's still just accumulated. Anyway, this is short from Akhtar, pulled away dismissively by Leach, out through wide mid-on for 4. I mean, when you see, especially a number 9, pulling you that far in front of square as a fast bowler, that's not going to feel great.
No, demoralising, and that was a great shot. Brilliant timing, right on the middle of the bat, and there was no way that was going to get stopped at all. 20. Leach will be delighted.
And a 50 partnership
between
Revis and Leach. Akhtar is into bowl, just tucking Leach up a little bit. Oh, he's gone a long way down there as Revis, but Van Buren had a bit of ground to make up to go and field the ball. So there's no run and no run out opportunity. 2 runs more needed for maximum batting points for Yorkshire. Gloucestershire will need 2 wickets in 2.2 overs. They're going to get maximum bowling points. Akhtar running into bowl now, and on the back foot. Again, Leach will play into the ground, and it's fielded by Akhtar off his own bowling.
Well, the shot from Leach that went for 4 through mid-wicket mid-on had no chance. It looked from where we're sat to be only 2 or 3 yards to the fielders' left-hand side, but really it was hit with such pace. I mean, it's got to the stage now where he's been pushed far deeper out towards the boundary, slightly short of cow corner.
Last ball of the over. Oh, he's backing away and chopping this one over the top of the leaping Ollie Price at slip, but I don't think it was particularly close to him in the end, and there it is, 450 for Yorkshire. It's full batting bonus points for them, and they've done it with 2 overs to spare.
Oh, brilliant shot. You know, your luck's in to a certain extent with the top edge, with the ball coming off the top edge of that bat. Had a quick glance behind, but then realised as he just started to trot down the crease, thinking, no, I'll be all right there. And yes, as you pointed out, not really a despairing jump, because there wasn't really much chance of him getting there.
Yeah, inevitably you end up going with the cliche about flashing hard in those sorts of situations, and he certainly did.
And the double entendre, yeah. Stop sniggering. But things going very well for Yorkshire at 42 for 7.
Well, yeah, particularly after what's happened at Bristol this season. I don't know if you saw the pictures. No, well, it's not suitable for broadcast, but Ollie Price starting a new over, played into the leg side, first ball to Chris Dent for no run. In comes the younger of the Price brothers, flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 by Revis. 57 to him now. Haven't seen Tom Price at all this morning. It's a little bit of a worry that, although I say I haven't seen him, he's out on the field at least, but he's not bowled. In goes Ollie Price, edged and wide of Hammond at slip, and it will go down to the boundary. There's nobody anywhere near it with deep point. Probably the closest fielder to it on the offside. And a boundary.
Just enough for that to carry, wasn't it? Not a thin edge at all, but the pounce to the right-hand side, and such pace on it that Hammond didn't really have much of a chance of getting to that.
It was beautifully bowled by Ollie Price, actually. And next delivery comes in, and well worked by Leach, just opening the face of the bat and sending it out towards deep point. They'll get 1 more run and move on to 29, but the ball which got the edge actually sort of drifted away from Leach. It's not turned at all, but it's just beautifully flighted and just enough drift to take the outside edge.
He's read it very well indeed, and further evidence of a good morning for him.
And Revis working that one away to Dent at short mid-wicket.
Part of this analysis is that the fact that because Leach has played so little first-class cricket, we don't actually know if he's any good.
Reverse sweep. There's no problem with that from Revis. That'll be 4 more with no third man, no short third man. Revis is into the 60s, 462 for 7. I think it's time to put the foot down now, and we're seeing that from these Yorkshire batters.
Well, 3 or 4 times in the last 20-25 minutes or so, we've seen Leach particularly. In a slightly more reserved sense, Revis, because he's building up some good numbers here. Some really creative shots, haven't we? You know, they're looking more towards boundary shots. We've seen reverse sweeps. We've seen them try and pick out opportunities in the deep to really kick on here. It makes you wonder if there's been a nod somewhere, or they know of a declaration total in mind to then, because what time are we on? 10 past 12, another 20 minutes or so, and then have a go at Gloucestershire before lunch.
Yeah, definitely. Have a 20-30 minute session, something like that would make a good deal of sense. Graham van Buren is into the attack from the Howard stand end, and bowling his slow left armers, and reaching forward for that one is Leach to blow that one up the surface. Oh, goodness knows how many bowling changes we've seen this morning. I mean, they've used 6 bowlers at Gloucestershire. Van Buren bowls wide, cut away powerfully in front of square by Leach. Work for Rulofsson to do on the boundary at the last minute, as if he suddenly realised, hang on, ball's travelling a lot quicker than I thought it was, and he seemed to have everything under control, jogging around the boundary, and then it was, oh, hang on, better get down for this, 2 more runs.
Well, it still seems like a quick outfield, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It was yesterday, and the weather conditions have been as such that it's continued.
Van Buren in, and working this one up the onside of the pitch this time. Leach, you won't get a run.
Because we've highlighted the weather quite a bit, but actually, when you look down there, we're behind glass here. It's windier than perhaps it may sound or seem.
Van Buren in, leaning forward, pushing this one to the right of backward point is Dom Leach with real ease. He'll move to 32, 465 for 7.
Which might be drying, or at least not getting any wetter out there.
Yeah.
Thus, then it still remains quite slick.
Yeah. You're going to get value for your shots. Van Buren bowls, driving is Revis in controlled fashion, straight to dented extra cover. I think it's just, I mean, we saw a little bit of turn actually on day 1. We haven't seen much turn today, but as Van Buren is in, driven down the ground this time by Revis, he'll get a single to long off. Move on to 62. End of the over, 110 have now been bowled, so no more bonus points available for Gloucestershire. Yorkshire have already taken all 5 batting points, so 5-2 the bonus point score will be fixed at for the first innings.
That change of ball hasn't done Gloucestershire any good, has it?
Well, I must say I didn't really expect it to, especially given the fact that it is the Kookaburra. If you got a Duke's ball, and a couple of seasons back, you could have Duke's balls from the batch from the year before as well as from the current year, and the feeling definitely was in that year would have been 2020 or 2021 or 2020 actually. No, I can't remember. 2021 I think it was. I think that the feeling was definitely that the ball from the previous year would have done more, so you really wanted to get it changed, whereas this year, and I think last year as well, they've got to be from the same year. Price bowls to Revis, Ollie Price that is, and flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 more run.
That makes sense. Better practice.
Well, I think, given that it's a Kookaburra though, I think any old Kookaburra is pretty much going to be the same.
But if you're fairly low key in your bowling, maybe it doesn't tend to matter.
Price in and has been edged and superbly caught at slip. It's a 2nd wicket for Ollie Price. Use of the feet from Dom Leach, but he realised that he wasn't particularly close to the pitch of the ball, tried to make some sort of adjustment with the hands, got a thick outside edge, and it was caught at first slip, one-handed to his right-hand side by Miles Hammond. That is a great grab.
Yeah, very cat-like in how the slip fielder pounds there, and due applause as Leach comes off the field in 71 minutes, 56 deliveries, 32, 4 fours and 1 6. Well, the early potential with Dominic Leach looks excellent, doesn't it? Another young player with whom Yorkshire are ever increasingly going to rely, aren't they, as this season ticks on. I think he's been superb with the bat, primarily from a defensive sense, and proving to be a foil for Revis in the early part of the day, who ticked the scoreboard on nicely with some 4s down towards the 3rd man boundary. But as the morning has wore on, Leach has been excellent, and the shot which we are behind, peering down towards the Howard stand that was dispatched towards mid-wicket, was just superb. Absolutely brilliant, right off the middle of the bat. And well, it showed at that stage a player who was very much enjoying his time at the crease, and richly deserved the applause that he got as he came off, and has been a significant part, well, obviously, in getting Yorkshire to Yorkshire's maximum batting points, 467 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a very well organised player to me. I mean,
Yeah.
somebody who can play the reverse sweep like that. I mean, he missed his first, but there was, everything was right about the reverse sweep that he played too. It just looked technically very, very accurate. So Mark Steggery's come to the crease at number 10. It's one of those names that you just can't help but say in an Australian accent. or a very bad one. This is run off the back foot towards backward point for no run.
Which part of Australia is he from?
Max Steckity.
I don't think you watched Neighbours and Home and Away growing up, did you?
No, not really.
Not nearly enough, given that accent.
Here's Ollie Price bowling. He's left it alone very casually. Ollie Price wasn't particularly impressed, I don't think.
No.
Hands clasped behind his head. I don't think he really trusted that Steckity knew what he was doing with that one, but there we go.
Well, this is the first time clearly we're going to get to see how good he is with the bat.
Price bowls his width on offer there, and Steckity's mistimed it horribly out towards backward point.
Very hurried. Very hurried. He's got some good numbers with the ball in the Sheffield Shield. Brings much needed experience to the bowling attack. Batting.
Ollie Price bowls, but he's got the cut shot away this time. Gave him 2 goes at it, did Ollie Price, and second time he's thrashed it away through backward point for a boundary to get off the mark. Yorkshire 471 for 8. He's got a first class average of basically 15, which it's kind of, I mean, it used to be you'd see a lot of players with single figure averages, and that really would be, yeah, okay, they're a tail ender, but now pretty much everybody seems to average at least 13, 14, 15 down there. There's very few genuine number 11s.
Such a high standard competition, yet how the game has developed over the years.
He's scored over 1,000 first class runs, 250s. Van Buren bowling, and there's an attempted slog sweep here from Revis, and a loud shout for leg before wicket. Van Buren is, as usual, beaming self with umpire Mallender. He's now clasping him on the arm after he turned down that appeal. I'll get another look at it in a moment. Van Buren in to bowl, cut by Revis. It'll be backward point to his right hand side, and that should allow a couple of runs to be taken. Rudolphson having to do the work on the cover boundary.
Well, several of the Gloucestershire players went up furiously, optimistically. Mallender was stoic, kept his arms clasped together, not perhaps even for a second thought.
He's a wonderful appealer though, is Graham Van Buren. Off the back foot, driving away, Revis will get one more down to long off and move to 66.
By that, do you mean accurate, or does he do it a lot to the point where it gets to the point of have a day off?
Oh no, it's not a sort of. I wouldn't say he's somebody who'd appeal massively for something he doesn't think he's out, but when he does, as he bowls now and flicked leg side by Steckity, he won't beat Zaman Akhtar at mid wicket, but it gets down right to that low position, very close to the umpire, appealing in every sense, as Steckity is a little bit turned around by that one. He was looking to go leg side, and ball ends up going out into the covers. Van Buren's racing through this over as he bowls once more, and Steckity won't pick up a run here either as he finds the fielder at mid wicket. So 474 for 8. I wonder if there's just a sense of, well, we've signed an overseas player, let's get him out there and give him a bit of a bat. And I'm not even saying just because he's the overseas player or anything like that, but just settle him a bit before he then goes out to bowl might ease nerves if they were there.
Yeah, warm him up if there is any kind of tension out there. It does make you put a question mark.
Ollie Price is in, defended up the pitch for no run by Revis.
I mean, when we are talking about declarations, clearly we're talking about it from a theoretical point of view. They may well be thinking something completely different, but usually
Ollie Price bowls, and Revis once more head right over the ball to defend out into the covers.
I think a lot of fans that are in here at HQ today will be thinking, 12:30, 20 minutes away, have a go. You know, you're going to have, at least 474 runs, because that's how many they've got now, and just have a crack at Gloucestershire. But, well, maybe they're trying to say, Steckity can bat a little as well.
Ollie Price round the wicket now and bowls short and wide, and Revis will cut out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Zafar Gohar, 475 for 8. And there's also the argument that if there are another maybe 50 runs to be had out there, that will increase Yorkshire's chances of only batting once. Use of the feet and slapping the ball over mid-on. Steckedy, he'll get 4 runs here and move on to 8. It was an authoritative hit down the ground for 79 for 8.
In terms of the mindset of the season, Yorkshire have had some unlucky days, no doubt about that. They've had some brilliant days and some exceptionally frustrating ones in the Championship. My goodness.
Ollie Price bowls to Steckedy. There's a bit of turn. He tries to work with it but doesn't get much on it.
But I would hope and think there may well come a point where they'll look at it and go, in terms of sending out messages for the remainder of the season, something much more confident.
Steckedy plays this one off the back foot back to the bowler, Ollie Price, who fields 2 for 45. He has now from 9 overs. 479 for 8.
But who knows? I mean, if Gloucestershire, when they start batting and are able to resist Yorkshire, who knows what's going to happen? The weather is always in the back of the mind, isn't it? And it's mainly about tomorrow and Wednesday, of course, as we peer upwards. And there's a few cotton buds up there, but not a great deal else, with bright sunshine blessing us here at Headingley today. But this is a very healthy lead. Maybe you're right, 500, try and get them out twice.
Van Buren in, and Revis will calmly nudge this one down to the fielder at long on, and that's another single taken, 480 for 8.
Because across the course of this morning, an hour and 20 minutes of play, there's been the wicket, of course, but there hasn't been a plethora of oohs and ahs, has there?
Van Buren bowls whipped by Steckedy along the ground. Again to that fielder at long on. And Steckedy will move on to 9, 481 for 8.
And the wicket that did come, it was fairly sort of atypical. A glance off the bat into the slips.
Yeah, not something that Leach would have done in another situation, charged down the pitch like that. Van Buren bowls, Revis defends back to the bowler. Yeah, I mean, when they took that first wicket this morning, which was the ball was still fairly new as well, and Gloucestershire would have had designs on rattling through, and it did look as though there was something on offer for the seamers out there early on, as Revis cuts for one more out to deep point, but it just seemed to go, and I don't know how Yorkshire bowl will be. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they can get out of the surface, out of the conditions. That one skids through a little bit on Steckedy, and Van Buren alert to his right hand side will prevent runs, because I don't know, it still feels to me like just a good pitch, really.
Yeah.
Van Buren in, driving Steckedy out into the covers, and he will move into double figures to 10 for 8. 2 for 8. He's not moved to 10 actually, he's still on 9. And Revis 69. But especially with the outfield and the fact you do have that short boundary towards the east stand as well, Gloucestershire should be looking at this, and I know confidence levels won't be as high as perhaps they'd like them to be.
No.
But there's plenty of runs to be had out there, and plenty of players who would snap up the opportunity to get them. Ollie Price probably being one of them, as Revis works to the leg side, but not for runs. Dent fields. Things just seem to have calmed down a little bit again after that flurry of attacking intent from Leach in particular. Price to Revis, played back to the bowler for no run. Certainly not showing signs of kind of imminent declaration coming here, Yorkshire. After sort of look when Leach was out there, as though that might be where things were heading. Cut away for a single out to deep cover. Revis moves on to 70. 460? I can't even read. 483 for 8. Dear me, might that look like a 6 at this stage? Perhaps it's wishful thinking.
Possibly wishful thinking, yeah.
I'll get one as he flicks this one away out to deep square leg. and move on to 11.
And we took that view, didn't we, given the way that actually it was the Yorkshire batsman, Leach in particular, that just raised the tempo a little bit. But, well, the indication at the moment suggests a big score and try and bowl the Gloucestershire out twice.
Whipped away to mid-wicket by Steketee, and from Gloucestershire's perspective, with this bowling combination, Ollie Price, Graham Van Buren, it just looks as though they're going to try and rattle through as many overs as they can. And say over to you, Yorkshire, flicked away aerially by Steketee this time, well short of Dent in the end, who parries it away. It wasn't too far off being a catching opportunity, and another over goes by, 485 for 8. The one thing this should ensure is that we're not actually here too late tonight.
This is true.
Which is always a consideration.
1807. You and Jonathan can go and find the local curry house. Local knowledge is always a benefit.
1807. I must write that down actually, because this is highly important information to the minute.
And don't forget, tea, of course, is at 1540 on the button.
Well, I did wonder whether they might do that, given when they make these adjustments, usually that the intervals suddenly start to become fixed. Van Buren starts a 9th over of the innings. Revis plays up the pitch. What else is happening around the country? Well, England are losing in the Test match at Trent Bridge.
Fortunately, the rapid end to the day put the first nail in that coffin.
Van Buren bowling, driving Revis straight to extra cover for no run. Danny Wyatt's still there, batting with Lauren Filer. 91 runs required. Well, if Danny Wyatt were to go ballistic, possibility of a famous victory, that doesn't look very likely. Revis will drive this one down to long off and pick up one more. 486 for 8. Championship-wise, Essex have finally been bowled out by Warwickshire for 457. Dan Lawrence made 152, so pushing his Ashes credentials. Driving away, Steketee, this time down to long off for another run. Tom Westley, 114. Warwickshire just started their reply at 12 without loss. Hampshire, 345 for 6. Quite a satisfying score there, 3-4-5-6. Liam Dawson 141, Nick Gubbins 120. Slog sweep comes out from Revis. He's got that one high and away over mid-wicket. I saw a seat just bend forward about 3 rows back there. And it's another 6. 493 for 8.
Yeah, there's a couple down on the front row. 2 people sat next to one another. There was a big lurch to their left-hand side as they saw that one just drop in front of them. That would have been quite the thud off the advertising hoarding, but a great shot. That the contact was absolutely spot on.
Van Buren in. This is edged wide of slip by Revis, and it will have the legs to go to the boundary if it just keeps on rolling. 497 for 8. We're going to have a double change, so some more thoughts, and then Jonathan Deutsch will come back into my seat, and then I'll go into yours.
Yeah, a very deft touch this time. If the searching shot out towards mid-wicket was hit with a swoosh and great contact off the middle of the bat, this latest boundary for Yorkshire was just a plant off the top of the bat and a glance down towards the third man boundary, and well, it's a quick outfield, isn't it? So there was no real stopping of that, as Yorkshire are powering on very nicely indeed towards the 500 mark. 497 for 8 as Doige is back on comms.
Cheers, Gidders. Early lunch for the man as Ollie Price continues from the Kirkstill lane end, and then is pushed on its way down to Rulofson at long on. 1 run to Steketee, who's on to 13. 498 for 8. Will they or won't they, and all of that. Price 2 for 48 off his 10. Latest delivery. He's just pushed back up the pitch by Revis. And again, no run. Nice out there. Just been down the 3rd floor balcony, having a watch from down there.
Right.
Bit of a chat. It's clearly nowhere near as warm as it was yesterday, but It's okay, as you get some sound effects of me just refueling with a bit of liquid here as this lady's price delivery is dropped into the leg side by Revis. There you go.
I think it's important that you did explain that trickling
sound. You've got
sound.
to take your water on board. So there we go. Get your fluids on board. Price is in. That's pushed up to long on by Revis. Nice straight blade. And another single. You do wonder, of course, now he's got into the 80s. There might even be no thoughts of a deck. We're just speculating because we do at stages like this.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, they may just think about it in terms of batting once.
Maybe. As Steckety steps back and cuts this out into the covers, and the ripple of applause this time is because Yorkshire have made it to 500. And of course, usually means that it's difficult to lose games from that position, but Yorkshire did lose one at Scarborough, having scored that many previously. So as Revis pushes this up to long on, they get a single. There's nothing as a done deal in the game of cricket, as we know. 501 for 8. Revis 83. Steckety on 14. Partnership so far worth 34. Unbroken for this 9th wicket.
Yeah, I'm not saying for 1 minute that this is going to happen in this game, but in general, with the speed that teams can score at now, and the fact that Yorkshire have not taken much time in scoring the 500, it of course it's a bit different when you're talking about a 5-day test versus a 4-day championship match, but it doesn't quite remove all possibility. But yeah, it's hard really to see that Gloucestershire are going to get themselves back into the game and have any sort of a chance of winning it, and from their perspective they're going to have to bat very well, pick up as many points as they can, and see where that takes them in the game. They've got to effectively shut the scoreboard out, and it's about, well, it's not about individual performances, obviously it's about the team batting performance, but at the same time it's about individuals finding some form and then lifting the group as a whole, because really it does need lifting, much as I'm sure the spirit's still there within the team. There's only so much losing you can take, really, or even drawing without having picked up a victory in the championship. 5 draws, 2 defeats there, and blast-wise, Gloucestershire nowhere near contention for finals day, towards the bottom of the group. Matt Taylor into the attack from the Howard Stand end. 23 overs, 4 for 59. In comes Taylor and bowls down the leg side. Has that touched anything? No, it hasn't. It's byes, and 4 of them. 505 for 8.
Good afternoon to Rosebery Hoppy. It says, greetings from Funchal Airport, watching the live stream while waiting for our flight.
Madeira, I think, isn't it? Funchal. Madeira.
Very good, that. Norman Eastwood, good afternoon to you. Says, hi Jonathan, if or when Yorkshire get to 450, why on earth should they declare? Why not just tell all the remaining batsmen to have a slog and get as many quick runs as possible? Well, they clearly haven't decided to pull up stumps at 450 nor at 500, so they're keeping going for now.
Taylor moves in round the wicket to bowl, and Revis turns that one off his pads past the diving mid-wicket, but there will be a fielder there to cut it off, coming around from deep square. 506 for 8. I suppose the only thing there is that sides might quite like the idea of not being bowled out, in terms of, I mean, yeah. At that stage, you'd have had 3 wickets in hand, and you might say, well, thrash with 2 of the wickets, and then don't give them the satisfaction of bowling you out.
Yeah, there's a possibility that you always can pull out when you're 8 down, so that the fielding side don't get to a third batting point. Doesn't matter, bowling point doesn't matter anymore now, does it? Because it's beyond 110 overs.
Taylor over the wicket, bowls short. Steckety helps it on its way down towards fine leg. sprawling effort from Rulofsson stops it, and it's another single. 507 for 8. In the other scores in the county championship that I didn't mention, Kent's 218 for 1 in reply to Northamptonshire's 237 all out. Tawanda Muyeye is 123 not out. That will be an innings will be worth watching. He is quite an exciting player. 14 fours, 3 sixes. Taylor bowls, worked away out towards Zafar Gohar at mid-wicket. He'll throw at the bowler's end, but they're well home. Revis on to 85. Daniel Bell-Drummond's 87 not out with him. A rare failure for Ben Compton, who is out for 4. Again, almost level with Northamptonshire and 9 wickets left in hand. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 186 by Somerset, with Matt Henry taking 6 for 59. That was in reply to Somerset's 163 all out yesterday. And Somerset at 21 without loss in their second innings, trailing by 2. So the Kookaburra ball doesn't seem to have stopped plenty of wickets from falling down at Taunton. As Taylor strikes Steketee on the pad, he then sets off hopefully for a leg bye that isn't there. Going a long way down the leg side, I would imagine. Surrey 175 for 5 now in reply to Lancashire's 274. They were wobbling a bit with Surrey, 27 for 3 and 70 for 4. Will Jacks and Sam Curran steadying the ship for the now probably pretty close to runaway title favourites. In this division, Sussex 108 for 5 in reply to Glamorgan's 242. Taylor bowls, that's short and down leg and really well taken by James Bracey down to his left. That gets a round of applause, that take. Probably one of Matt Taylor's least accurate overs of the innings there, but he's had to come back for yet another spell into his, well, it's just finished his 24th over, 508 for 8. Durham have had enough on 517 for 6. Ollie Robinson 167 not out. Kent fans must be absolutely fuming. I mean, they didn't want to let him go, but Sam Billings effectively was going to be available for the whole season. Something had to give, and it's Robinson off to Durham, and he's just scored runs by the shed load.
Good player. I keep saying this on broadcast.
Oh yeah.
Wherever he turns up against Yorkshire, he's impressed me from the first time I saw him play, and continues to do so. Zafar then, 24 overs, 2 maidens, none for 96 to continue here at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground with Tom Price at long on. Rulofsson at long off. Revis picks out Price with this first delivery, which I think he took on the full and just pushed out into the deep. There's a slip in place, so very much an in-out field. Man sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary, one on the cover boundary, mid-on and mid-off. Wicket ends and a bit wider, so more like short straight mid-wicket and short extra cover. And then men behind square on both leg and offside on the one, as Steketee steps into this one and flicks it into the leg side where Van Buren fields.
Almost looked like Peter Hartley was counting the number of fielders out there before this over.
Nice to get a bit of counting practice in, does Pete, now and again, as Steketee steps back and strikes it quite nicely, actually.
I mean, it's one thing you do at the start of a session or start of a game as an umpire. You should count the number of fielders out there.
Zafar in again, and Steketee just pushing forward, but can't make contact on this one with the bat. Just to put you in the picture that I'll be doing an update for BBC York in about 5, so you won't be able to hear the cue. So I'll probably do one of those really rude things like sticking the hand out when it's time to talk. Zafar in again, and nice use of feet this time from Mark Steketee, who pushes up to long off for a single. He sort of fits that bill of a tail-end Aussie batsman who can hold the bat pretty well by the looks of things. 16 to him, 5-10 for 8. Zafar in again, round the wicket to Revis. Another lovely languid push up to long off for another single. So they're keeping it ticking here. Doesn't look like a pre-lunch deck and have a little dart at them this time, so on.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. Continuing the Div 2 scores, one that I didn't mention, Worcestershire taking on Derbyshire. Worcestershire 237 all out. Anuj Dal 5 for 45. He's been injured, but looks to have come back from injury well. Conor McCurr is on his about 10th county this season, I think, playing for Derbyshire this time around, taking a couple of wickets. And Derbyshire won 46 for 3 in reply, trailing by 91. Wayne Madsen and Leos Duploy at the crease. In comes Taylor from the Howard stand end, bowling to Revis, who's driving up to mid-on. Brought the fielders in there now. And so there is no run. World Cup qualifiers still going on out in Zimbabwe. 2 teams can make it to the 50 over World Cup later on this season, and Zimbabwe have scored 408 for 6 against the United States. And the United States are 17 for 3 in reply.
19, sorry. 19. Come on.
19?
Make it up to date, please.
Oh, 19 for 3. Oh. Well, I can't, as that's come off the thigh pad into the leg side for no run. I can't actually say which outlet it is that's behind, because that would be less than ideal given the outlet I'm commentating on.
The BBC?
I couldn't possibly say.
The BBC then?
I couldn't give any indication either way. Pardon me, I said it was a dot ball. It did take a leg bye off that. 512 for 8. Taylor bowls full, driven firmly by Steckety through wide mid-off. This is going out towards a long corner of the ground, and Dent is very fast and will haul it in. He sends in the throw from the floor. He falls over backwards, but even that can't prevent 3.
Yeah, he never felt like he'd properly got hold of it, did he? He placed it nicely enough, but clearly didn't middle it, or else that would have gone all the way, because he seemed to put a fair bit into it. Has got a couple of first-class half-centuries to his name, Mark Steckety.
Yeah, I've watched him bat in the Big Bash, but it's not really always
Great
the
indicator
greatest.
for county championship cricket.
No. Watching a tail-ender try and slog it in Big Bash cricket, very different to batting in first-class cricket, as Revis, with the angle, works it to mid-wicket, no run.
I was just interested to see who played for the United States of America.
Okay.
Batting at number 1 was Roosevelt.
Tell me you're searching around for other presidents' names now.
John Wayne at 2.
Oh, right. He's not got the greatest batting technique, has he? Taylor in, very full. Revis just blocks it away out to mid-on. That's another dot.
Yeah, Rocky Marciano at 3. His forward defence might pack a bit of a punch.
Hey.
Sorry. I think we'll stop it there.
Right. Well, those must be the 3 out then. Yes, fair to say a rather one-sided game there. And the West Indies 374 for 6 against the Netherlands. That's actually quite an important game, that one. As Taylor bowls very full, looking for a quick single, wide of mid-off, well judged. Placed it between the fielder at extra cover and a fielder at mid-off, and will keep the strike for the next over. 89 to him now, 516 for 8. As far as the sort of second stage of the comp goes, that Netherlands-West Indies matches is very important, because the West Indies have lost to Zimbabwe, and they'll carry that loss over into the Super 6 stage. So if the West Indies were to lose that game to the Netherlands, then I think basically they'd have to win all their remaining games, and probably need to win them well. Can you imagine a World Cup without the West Indies in? It's not
cricket,
nice.
is it?
It's not nice, is it?
Just going to be getting put into bat on this update any time now, as Zaffa bowls the first ball of the 121st over of this Yorkshire first innings. 516 for 8. That was one that did offer some turn away from Revis. It was a dot. And Rev waits for his latest delivery, right over the top of that, flicks it into the leg side for Van Buren to do the fielding. Within 15 minutes of the lunch break, for those who weren't with us earlier, and if not, hope you brought yourself a note from your parents. Tea will be taken at 3:40, and that's fixed on day 2. They're making up a couple of overs from yesterday, as Revis lays his bat on this one nicely and just strokes it on its way to long off. He's on to 90. And that draws warm applause for the 50 partnership for this 9th wicket. Steckity back on strike on 19. Stand by for an update. Yeah, it's been a good morning for Yorkshire, who've just brought up the 50 partnership for the 9th wicket here between Aussie Mark Steckity, who's on loan at the club for the first of his matches in this game against Gloucestershire. He's 19 not out, but more pertinently, Matthew Revis, who had his highest first-class score, made a third first-class half-century a little earlier today. He is on 90 not out at the moment. Who knows whether these 90s will be nervous for him or not. He's been there plenty of times as a younger player before, but this will feel like it's a big deal for him in this form of the game. Yorkshire 518 for 8 this morning. They've lost 2 wickets from their position of 393 for 6 that they were overnight. Matthew Fisher was caught behind by James Bracey off Matt Taylor for 8 from 14 deliveries. That was fairly early on. They have changed the ball at one stage at Gloucestershire, and after that taken the wicket of Dominic Leach, who did a really good job going out there at number 9, caught by Miles Hammond though off the bowling of Ollie Price for 32 from the 56 deliveries that he faced. So things shaping up nicely. Yorkshire have got maximum batting points, 5 of them. Gloucestershire with 2 bowling points to the name. No more bonus points can be taken in the game because we're past the 110 over mark, and in fact, after 121 complete overs in Yorkshire's first innings, they are 518 for 8.
So, Taylor still looking for the 5-wicket haul. He's not going to get it here either because the ball's turned off the pads and down to fine leg for 4 leg byes. So 522 for 8. Maybe a little bit of swing actually there from Taylor, but all it did was take the ball even further down the leg side and 4 more runs to the extras column. 36 extras. Doesn't look to me as though, well, certainly not at this stage, Tom Price isn't going to bowl this morning. He's been dealing with a back issue. I think it's fairly clear that it has been hampering him. Taylor bowls, that one doesn't get up very much, and Steckity drives well over the top of it. Now, he is a tall man, and he is a lower order player, so may have exaggerated things a little bit, but did seem to shoot a little bit lower than we've seen any ball do other than that.
Doing all sorts on day 2 now.
There you go.
Just it's started to break up.
Rubbing the palms. Evil laugh coming soon. Taylor approaches. He's to the crease and he bowls, and a cut and a miss from Steckity. Don't think that
definitely
was...
kept low, that one. Oh, yeah.
Just played a cut shot to a ball that was quite full, I thought, that time, but we'll see. Well, he's actually swiped underneath it. Swiped underneath it. It was obviously put off by the low bounce from the previous ball.
Big concerns here for Gloucestershire now, having to go out and bat this
What do you
afternoon.
mean, other than just the fact that there are 522 runs on the board? If they needed any more concerns. Taylor running into bowl. He's there now. Steckity turns it off his pads down to deep backward square. Rulofsson fields 1 more run to the total, 21 to Steckity.
I think Yorkshire would very much be prepared for the grind here, given that it is this Kookaburra ball that's not going to do so much after 15 overs, if Dizzy is to be believed from his comments yesterday, and he's bowled with it plenty of times. So got to get some work in early, haven't they? Do some damage at the top of the order would be the ideal. Clearly other wickets have been taken after that point.
Here's Taylor continuing and bowling, And Revis leaves this one alone outside the off stump. I haven't seen many leaves recently. It's almost turning into kind of Ben Duckett batting out there.
Yeah, you think, in view of what I've just been saying, it's going to be hard work, isn't it? Pushing for victory for either team, given the flat pitch and the ball. So you're really finding out what 4-day cricket is all about out there as an experience. Some of the players obviously never experienced this before.
Yeah. On
Particularly
the
the
other
bowlers.
hand, I guess there was that article from the Yorkshire website, an interview with Matthew Fisher, as that's thudded on the bounce back to Matt Taylor by Revis. No run to complete the over. And Fisher, I think we're saying, almost preferred bowling with a Kookaburra ball to the Duke's ball, which I think he acknowledged that he was going to be the outlier.
I'll look forward to my interview with him at the end of the day then.
Yeah, well, given what he's done, given what he's done every time he's bowled against Gloucestershire.
Well, yeah, actually, he's got a great record, hasn't he, against Gloucestershire. Top spell at Bristol at the start of last season, then
something like 4 for 23, I think it was. Even
couldn't
from
bowl in
memory.
the second innings, either not at all or not very much, could he? And then did some damage again back here in September.
Yeah, again another 4 for in the first innings there. Yeah, and Dan Moriarty as well has been a villain of the piece before against Gloucestershire.
We'll see how he goes. If he gets his opportunity, though, it's 8 down. Still to see Dan Moriarty figure in the match so far. And we're 9 on lunch on day 2. Zaffer's going to bowl here from the Kirkstall lane end, but there's a bit of a delay while he and Graham Van Buren sort out the field. And there's been a slight change of plan. And so a move out there in the distance from the player who was on the boundary edge, coming in, saving 2 effectively, backward of square leg. Van Buren has placed himself on the wicket ends at a short straight mid-wicket, and Tom Price is out down beneath our feet at long on, coming into play here as Steckety pushes the first ball of the over up in that direction. Still a slip in place, backward point on the 1, sweeper out of the cover on the boundary. Miles Hammond is was catching, because that's now changed for Revis. Or is he again? No, he was going to move and then he's going back to where he came from. Some certain indecision in the field placings here. There's also a man at short extra cover. And Revis has just punched this lettuce delivery up to the incoming Tom Price. 91 for Revis, 22 for Steckety, 5.25 for 8. The other change in the field was the man who had been brought in saving 2 has now gone out about 5 metres in from the boundary to deep backward square come long leg. Another single to Steckety, which he's pushed out into the covers. And if you were going to be critical of Zaffer's bowling, and I think you've got to be really, 27th over, 104, not taking a wicket yet. He's in now and bowls full, and that's driven down the ground by Revis for 1 run. If you're going to be critical of it, I think you'd have to say that there's been some indecision. You do wonder at times what he's trying to achieve there, and deliveries both sides of the wicket, particularly a lot leg stumpish that have gone. So this latest delivery is round about leg stump. A little bit of turn by the looks of things, but pushed by Steckety up to Price again. And if you're bowling at one area, when the ball's been driven down the ground or whatever, if that's your plan, then that's alright. But it's been going in various directions, hasn't it? So a bit 2 sides of the wicket, with a leaning more than anything towards the leg side.
Yeah, he hasn't actually done much of this either. He's just coming over the wicket now. I mean, there's not really much in terms of footmarks to bowl at, but yeah, I mean, other than trying to land the ball on the same spot, which he hasn't really been able to do, hasn't really had much answers.
And there you go, dragged his first one down the leg side again, hands on his head. But if he's aiming for those footmarks, I mean, they're well outside leg stump. Matthew Revis can just stick his pad there all day if he wants to. He's, as it turns out, flicked it into the leg side for 1 run. 93 to him now. It's the end of the 123rd. 5 minutes before the lunch break, Yorkshire 529 for 8.
So, does Revis have to get his 100 before the lunch break? Or do they come back out after it? I mean,
don't even know if that's what they're waiting for.
No, I mean, at this point...
Might be just happy to keep going.
Yeah, well, that seems to be the way things are going, and effectively, if Gloucestershire are already moving towards taking time out of the game, then in some ways they set the field back and allow Revis only to get there in singles, which would take them past that lunch break. So we'll get 2 more overs in.
Lindsay O'Regan has emailed in. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com on the subject of declarations. More in a mo.
Taylor bowls round the wicket to Revis, who's in behind that one, playing solidly enough, but he won't get a run as Van Buren fields at mid-on.
Lindsay says, on the subject of declarations, may I just say that the boldest captains tend to be sitting in the commentary box. It's easier to score runs in the first rather than the second innings, so get as many as you can. Based on the unknown potency of Yorkshire's bowling attack, I wouldn't be declaring this side of 600, he says.
Yeah, which is fair. Yeah, absolutely. And I certainly get the point about we do tend in the commentary box to be more aggressive in our declaration estimates than potentially you might be if you were involved in the playing or coaching setup. As Revis drives firmly down the ground, Matt Taylor tries to deflect it onto the stumps. Don't know that he would have got Steckety anyway, and ends up deflecting it to Van Buren at mid-on. So that is another dot ball. And you've got the argument of you've got a side who clearly, I mean, the fielding hasn't dropped, but they're going to be flagging mentally out there after another game in the last couple of years where they've had a huge first innings score piled up against them. They're going to be carrying a lot of baggage with them from last year, where that happened so many times, and even a couple of times this year. Taylor in, bowls driven slightly uppishly by Revis, and stopped well in the end at extra cover by Hammond. He was thinking about getting up quickly for a throw, but Revis was quick enough to the non-striker's end and moves on to 94, 530 for 8. So there is the school of thought of, well, keep him out there for as long as possible and tire him out, and hopefully that bears its fruits in Gloucestershire's batting innings. I wonder if they're just trying to slow things down a little bit now to make sure that this is the last over before lunch.
I think pretty obvious that they're doing that, isn't it?
I'm not sure it's going to work either, though. I think they've started this whole thing a bit too late. Taylor bowls the 4th ball of the over, and Steckety, the last moment, brings the bat down to clip it through square leg for 1.
12:59 on the clock. 2 balls to go. I think we know it's lunch coming up.
If it is going to work, actually, after all. Yeah, it's funny though, because you race through so many overs in the last kind of half hour, 45 minutes or so, and now all of a sudden it's, oh, hang on, better not get through too many.
I suppose just in case, I better take this delivery. So Taylor from the Howard stand end, Matthew Revis within 1 stroke of a first class 100. Then comes Taylor, left arm over the wicket. It's full, and that was a bit of a missed opportunity really, because he took it on the full toss and hit it straight to mid-on, and he managed to divert it a few yards wide of him. Inevitably would have seen that at least making the boundary for 4.
On the other hand, if he had just bunted it straight to Van Buren, it would have been less than ideal.
So final ball of the session. Taylor in, and Revis waits and is solidly behind it, pushing to mid-on. He will have to wait if he's going to score a first class 100 until the other side of the lunch break, because at that, Yorkshire have made it to 531 for 8 with Revis on 94, Steckerty on 25. Partnership thus far for the 9th wicket worth 64 runs. Yorkshire with 5 points to their name and Gloucestershire with 2. And it's been another Yorkshire morning, really.
Yeah, been real toil in the field for Gloucestershire. I don't think you would necessarily have said that about yesterday, even though Yorkshire were bang on top at 395 for 6, and they got one early wicket, getting rid of Matthew Fisher with only 1 run on the board, last ball of the first over of the morning. But this has been the first session where I think I've really felt as though, you know, that the belief in terms of taking wickets just completely ebbed away, and all credit to Yorkshire for doing that. But always felt as though Gloucestershire were, you know, were just still keeping themselves there and thereabouts yesterday, but it certainly hasn't felt like that this morning. It's really just been a matter of how many runs do Yorkshire want to get, and it feels as though they're basically going to get them. It's been 5 50-plus partnerships now in this innings, and in many cases much more than that. There's, other than Adam Lyth and Shan Masood, who were out in fairly quick succession, there's always been, well, I say fairly quick, I mean 2 wickets in 3 balls, but there's always been the ability to build partnerships. You know, there's just rarely been that really consistent threat, and especially not from both ends in terms of the Gloucestershire bowling. And really Yorkshire have had their own way, and certainly have this morning.
Yep, so there we go, off for lunch. We'll do the same. You might hear me doing an update for BBC Radio Humberside in a few minutes' time, but otherwise we shall be back at 1:40. Yeah, good morning for Yorkshire. They added a further 138 runs this morning for the loss of just 2 wickets. Matthew Fisher out for 8, Dom Leach for his highest first-class score of 32, and Matthew Revis at the lunch break has his highest first-class score of 94 not out, so 100 in sight. Steckerty on 25. They've got maximum batting points of 5 to Gloucestershire's 2, And it's just a matter of, will they continue until the end of this innings runs its natural course, or will they think about a declaration? We'll see, but at lunch they're 531 for 8.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time for some lunchtime scores from around the Derby County Championship, starting in Division 1. Warwickshire are 28 for 2, replying to Essex's first innings total of 457. Meanwhile, Hampshire are 383 for 7 against Middlesex, who are yet to bat. Kent are going well, they're 264 for 1, replying to Northamptonshire's first innings total of 237. Meanwhile, Somerset are 43 for 2 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire, and Somerset lead by 20. Finally, in Division 1, Surrey are 215 for 7, replying to Lancashire's first innings total of 274. Moving into Division 2, Sussex are 120 for 5, replying to Glamorgan's first innings total of 242. Gloucestershire are 41 without loss, replying to Durham's first innings total of 517 for 6 declared. And finally, Derbyshire are 164 for 3, replying to Worcestershire's first innings total of 237. And just to let you know that Australia women won the Ashes Test at Trent Bridge earlier by 89 runs. Ashley Gardner finishing with second innings figures of 8 for 66. And finally, just an update from the second 11 fixture at Wheatwood, the championship game. Derbyshire at lunch are 98 for 2.
Welcome back then from Headingley for session 2 on day 2 of this Yorkshire versus Gloucestershire Championship Division 2 match. Yorkshire 531 for 8 at lunch, Revis 94. Steckety is 25 not out. Suggestions that Yorkshire might have batted on too long and may have declared half an hour or so before lunch. But we'll see how things pan out. Revis is 94 not out, and at the non-striking end here, as it's going to be Zaman Akhtar who will kick things off for the session from the Kirkstall Lane end. Mark Steckety on strike on 25 not out. Ed Giddins of BBC Radio Bristol, myself Jonathan Doidge of BBC Radio Leeds, and Andy Giddins, BBC Radio Sheffield, alongside for this first little bit. First half hour or so, we'll see. We might not have a full half hour to do it before they walk off and have a couple of hours break, and we see Gloucestershire bat for a bit.
Well, that's the quandary, isn't it? Do they wait to see Revis get a century?
In comes Akhtar then. Outside edge on this one from Steckety out towards point. No run. 46 minutes of batting now, then either side of lunch for Steckety. There's been some handy partnerships, hasn't there, late on in this Yorkshire innings. The tail certainly has wagged, which I think reinforces the fact that this has looked a good pitch throughout, and of course that lesser effective penetration from the Kookaburra ball after the early use of it. Good delivery this time though, shaping in towards Steckety, who's rooted to the crease in dropping that down by his feet. No run.
I wonder if the top order batsmen at Yorkshire are wondering what might have been, because they're the ones that have proven the greater cause for concern so far, not just in this match but by and large throughout the course of the season.
Here's Akhtar, flicked into the leg side by Steckety. This one, no run. Adam Lyth 14 here. Shan Masood without scoring was back in the changing room. And David Milan 28. Well, certainly no issues with David Milan's performances as a general comment this season.
No, and the blast has been excellent. Frankly, by and large, the only one at the top of the order.
Yeah, been tough work to get some consistency among the other players in that competition. Back in that one, of course, on Friday night over at Old Trafford for the final group game, possibly final game of the campaign, as Akhtar, back in red ball cricket, bowls a short one. Steckety, a slightly mistimed pull, but still gets a single for it.
Yes, it could be a night of abacus looking for you guys at Old Trafford, couldn't it? Depending on what happens. Again.
Yeah, well, last year, of course, they looked like they were going to get through, then didn't, and then did, because of the Aaron Lilly disciplinary and the points deduction for Leicestershire. Akhtar in and ducking well underneath that ball. Matthew Revis, the over rate here, an impressive +4. How often do you see that? Not very. So there you go. If you got points for over rate, Ed, for Gloucestershire, you'd probably have another one on that bonus point column now. You can get it up to 4. At any point during your innings, you get a bonus point.
Are you affording Ed the clutching at straws way out here?
You know it. Here's Akhtar coming into bowl to Revis. Ooh, cannons that one into his own pads. He's going to take on the single because Steckety was keen to go with him. And that takes Matthew Revis on to 95. That's a pretty good over from Akhtar on his return at the Kirkstall Lane end. 533 for 8.
Yeah, because we were getting towards lunch, weren't we? And they just felt as if there was a mental downing of tools from Gloucestershire. There a little bit of zip went both mentally and physically. It looked very comfortable for the Yorkshire batsmen. Clearly, the break has re-energised them a little bit. So there's a bit more zip so far.
Yeah, it's going to be Zafar at the Kirkstall, at the Howard stand then, I should say. Those of you maybe out there maybe more familiar with it as a football stand end of the ground, of course, is its long-term name. Long on, long off go out. Mid wickets on the boundary. There is a long leg really rather than deep backward square here. as Revis pushes this first delivery of the over from Zaffer up to long off. Picks up another single. He's within a boundary of 100 here. There's also a slip in place, backward point, a sweeper out, square on the offside, extra cover. Van Buren just bringing up his long on. Long off has also come up as well. Probably about 15 to 20 yards from the Howard Stand boundary. Long off has come into a more regulation mid on. And Steketty's gone. Zaffer drawing him out of his crease there, and he's tried to waft that one away through the leg side, and a very, very simple stumping opportunity for James Bracey, and Yorkshire have lost the 9th. 534 for 9. Steketty gone for 26.
Yeah, just a rush of blood to the head. We've seen quite a bit of that recently, not just in county cricket, but of course with England in the Ashes too. I suppose you get to a stage where you just think, well, there have been opportunities, there have been balls which might have been, and just a misstep as Steketty takes off his helmet and walks directly beneath us here to get ready to presumably not have too long to wait before he's going to get back out there. But we shall see on that. A lot of talk this morning all about declarations and what should be done and when. It's polarised opinion that Moriarty's going to get the chance to show what he can do with the bat before he can get the opportunity to show what he can do with the ball. 534 for 9. I think are we kind of both in agreement, or perhaps all in agreement, that we thought that the declaration might have come before. The method presumably now would then be in the hope of bowling Gloucestershire out twice, because you keep having to bear in mind the weather, which isn't as good tomorrow as it is today.
Yep, that may come into play, but as we've seen, there's that theory as well that you can't play. The weather forecasts do change. Of course, Yorkshire missed out on a winning opportunity down at Sussex earlier this season because of that rain on the final day when they only needed 60 odd runs to win, 7 wickets left. But that might have changed, and there were one or two people saying no, they need to, have a crack at this on the Saturday night because the forecast's not great for tomorrow. But if you do that in that situation, and you'd lost 2 or 3 more wickets and you were down to the tail, and then the weather's not as bad on the final day as you think, you could be looking at a different result. Some people though said they should have been bold and tried it and risked losing to try and win, and that's something that Dizzy was talking about, wasn't he, on commentary yesterday.
This is a debate that will always split opinion, and it usually, hindsight is the starting point for any argument.
Yeah, very true. So Moriarty, left-handed, out there for his first innings for Yorkshire, 24 years of age. First time we've seen him in a Yorkshire shirt, he said in inverted commas. Born in Reigate in Surrey. Main job of course here is to come and bowl left arm spin. He's playing in his 10th first class match. This will be his 16th first class, his 11th first class innings. He scored 58 first class runs to date. Matthew Revis will be rather hoping that he hangs on just for a little bit longer, and I'm sure raised his eyebrows with that Steketty dismissal. Moriarty just drops his first delivery into the leg side, and here comes Zaffer, left arm over the wicket. Moriarty just pushing that one out towards point. Highest first class score of 29 for Dan Moriarty. Just a matter of a few minutes really. Matthew Revis might be able to get across the line for his 3-figure score. Moriarty walks across and drops one off into the offside this time. Van Buren looked like he might have been asking cover to move in closer, but he's asked him to go back. And Point has now dropped out backward thereof, and he's probably 5 yards or so in from the boundary. Going on towards third man now as Zaffer's final delivery is safely negotiated by Moriarty. Applause for both the bowler for his first wicket of the match. 1 for 108 from 28 overs and 2 balls, and I think also applause for Dan Moriarty for giving Matthew Revis a chance here.
And that represented a change within the over, pushing the fielders slightly back out wide. They initially put out a field to try and squeeze Moriarty. You know, there was a short leg in there, players close in, but he pulled off some good defensive shots, looked relatively sound, and rather than conceding any unwanted opportunities, hence the change in field. But we shall see what happens now with Revis.
So here's Actor to Revis. It's up there to drive and driven, but can't get it past cover.
You just wonder whether it's nervous 90s or just going for it right now, given the fact that he is in the rarefied position of approaching a century for the first time.
Yeah, I dare say there might be just a few nerves. It could be more nervy, couldn't it? It could be doing all sorts out there and starting to move around a bit, that sort of thing, but not quite as nervy as it might have been as he drives this into the offside. Van Buren's going to deny him again. That had the legs to get to the boundary. But the Gloucestershire skipper has reeled it in for the concession of just the 1 run.
Sliding in like a football sliding tackle out there towards mid-wicket. Just a final quick conversation. Tap of the gloves between the two batsmen as Moriarty goes back on strike.
Yeah, Rev in his Yorkshire accent saying to Queenslander, not Queenslander, sorry, the Surrey man, I should say. Don't get thyself out here, lad.
It depends on his Australian accent. We've had that discussion already.
Because Matthew Revis does speak like that.
Does he?
Aye, don't get this out, lad.
Right, like Harry Enfield did, maybe.
Yeah. Aye, Upton, if they get that's an out, I might feel back of my hand in the changing room. Or maybe not.
Maybe not.
Not a violent man, Matthew Revis, to my knowledge. 3 slips in place. Dan Moriarty is on strike. Actor around the wicket to Moriarty. It was a little fiddle at this one, outside off stump.
It was a tempter, wasn't it? It was a tempter, but he just had the presence of mind to let it go in the end.
Played a glorious leave after it had gone past, didn't he?
He did, yeah. One for the cameras. Knew what he was doing from start to finish.
Never in doubt. Always leaving that.
Well, if he is a hard case as a picture that you painted him, then it was a great shot.
Actor in, and Moriarty solidly behind this one. Go on then, Ed, where's this one coming in from?
Oh, the mobile phones come out.
Passing aviation.
Where's it come from? It sounds quite loud. I'd quite like to know where it's going. If it's not going out to Yeardon right now, that does sound quite loud. Goodness me, that's as close as any have got this morning, or in the early part of the afternoon here at Headingley.
Malaga.
Nice.
Actor in, and Moriarty with a solid push back to the bowler. Again, no run, no sunshine here at the moment for those who can't see the pictures. But it wouldn't be so far away. Plenty of blue sky overhead and a few large white fluffy clouds. Still pretty breezy, as we can see over on the trees at the back of the western terrace. Plenty of movement among those branches. And the players' clothing out there flapping around in the breeze as Actor over the wicket now to Moriarty, and he successfully keeps that one out. So Matthew Revis will get another opportunity to try and get these final 3 runs to tick off the ton. 535 for 9 from 127 overs. Gloucestershire must be sick and tired at the moment of being out there in the field.
Well, that over rate hasn't changed much, has it, in terms of its speed? Still up. Credit in the bank for later. We are intending to finish at just after 6 o'clock today. But 535 for 9. Only academic thoughts of declarations so far. I'm sure you've all got your theories. Even those suggesting that, well, maybe 600. It seems a little excessive to me. Maybe it will be Revis century and declare, but we'll find out.
Zaffer round the wicket First delivery, wide of off stump with a little bit of turn away from the right-handed Revis, who is happy to watch that one go by. Deep mid on, deep mid off, waiting perhaps for a mistimed hit over the top. He's tried the sweep, he's got it aerial out towards mid-wicket. Oh, it's dropped just short. And Dan Moriarty was so keen for the run that he was almost shaking hands with Matthew Revis, and he basically run two to get back to the non-striking end there. Rev, don't know whether he just was never going to take the single because it was only a single, or whether it was one of those where he was ball watching because he thought he might be out, but either way he's at the striking end still. Zaffer into Revis, steps back and cuts this one out to the sweeper in the covers to take him to 98 and expose Dan Moriarty once again to the bowling of Zaffer.
It was quite a good thing that the fielder on the boundary didn't take the gamble and think, I might be able to get there, because it didn't bounce too far away from him, did it, ultimately? And had he have been
awake,
awake, 15, I was going to be a little bit politer, but if you're going to say it like that, yeah, awake and 15 yards or so further in field, then he might have caught that.
Zaffer switching back to over the wicket then to the left-handed Moriarty. Short leg in place now as well. Moriarty just eases that one into the leg side. And there's no run. Bottle things up here as far as the field places are concerned. Several in catching positions, even with a couple of paces of walking in as Moriarty pushes another one into the offside. No run. The Speckies are well and truly lunched and back in.
Sunbathing time.
Yeah. Very nice afternoon here.
Side of the ground looks drenched.
Zaffer in again, and Moriarty once again keeps that out. We could be here for a little while yet if it's one and over, and then watching the tail ender just block it back. Revis too short of a ton. 5.36 for 9.
I get the impression you're like a coiled spring wanting Yorkshire to get a move on here.
Well, I mean, there's an understandable element to the Matthew Revis side of things here. I think we'd all be pretty similar, wouldn't we? Unless there was a clear objective to play for, and that may have been discussed in the changing room, if there was a target to get or whatever it might be. But in this case, it's still relatively early on in the match. He's got another chance here. 536 for 9 then. And it's Actor coming in from the Kirkstall lane end to bowl to Revis, who takes this one from the crease and drops it into the leg side. It's not going to be from that delivery. There's one slip in place who's fairly wide. Feels like he's more like about a slip and a half away from James Bracey. Would be tighter if there were more in the cordon. Third man, fine leg, deep backward square, straight mid wicket, short extra cover, mid on, mid off, and a sweeper squarish on the offside as Actor makes his way in the Headingley sunshine, and Revis gets this one off the legs. Is this going to be the moment? No. Peter Hartley raises his knee and signals that is for leg byes.
There was quite the ripple of applause though from the stand initially, wasn't there? 540 for 9. Well, Gloucestershire are continuing to toil to Yorkshire's benefit.
Here's Actor then. Ball number 3 of this 129th over. Wide of off stump. Revis walks across and then shoulders arms. Definitely does not want to give this away. I think that's pretty clear out there. Spectators, there'll be a bit of excitement. Not often you see 3 Centurions in the same innings. It's been done before in relatively recent times by the Yorkies, but usually means what it said on the scoreboard here, a good score. Actor in. Revis just groping for this one wide of off stump. No foot movement. The ball didn't appear to bounce true. And another dot.
We're definitely in the realms of the nervous 90s now, aren't we? It looks like it as well. There's a little bit more of a jumpiness about Revis at the crease. He wants to get this done and out the way, whether it means a declaration point or not.
Here's Actor in again. It's wide of off stump, and he's cut that one away backward of point. He'd been hoping for a little fumble or a misfield, but then it didn't look to be ever a thought in their minds of a second, and he's on to 99. Had a nice one of those at Chesterfield the other week, as I think I might mention yesterday. Huge 99, courtesy of Yorkshire lad. It's a long way up to the con box here to bring one now.
It's just dawned on me you meant ice cream. Yeah.
Never had a 99 as a player.
I don't know why I needed to qualify that, but yeah.
3 slips in place, Moriarty on strike, Actor round the wicket, and Moriarty opens the face and runs it out to point. That was the final ball of the over, which he has safely negotiated. And there's no run.
Well, that was another day in which we saw a lot of batting, wasn't it, down at Queen's Park. The T20 match was an altogether different story. Talk of beating the weather in not a good way.
Yeah. At least said. Etc. You can get in touch with us, folks, by the way, at Jonathan Doidge, at EdCricket6. What's your
at SportGids1.
At SportGids1. There we go. And BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. So, will it be this moment, Matthew Revis? They've brought in long on and long off to not give him the easy single down the ground, make it hit him over the top. Sweeper out mid-wicket, but everybody else trying to save the one. Zaffer round the wicket to Revis, who pushes back to the bowler. No run. And absolutely right by Gloucestershire as well. Why wouldn't you? Zaffer in again. It's a good length delivery. That's it. Matthew Revis has a first-class century. He clenches his fist and removes his helmet to celebrate and thank all those who are applauding him out there in the middle, because that's been a super knock. We've always known he's had it in him. Yorkshire put him up the top of the order to start with, of course, as a 19-year-old. And the boundary that he's just hit through extra cover means he's 103 not out from 162 balls, 192 minutes, 10 fours and 1 6. And he's largely played with a composure and an assurance. Shots all around the ground, particularly strong down it. And he'll be feeling really good about life right this moment in time as he cuts one out to the cover sweeper for another single.
Well, it's been fantastic to see it unfold, hasn't it? This in the remainder of this morning and at the start of the afternoon session. He's been aided very well indeed by those at the slightly lower order, but he is going to be absolutely flying now, isn't he? And well, and I know it's been a constant theme, but with all of the troubles swirling around Yorkshire, one of the things that you have to say is a definite positive is the 2 or 3 players that they've got that are of extreme potential, and Revis is one of them.
As Moriarty pushes out into the offside, and there's no run. He's certainly got something to bowl at here, Dan Moriarty, when he gets his opportunity. Plenty of runs on the board. 546 to be precise, 546 for 9, and he comes down the track and he's driven this one straight back past Zaffer. Struck it very, very firmly indeed, along the carpet all the way to get himself off the mark. And Yorkshire to 550 for 9.
Well, it was a shot as soon as it was hit, right off the front of the bat, and that was hit with some zip, wasn't it? With real pace down towards the long on boundary. This one a little defter as it's turned into the onside here, and applause all round as there is a fist pump. And Matthew Revis, first class century, and that is that.
Yep, declaration time. It has come then at 550 for the loss of 9 wickets. They've seen enough, and so at 3 minutes past 2 p.m. on day 2, Yorkshire are going to try now to put Gloucestershire under some pressure, and Matthew Revis making his way off the field to warm applause here at Headingley. A first first class 100, undefeated as well, leaving the field of play with Dan Moriarty. And Gloucestershire then will be under some pressure shortly with the ball from a Yorkshire point of view. Finishes 104 not out from 163 deliveries, 10 fours and 1 6, and batted for what, 3 hours and a quarter out there. And it's just going to give him that lift now that, you know, you need to know you can do it, and he knows he can do it. Everybody knows he's done that at lower levels of the game, but to get your first class ton, to go with what he's been able to show us with the ball in the last 2 or 3 seasons as well, tremendous achievement.
Well, it's a marker point in his career, isn't it? Just 21 years old, and to think that his previous highest score at this standard of cricket was 53. And the manner in which he's gone about it, he's looked confident right from the off this morning. Initially getting quite a bit of joy down towards the third man boundary, but after all of that, hitting through mid wicket with joyful regularity. And he's really helped take this Yorkshire innings on, well, not just with the century, but up to 104. And if you think what else has happened in the confines of this match with Hill, with the bat too as well, 3 centuries as the match goes on, 550 for 9. You just hope that with Yorkshire and all of the doom and gloom, and even to a certain extent the relatively damp squib end that may well materialise itself in the T20 blast, that in the Championship they can just get that resounding win. They've been unlucky at times with the weather, they've performed poorly, and had a couple of near misses along the way, even to the extent where there was a bit of concern at one stage in the Championship match against Derbyshire down at Queen's Park. So if they can get a big strong victory, batting points already bagged, it will just increase people's optimism for the remainder of the season in the different formats.
It would do. We shall see how that one plays out, but that is the end of it just for the moment. The Gloucestershire bowling figures, well, Tom Price 14 overs, 1 maiden, none for 70. Matt Taylor 27 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 70 in his case, and there's no knocking the job that he's done for his team out there, I don't think. Zaman Akhtar 28 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 101. Zafar 30 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 118. Ben Charlesworth 1 for 70 from 11. Ollie Price 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 51. And Graham Van Buren 9 overs, none for 42. That cleans all of that up with the fact that there were 9 byes, 19 leg byes and 12 no balls. Yorkshire 550 for 9 declared in 130 overs. They'll be back out there in the field shortly. Gloucestershire have got a lot of work to do with the bat. We'll take a short break.
Sean Masood leading out Yorkshire. Chris Dent and Ben Charlesworth opening the batting for Gloucestershire. Opening the bowling for Yorkshire this afternoon from the Kirkstall Lane end, Matthew Fisher.
Welcome back from Headingley for the Gloucestershire first innings. Ben Charlesworth and Chris Dent out there in the middle. It's Charlesworth on strike and Matthew Fisher to bowl the first ball of it from the Kirkstall Lane end. There's a bit of pace about that. Early doors, we didn't have you on there at the end of the Yorkshire innings, Ed, much to your delight, but just sum up that first Yorkshire innings from a Gloucestershire point of view with the ball.
Yeah, well, I think I can sum it up like this. Thank goodness it's over. You know, what else can you do but try and get off the field and get batting when it comes to that sort of point? But yeah, Yorkshire have ground Gloucestershire's noses, isn't it? Or rubbed their noses in, I should say.
Fisher in again, and that's wide of Charlesworth off stump, and there's no run. Well, they haven't done that just yet, because I think they declared at 5:50. I think rubbing noses in it probably means a few wickets, doesn't it? And that really does then ram home what you just achieved with the bat.
Yeah, I mean, I was meaning more in terms of just being out in the field for another extended period of time. And to be honest, this is only a tiddler compared with some of the innings that Gloucestershire had inflicted upon them last year. I think Lancashire had them out in the field for about 160, that sort of area.
Yeah, Fisher in, and that's off the legs of Charlesworth, and there's no run. But
it's the fact that Yorkshire were able to score so quickly as well. I think you sort of wonder, like 160 overs in the field, but where you have quite a long time where you're actually you have things under control, versus 130 overs where you're constantly chasing leather. I mean, you know, which has the worst effect on you?
Yeah, here's Fisher then, wide of off stump again, and once more no run. But immediately, you've only seen 4 balls there from Matthew Fisher, but they feel like the quickest 4 deliveries of the match so far.
Yeah, well, there's certainly plenty of carry. I think you can see Tattersall's already standing a little bit further back than James Bracey was, even for Zaman Akhtar early on. Doesn't seem to be a massive amount of movement yet, but we are only 4 balls in.
Here he comes again then, Fish, and this one is better aimed, played with soft hands down towards gully, not reeled in cleanly there by Dan Moriarty, and so they've got off the mark with a single to Ben Charlesworth.
And they like to alternate these two in terms of, well, I say these two, I mean, actually I think it's Chris Dent who likes to alternate in terms of who takes the first and second balls, because Marcus Harris alternated as well. So Charlesworth's turn. He's made an 87 against Derbyshire and 71 against Durham, both in the first innings of those matches since coming back into the Championship side, missing the first 3 games of the season.
Fisher then to Dent, leg side-ish, Fish puts the arm up in the air as if there might have been a little tickle, but there's no excitement. It's the end of the first over. 1 without loss, Gloucestershire. Well, that was a brief visit, wasn't it? Because we've just been joined by Jordan Thompson. So you can sling your hook if you like.
I'd love to. I'm not sure where, but we're somewhere at the back of the box.
Well, you've got Gidders for company. You can go for a wander around, get an ice cream, pop to the bar and bring a nice cold one back up here. Something like that.
Opening the bowling for Yorkshire this afternoon from the Howard stand, Don Leach.
So, I received a text a little while ago, and somebody called Jordan Thompson, and he said, Doidgy, can I come up to the com box to get out of being 12th man? Afternoon, Jordan.
Don't say that, Doidgy. You'd be getting me in trouble. Afternoon. It's a lovely day.
Some things that are off the record are off the record, but there's an occasional one where I can drop you in it. Here is Mark Steckerty. It's not, it's Don Leach, I should say. What am I talking about? Steckerty doesn't wear number 8, he's wearing number 6, and he doesn't bowl quite as quickly as Don Leach delivered that one. Well, he's been out of the side for nearly 2 years now since that unfortunate incident, when I think you were bowling, weren't you? You'd certainly stopped a few times that day against Lancashire when it was a bit spongy underfoot. I seem to remember you stopping, having a word with the umpire, and then not so long after that Dom got his injury and match abandoned. And here he is now, second delivery, wide of off stump, and Charlesworth chooses to leave.
Yeah, it was. I think, as people know, down at the bottom end at Headingley, it does get quite soft when there's been a bit of rain about. And yeah, I think, like you say, I was bowling at the time, and when we actually played a further over towards the Western Terrace, which is actually a rarity when we're playing Championship cricket, but it did get very, very wet down that bottom corner. And yeah, unfortunately, when Leachy went round to field the ball, he slid into the Western Terrace, and it resulted in quite a lengthy time off.
Here he is again then, wide of off stump. Charlesworth has a real flash at that one with a heavy cordon stacked up by Yorkshire here. 4 men in it. Gonna have to be careful. I'd love to take some early wickets with him, and of course the fact that he's not managed to get back in at this level since then, injuries now and again will be one reason, we know that, but otherwise it's the likes of yourself, Cody, Fish, and the usual suspects, Matthew Revis of course as well at times, and George Hill doing the job with the ball yourselves and keeping people out of the side as Leach is in again, and that's pushed into the offside where David Milan feels there's no run.
Yeah, I think it's all about biding your time. We know what Leach is like as a bowler, confident lad, done well in the second team, and he's got a bit of pace about him, so he's kind of a point of difference in terms of bringing somebody else in to come into bowl when lads are having rests or injuries and things like that. So obviously, like you say, quite a lot of us have bowled. For me personally, I've played a lot of cricket, and I was promised a few weeks off or a week off here and there this season from Gibbo, just making sure we had lads who were fully fit to go.
Leach in again, there's a bit of pace about that. Short delivery over the head of Ben Charlesworth. Indicator of that's one for the over from Neil Mallender. So you are missing this one, and we were told that is to give you a rest because you've played. No statistics in front of me, but it feels like you've played more cricket than anybody in this squad in the last couple of seasons. Yeah,
I think probably Yorkshire-wise, I've missed 1 T20 and 1 Championship game in the last three and a half years.
Leach in, wide of Charlesworth off stump, dot ball, complete over number 2 at 1 without loss.
You put that alongside kind of franchise stuff that I've played in through the winter as well. I've had kind of 2 full years of cricket non-stop, and whether I've been playing or not in franchise stuff, obviously it's still quite full on in terms of training and things like that, and then making sure that I'm ready when I come back for Yorkshire. So I think I missed the first Championship of the 2021 season through injury. Played every game since then, and then T20 I missed one last year at Birmingham, which was due to a finger injury, but apart from that I don't think I've missed a T20 for probably 3 or 4 years.
And of course, if you're resting, you're fully entitled to miss out on 12-man duties and come and have a chai, because you need to rest. You know, you can exercise the jaw, but you don't need to be running on drinks all afternoon. Come on. As Fish is in and that's dropped into the offside. I'm sure Gibbo appreciates me saying that as Dent pushes that into the offside, no run.
I had a discussion with Watts downstairs. He was trying to make me be the first fielder on, and I had something to say about that. I was pretty certain that I wasn't going to be the first fielder on.
I can't imagine you giving an opinion, Jordan Thompson. So 4 slips in place here, leg slip in place as well, with Chris Dent on strike. As Matthew Fisher turns and makes his way in then, past umpire Peter Hartley. Dent over the top of that one, dropping into the offside, no run. Was that 550 always the target then this morning? Was it about Rev getting his 100? What was the thoughts on that declaration?
Yeah, I think it is important. I think there's been times this year where we've been in good positions to go on and get 450, and we've probably not capitalised on that to get the extra 2 batting points. Sorry, 400 and 450, and we've kind of fell short of 400. So that was important to get the full points. And then obviously we found ourselves in a situation where Rev was on for his 100, and I think it was more than fair to give him a chance to get it after lunch, and he did that.
In comes Matthew Fisher, and Dent crab-like across the crease, just drops that back into the bowler's follow-through, no run. Okay, so Matthew Revis. Well, first of all, let's talk about that, because first-class ton. And I will bring in this, because you know what I'm going to say to you.
I know exactly where this is
Trent Bridge. When I said to you at the end of that day, when you'd smacked it out of the park for ages, and you got so close to getting that first-class 100, and you said to me, "Oh, there'll be loads more opportunities, Doidgy. There'll be loads more." That was 2019. That was on the day that Ben Stokes and Jack Leach were doing all the business here. Lovely shot, by the way, there by Chris Dent, opening the face and putting it away backward of point for the first boundary of this Gloucestershire innings, 5 without loss. Any regrets so far?
Yeah. I did say that downstairs. I think in the moment we got out of a bit of a sticky situation, and it was a good knock to obviously get us into a strong position when we won that game. But I think looking back now, there hasn't been as many opportunities I would have liked. I've probably slipped down the order a little bit as well. So no, it is what it is. Obviously, I can't just sit on that and regret it for the rest of my career. Hopefully, I get another chance.
Fisher in again to Dent, who drops this down in the leg side. Didn't play it altogether comfortably. Was going to get a run for it, so he's on to 5, 6 without loss. 1 ball left in the third. And for Rev, he's been around for the last 3 seasons now, hasn't he? Really worked his way back into the side after that red ball start here against Kent in 2019. Sort of coming in the back door in white ball cricket, really, and then got his opportunity, and he's been doing enough, hasn't he, to keep himself in there for the most part. Did have a little rest at one stage. Fisher in, and Charlesworth leaving that one to complete the third over at 6 without loss.
Yeah, well, I think obviously, like you say, made his debut against Kent in championship cricket, but white ball is really the way in now for young cricketers before you actually start playing first class cricket. So I think that was obviously like a one-off. He opened the batting, and then he's come through and played T20 cricket, and kind of he's solidified his spot now in championship cricket, batting at that number 7 row, and been kind of the 4-seamer impact bowler. So he's done really well. He's worked really hard on his game through the winter. He's not had a chance to go away, apart from the little stint he had in Dubai bowling and stuff like that. But he did have plans to go to Australia last winter, but I don't think Gibbo wanted to work with him.
Here's Don Leach. Bit of pace about that delivery, just wide of off stump, which Dent drops into the offside, and there's no run. So he's got that first class 100 to his name. No one's ever going to take that away, and it just always felt that it's definitely there for him with the bat. He's just not gone on beyond those couple of half centuries before today to make that big one. Did you speak to him, before this morning? Was there any extra determination to achieve something from today, or was it just a matter of going out and doing the usual job? Leach to Dent, who watches one go by.
No, nothing really. I actually said down there when Tonk was only about 70, I said that his highest score was 53, and lads were shocked. It's 53 not out. I think he's been stranded a couple of times. He's played some good innings, but not had a chance to go on and go the distance. So you don't need to say anything to Revi. He's a very smart bloke in terms of cricket knowledge, and he knows exactly what his game's like. So you can see how he played today. He just stuck to it and took himself to a good 100.
In comes Leach again, bustling in from the Howard stand end. Dropped it to the offside this time by Dent, a ball just short of length. And again, no run. 4 successive dots in this 4th over. What else was I going to say to you about Rev? It'll come back to me. But anyway, as far as the match goes so far, 3 tons, all from young players.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I said to the boys downstairs, I was like, we've got 3 tons, and 3 of our international players have missed out. it'd be scary to imagine if they'd have got in on this pitch.
Leach in again, Dent back and across, and another leave. It's pretty good stuff so far from Dom Leach, but you just can't quite get him on the drive here, can he? He's back of length, and he's just holding Chris Dent on the crease.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the Kookaburra is like on this pitch. Obviously, the pitches at Headingley in the last couple of years have actually been very, very good to bat on. Whereas probably pre-2020, you were looking at some good bowling wickets and taking 20 wickets quite easily. But it's been tricky the last few years.
Leach turns again then, quite upright in his striding in, and that's been flat batted into the covers where David Milan does a bit of acrobatics to reel that one in.
That'll be a couple of overs off the field for Milan out.
I didn't like to say. Yeah. Where were we at before that?
Yeah, I was talking about the pitches at Headingley in the last few years and the ball.
Okay. I mean, obviously, I talk about you running through brick walls for the team and all of that, but you're obviously a deserter today when there's no seam on the thing. As Dent drops this out into the offside, there's no run, clamouring for a rest when you know it's going to be a Kookaburra round. What have you got to say about that, Jordan Thompson?
Yeah, I've got a bit of stick from the boys, especially after us piling 550 on and then having to go bowl and try and bowl them out twice. But no, like I said, I'm not sure how the Kookaburras reacting to the pitch, and the only time I've actually used these cookers in Sydney Grey cricket, and the pitches there obviously weren't as good as a first class ground, so you had a bit of assistance from them, but they went very soft very quickly, was what I could say. Used to the swing up top, but then after that there's not much.
So what, in terms of what you're trying to achieve out there with the ball, how does that change things if, and Dizzy was on with us yesterday, was saying 15 overs really is about your limit on the ball swinging, and there isn't as much of a seam on it, so he was sort of saying the English players are going to find out what it's like playing first class cricket in Australia as Fisher comes round the wicket here, bowling to Charlesworth, who solidly blocked that first delivery, no run.
Yeah, as I think we spoke to Steck, said something this morning about the ball in terms of keeping it dry, making sure you polish one side and look after it as much as possible, to try and prolong that swing. And you've just got to be very, very tight on your lines and your lengths, and I think you look yesterday how Gloucester bowled, they probably didn't do that, and that's why we scored so freely at times. There's obviously some low scores around the grounds, so I'm not sure how it's reacted at other grounds. I think Taunton, there's been 22 wickets in a day and a bit, so.
Good deck. Here's Fisher in, straight again to Charlesworth. Good stuff from Matthew Fisher, pushed to Shan Masood, who's brought himself in about a strip away from the one they're playing on to the offside. Both these, of course, lefties. He just moved his long leg a little bit wider, Matthew Fisher. What about you? Let's talk Jordan Thompson, because I know it's something you quite, like to do.
Can't say that.
No, I think we can.
No, you can.
And so, the season so far, just wait till this Fish delivery out of the way, because more recently white ball cricket and plenty of wickets. Here's Fisher trying to get one of those with a red ball. Charlesworth drops it out into the offside, no run. But firing in the wickets in the T20 in particular.
Yeah, it's an interesting one really. I think the overs that I bowl, you expect to take wickets because of obviously either taking me on or taking a fancy to me, or just at the death where they're trying to obviously score quickly, and I always fancy myself in the wickets, and I think it's sometimes obviously you can go for runs in T20 cricket, especially here. Some people probably won't know, but Headingley is I think the top run scoring ground in the country over the last 3 years, and it's very, very tough to bowl here sometimes. It races away across the...
Yeah, so Fisher in, that's short of length and dropped into the leg side by Charlesworth, no run.
It races away across the square, races away into the bottom corners, and obviously we always play with the short side, so I think the overs that I bowl, I always expect to go for runs in some capacity, but taking wickets is always there as well. So I think it's just embracing that. I think when I first came into my T20 career, I'd look at my stats or my bowling stats after a game, like, geez, I've gone at tens, but if I do go at tens, but take 2 or 3 wickets, I've had an impact in some areas, and you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, that was a little warning, by the way. We've got an update for Radio Leeds in a moment or two, as Fisher's latest delivery has him with his hands up in the air, thinking he'd got close to Charlesworth's outside edge, but here we go with an update. Yeah, and Yorkshire not so long ago declared at 550 for 9, Richard, with Matthew Revis having completed his first class 100, finished with 104 not out from 163 deliveries, 10 fours and a 6. Dan Moriarty playing his first match on loan here from Surrey was 4 not out. And that 550 included centuries also in the innings from both Finlay Bean, who yesterday made 114, and George Hill, who also yesterday made 101. So really big tick in the box for the younger batters for Yorkshire. And they're now trying to set about taking some Gloucestershire wickets with what is a Kookaburra ball. And in terms of what that might mean to you, the seam is not as big as... oh, OK. Sounds like Richard has disappeared. But Gloucestershire 6 without loss, if you can still hear me, after 5 overs in their response to Yorkshire's 550 for 9. There we go. Live radio for you, Tomo. Not quite sure what was going on there. Came back to me halfway through.
But yeah, like I was saying, obviously T20 cricket at Headingley in terms of a bowler can be very tricky, but there's ways and kind of tactics that we go about that we prepare for.
Here's Dom Leach. Short ball pulled and middled as well by Chris Dent. Races away to the foot of the deserted Western Terrace. Backward of square leg for 4. Just a little bit too leg stumpy. So what, you talked about Headingley then as a white ball venue, and yeah, you're spot on in terms of the stats, that you go for runs here, don't you? If you don't get it, you get it right, sometimes you go for runs. If you get it not quite right, you usually go for runs.
Yeah. That's
what are you thinking in your head before you start a T20 game? If I pick up 2 or 3 here, what am I prepared to go at that's acceptable to get that?
Yeah, I think as you look at in terms of where we play on the square, dimensions wise.
Yeah, Leach round the wicket now and straightens things up. Dent dropping into the offside, no run.
Yeah, like I was saying, dimensions were either kind of a few pitches over from where we are now towards the east stand, or we're probably 55-60 metres away from the Western Terrace, so you always look at using the long side, so whether that's going slow and wide or wide Yorkers and things like that, and making sure we have certain plans to certain players. But I think once you get out there, sometimes instinct takes over. And what I've learned is sometimes we've been playing over towards the Western Terrace is not to be scared of that short side.
Here comes Dom Leach again, another straight delivery, and Dent solidly behind it. No run. So I'll ask you this, because I know I can ask you this, and you're not going to hit me. But so starting in T20 cricket, often of your 4 overs, your first one is maybe the one that's going to go for the most runs. It's almost like the gun's gone and everybody else has got to start and you're a stride behind. I don't know why. Do you feel like that? Is that something that you think's an issue? Because as it goes on, it gets better, and you tend then to start to come out with your slower deliveries, your variations. I mean, is that something maybe after this delivery you can tell us, that you've been working on trying to improve on as Leach bypasses off stump and there's no run?
Yeah, sometimes I think we speak about getting into overs and getting out of overs. It's massively important. I think it's been a bit of a trend, even a few years ago. Hopefully it's changed a little bit now. But I was similar in red ball cricket. I think you'd run in and try and put it on a sixpence first ball, and maybe get away with a little loose one that goes for 4, and then you dragging it back. And probably the best thing that's come out of that is that I've always managed to touch wood, drag it back, and I've done well to drag things back. And if I go for 4 or 6 first ball, I rarely go for kind of 16, 17 off first over.
Yeah, here's Leach again, wide of off stump, nicely played. It probably got what it deserved there, just 2 wide from Dom Leach. And Chris Dent, nice cut shot for 4, out towards the east side boundary. 14 without loss, 13 of which have gone to Chris Dent. Yeah, I just wondered what your thoughts were on that, because I'll sit here quite often saying that first over again's gone for a few, and it's almost like you're then having to try and drag it back. But, on a lot of occasions, you've obviously done that, and you've picked up wickets along the way.
No, I agree. I think it's something that I've learnt a lot about my T20 bowling over the last couple of years. I'll talk about that in a second.
Leach in again, and Dent over the top of that. Much better response from Dom Leach, but end of 6 overs now. Gloucestershire 14 without loss.
Yeah, a massive part of it was actually going down to the 100 last year, going to the London Spirit, and obviously as Owen Morgan as captain came to me at one of the first training sessions and said, look, Tomo, says you and Nathan Ellis are probably going to take the new ball and bowl in the power play, so that could be either a set, shall we say, not an over, a set of 5 or maybe 2 sets of 5 depending on how you go. And what I found was these 100 balls were slightly different to the ones we used in the blast, and they were swinging a lot more. And I bowled in the nets a few times, swung it a little bit to the batters, and I was like, if I can swing it in the games, I'm in business here. And I've managed to, and I was joint leading wicket taker in the whole comp. I learnt to hit a good length for a lot longer. I think
Fisher into Charlesworth, who passes it back to him, no run.
what I have done in probably felt guilty of was the first couple of years I played T20 cricket was trying too much, because I had all these skills, backhand slow balls, knuckle balls, whatever you want to call them, and tried to use them too much. And it's only recently, as a kind of 25, 26 year old now, that I've learned that I can hit a good length, even though I don't bowl express pace. If I bowl top of the stumps with a little bit of movement, it's actually very hard to hit. And I found myself picking up wickets in the power play in the 100 from bowling good length balls, and it's something that I've taken into my blast performances.
Fisher in again, Charlesworth once more, solid, no run. Talking years of experience now.
Well,
James.
yeah,
I remember
yeah.
when you were this high lad. Taking those hat tricks when you were a nipper, starting at Guiseley.
Yeah, it's a long time ago that now.
I went to the Pudsey St Lawrence reunion recently. Did you manage to make it up there?
I didn't
see you.
I think I was doing something that day. I would have popped my head in, but I think I was busy.
So here's Matthew Fisher again to Charlesworth. Nice. Just push drive into the offside. It's got beyond Shan Masood, who's probably not going to make the Pakistan 4x100 metre relay squad, I wouldn't think, for the forthcoming Olympics, but he's got there, and they've got back for 2.
Yeah, Shan's not the quickest in the squad, but
17 without loss. Matthew Fisher pressing for a first wicket here. Of course, you did his job for quite a while, didn't you, opening the bowling when he's been out due to those numerous litany of injuries. He's coming in again from the Kirkstall Lane end here. And Chris Dent with an easy leave. What did you learn opening the bowling that now you bring to bear when maybe you're not always doing that?
yeah, I think it's, again, just going back to the kind of last couple of years when I have had to do it, I've had to learn kind of on the job. It's pretty simple, really. It's all about being very patient. I think you can go one or two ways with a new ball. You can go searching, you can give a lot of runs away and get off to a flyer, or you can just sit in and be patient, and even if that means setting up wickets for the other end. We've had some good partnerships bowling up top in recent years with Cody, etc.
Yeah, Fisher in, and that's wide of off stump, and Dent leaves.
And yeah, it's important, obviously, for me as a person, as a bowler. Is obviously I love taking wickets and love competing, but there's times when I have to take a step back and just make sure that I'm being tight for the other bowler. And more often than not in the last few years, Cody's kind of taken wickets on the back of that, and obviously Pato as well in recent times.
Your dad was threatening to sue me the other week, by the way, because you were out there and I think you queried a decision or something like that. And I said, you wouldn't be the first Thompson to take issue with an umpire's decision. He sent me a message saying that's defamation of character.
Yeah, it's probably not on my dad's level, but we won't go into that.
End of the 7th then, that was a dot to complete that over. 17 without loss. Charlesworth on 4 and Dent on 13. Are you happier backing up, if you like, and being a change bowler than you were opening? If you're honest with us, I mean, is there a reason for that, and what are you happier doing?
It's a tricky one, really. I think now I had a taste of opening the bowling, I think I'd like to open the bowling, because you get the ball when it's hardest and it's doing the most. And there's been a few times when I've come into it this year, and even times last year when we had a full squad, where the ball's not in the best of shapes and it's not doing as much, and you're running up thinking, right, I'm not getting as much out of the pitch here, and as soon as you miss, you've got a small margin for error. So I would say I prefer to open the ball, and it's just a bit of create a few more chances.
And so, on from the Howard stand end is Mark Steckerty for his first over. Had a chance, of course, at Essex last year. First ball a dot there to Charlesworth. You played in that game, of course, at Chelmsford last year when he played. He didn't have the best of times, did he? But clearly got a decent record.
Yeah, no, he's well thought of over in Oz. I played against him in the Big Bash actually before he came to Essex, and then he was a good signing for Essex, but didn't probably do as well as he would like to.
He's bowling right arm round the wicket here to Charlesworth with still that 4 strong slip cordon. That's worked out backward a point, but there's no run.
I think he's got the potential to bowl decent pace. Obviously, advantage bowling with a kookaburra as well, coming straight over from Oz these next 2 games.
Yeah, wide on the crease. Just got Charlesworth playing slightly away from his body there when those who are privy to the streaming replay. And he comes again, back of a length, and that's dropped out into the offside, and there's no run. What about, we talked about the 3, well, Matthew Revis in particular with the 100, but the other 2, George Hill, good to see him. It felt like to me, and I don't know what you felt like, and whether I can even ask you to comment on this, but say no if you don't want to, but he's not felt somehow this year, George, quite as fluent as he had done last year. And I don't know, it's hard to put your finger on that, but this innings felt like it was back to the George that we've come to know and admire, as Charlesworth just drops one into the leg side here from Steckety and we'll get through for a single.
Yeah, I think Hilly's worked on a few things through the winter, a couple of changes in technique. Obviously he did pretty well last year. I'm not sure how many hundreds he got last year, but probably a couple. So I'm not sure if he's kind of gone out there thinking about what he's tried to change, and it's just been in his mind a little bit. But like you say, I think this game looks a bit more free and a little bit more confident. But we all know what Hill is capable now, obviously with the ball and with the bat. So he's going to be a very good cricketer.
Steckety in again, this time to Dent, who flicks one beyond the diving Leach at mid-wicket, and they're going to get back for 3 here, just reeled in a yard or so short of the boundary. So 21 without loss, 16 now to Dent. And Finlay Bean, obviously, ton in the first match of the season, which was a great start, and if you're ever going to get your first 100 when you've barely played a game, first match of the season is a great way to do it, and to sort of back it up. I was saying to him yesterday, how important is it to get that second one on the board and really establish yourself in the team, and he's doing that.
Yeah, he's been impressive, Beanie, obviously coming off the back of that 400 last year.
Steckety in and dropped into the offside by Charlesworth, no run.
Kind of coming back from league cricket, because he was in the setup a few years back now, and obviously didn't quite make it, but to come back and perform the way he has, he's been really good, and him and Lythy have been good for us up the top. A very solid start, and yeah, I think we've been pretty good with the bat this year. Lads are showing what they can do. Like you say, for example, Beanie and Hilly's just carrying on from what he did in the first division. And you got to remember, I think Hilly's got first class hundreds in the first division against good bowling attacks, and obviously if he builds more confidence in Division 2 as he is doing now, then he's going to be a very good cricketer. So there's definitely some positives to come out, and even Warts in T20 cricket as well, and he did well in the first game against Leicester also.
Yeah, Beanie seems like a good, Warts we know is a good character to have on the dressing room, but Finlay seems similar.
Yeah, that's a good thing about the group we've got at the moment as well. The young lads are coming in with kind of, let's say, big personalities, but personalities that you want in a dressing room that's competitive and also there to have a laugh as well. So it's a good mix. There's
no bigger personality than yours, is there? The Big Show, Jordan Aaron Thompson.
Come on,
Big Show. But you see, I've tried to get the man that makes things happen on T-shirts so that we can make a few quid together. Me as the man who gave you the name and you as the man. But unfortunately, all stockies keep telling me that they don't have enough ink to do the screen printing with.
There's plenty of nicknames flying around for me at the moment.
Many that probably you can't, or a few that you probably can't say on air. Fisher's first delivery is a dot there, by the way, to Dent. And David Milan's been brought in here just off the cut strip in a catching position, just to the leg side of straight. He'd be the best part of 20 yards off the bat. 3 slips in place and a gully. And Matthew Fisher coming round the wicket, sun shining here for those who can't see the pictures of what's going on at Headingley. It's wide of off stump on the rise as it goes past Dent, but Yorkshire have not managed to get an early breakthrough here, just into the 9th over, 21 without loss. Not a lot going on in terms of run scoring, but they've got a long way to go, Gloucestershire, so softly early stages. They'll be happy enough to have got this far without losing a wicket.
Yeah, I'll be hoping that the spin comes into it at some point. I think that's something we would have liked to take some early wickets on this pitch with the Kookaburra, but hopefully we can obviously keep that rate well down and look to grind away.
I think we could think of a shorter nickname, because every time when you threw down the wicket the other week, I had to start saying, and he's done it again, the man that makes things happen. People have usually switched off by then.
Yeah, that's
Wide of off stump this delivery from Fisher and left by Dent.
Any abbreviation?
Just happen or something like that, or the man. the man might go down well.
Yeah, he could do that.
He loves it, really, folks. He loves it.
Absolutely not. Be getting some stick if people are listening down at change rooms, that's for sure.
False modesty. I mean, Stephen Julie, if you're watching, false modesty. We need to have words.
I think they are watching, actually. I pre-warned them, so if you're there, Mum and Dad.
You could have brought your hello mum sign. Fisher, and that's wide of the off stump, and Dent chooses to leave alone once again. So longer term objective in the match, I mean, what's the talk? Clearly, as we all know, you want to reduce Gloucestershire to as little as possible. Would it be thoughts of making them follow on if you were good enough to achieve that?
Yeah, obviously.
Or would that be too much out there in the field with the ball that's obviously not
that's the only
doing
thing.
a lot for you?
It would depend on how long they spend out there and how close Gloucester get.
Then comes Fisher again, and Dent drops that one out to Gully this time. No run. And you're the first person who's volunteered to come into the commentary box for quite some time, so I was worried that, maybe the deodorant wasn't working that well this year, or maybe I've offended somebody.
Nah, I don't mind coming up here and just getting away from the boys downstairs, like I said. It's better than running drinks on.
It's just a selfish attitude, that, Jordan Thompson.
Nah. There's Mickey and Watts down there, they've got plenty of bodies.
We had Mickey up, actually. He came and did a T20 game with us recently. Certainly got plenty of chat.
Yeah, he's good lad. Typical Aussie.
Fisher in again, and that is wide of Dent's off stump, and no run. So, I mean, thoughts on what you've seen in the first 9 overs from a bowling perspective?
Yeah, well, I think Fisher's body language there, maybe after that ball, sums it up a little bit. He's kind of sauntering back down to fine leg, and he's probably a little bit disappointed in terms of what he's seen off the pitch and probably what he's seen from the ball as well. So maybe we've been a touch short. We did speak about getting driven down the ground. It's the way to go at Headingley and bringing those wicket opportunities in. But again, I think even if you go a bit full and you don't get that movement, then the batters can feed off it. So it's very fine margins, more so with this Kookaburra ball than it is with the Duke's ball. I think, yeah, then obviously they're only going at 2 and over, so it's not really the runs that are the problem.
Steckety continuing from the Howard stand end. Charlesworth right behind this first delivery, pushing back to the bowler. No run. How important was it to get that first win on the board after such a massive gap between first class wins? Yeah,
huge. Obviously, like everybody knows there was opportunities in the first 5-6 weeks to do that, and we couldn't capitalise on them. But to go to Chesterfield and win was key, and we probably made a bit of a meal out of it. Probably should have been done in 2 or 3 days, but
yeah, Steckety and Charlesworth pushes to the onside of straight, no run. But when it almost felt in the early part of the season, I've got to say, and this is zero in the way of giving you all excuses, but sometimes you have times in life where things seem that bit more difficult, and anything that was going to be on the negative side of the line seemed to happen, didn't it? The rain at Sussex, sundry other things, the fact that you stayed on for that extra half hour at Durham when it felt like if you'd have gone off there and they needed 50 the following morning, they wouldn't have got those. As this is right up there in the slot and driven through extra cover by Ben Charlesworth, nicely placed, just over pitching Mark Steckety.
Yeah, I think you're right. In terms of that one at Durham was a tricky one because you feel like you're very much on top, and then that extra half an hour, I'm not sure if it was our choice or if it was the umpires, to be honest.
I was told it was the umpires.
Yeah, the umpires. Obviously you're on top and you're thinking, right, well, let's just get it finished with, but then you come back the next day and you're thinking, well, it's not really doing that much. So if they do squirt a couple away, it's gonna be tricky.
Steckety in again, short ball, well aimed short ball as well. You don't see that many well aimed short balls, I've got to say. You all try it, but it's not that easy to get it spot on, is it? But that is One that he's swayed out of the way of well. Played it well, Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, I think it's something he'll use quite a lot back in Queensland when he's playing the Shield. But yeah, just going back to those first 5 games, it was tricky really. Like you say, Sussex would like to say 3 down, needing 60 was a nailed-on win. We went to Gloucester and unfortunately it was a pudding for 4 days.
Yeah, Lake Bristol is Steckity again, and Charlesworth. Just a slight outside edge feel to this one as it runs out to gully, no run.
Yeah, on the back of that, you look at those results are different. You're looking at being kind of second, third in the table, and yeah, I think, like I said, we made a bit of a meal of it last week against Derby, and luckily got over the line. There were chances in the first innings deploy. No, sorry, second innings deploy,
Yeah.
nicked off on 10, didn't walk, umpire didn't give it, went and got 180. Stuff like that, but it's the game.
Steckity switches to over the wicket. Charlesworth gets a straight delivery and pushes it back to the bowler to complete over number 10 with Gloucestershire on 25 without loss. And what I was meaning by that was that, in that early part of the season, anything that might have gone slightly wrong or properly wrong was doing, and when it's like that for you, you've just got to find a way to get over the line. So even though, you could have done a neater and tidier job, as it, if you like, on Derbyshire with opportunities, ultimately, when it could have gone horribly wrong, it didn't, and you managed to get across the line, and that then sometimes just gives you that kick on, doesn't it? So, we're not sure what's going to happen here, but it just felt like that might have been a turning point for him.
No, definitely. I think that, as well as not even Championship cricket, but in T20 cricket as well, we went to Notts. Obviously, probably been the underdogs there, and we put on a show, and then came here against Lancs. And once you kind of build that bit of momentum, it goes with you in cricket, especially probably more so in T20 cricket with how quick the games come. But I think if you put in some good performances in Championship cricket, you can also get on a bit of a run as well, and that's what we're hoping to do in these next 3 or 4 games in the middle of the season.
Have a change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. Shan Masood and Matthew Fisher either side of Dom Leach here, so he's going to have another go. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8 in his little spell at the Howard stand end of the ground. And Fish just having a breather. 3 slips in place, and in comes Leach. That is dropped out into the offside by Chris Dent. No run.
Wouldn't be surprised if we go to a bit of spin early doors here, just while the ball's a bit harder.
Just to see. I mean, Zafar was getting some turn,
Yeah.
in particular, wasn't he? Not effective on this deck and with this ball as he was at the back end of last season.
No.
Leach then, turning again. He's stuck on the scoreboard at the moment. And he's gone full this time, nicely driven down the ground by Chris Dent. That'll have the legs to make it over the boundary rope for 4. Just over pitching Dom Leach. Just trying to get the ball to swing.
Yeah, that is the kind of margin I was talking about. You try and swing the ball and you become floaty, especially at Headingley as well.
You know much about Dan Moriarty?
Not
Played
a lot.
with or against before?
No, I've seen him around the circuit. I played against Southern Brave in the 100. He was there in their squad, and I can't remember.
Leach to Dent, who blocks a straight one.
Did he play in the quarter-final last year? I think possibly. I'm not sure.
Can't remember. I thought one of these where I'm saying I think he's played against Yorkshire before. Yeah, so it might have been in that match.
Possibly. Aside from that,
What happened in that match, Tomo?
I don't know. Somebody defended 5 off last over, but we don't need to speak about that. Taking candy from a baby, that one.
Yeah, of course it was. Yeah, 29 without loss as Leach is in, and that's dropped into the offside by Dent. No run. He just felt like after that, it sort of started to feel like it was written that you'd come away from Edgbaston with a win.
Yeah, well,
unfortunately not. You had a good day that day, didn't you?
Yeah, we did, but put ourselves in a position to win that semi-final and put ourselves there again. 9 times out of 10, you win that game, defending 2-10 or whatever it was, but yeah, just wasn't good enough.
Here's Dom Leach again. Making his way in from the Kirkstall Lane end. It's full once again, but wide of off stump. No run. Dom's strength as a bowler.
Just his pace, I think that's his point of difference, is he can run in and bowl good pace. I think lads, sometimes when you see him on the rotor in the nets, you're thinking, oh god. Just he properly steams in. Like he will run in for you all day long. And he's got to be able to swing it. Like I say, he might be a little bit harder with his kookaburra, but he can swing the ball. Normally swings it back into the left-hander. And like I said, he does it at pace, so hopefully he can use that today.
He's over the wicket here to Dent. He does draw him into having a little waft at one wide of off stump. It sort of dies on its way through to Johnny Tattersall. End of the over, 11 gone, 29 without loss. So come on then. When you say, you look at the rotor and you think, oh God, who's that about?
What, Leachy?
Well, anybody else who's bowling it?
Nah, there's a few lads. Especially in a net situation, it's a bit different to facing somebody out there in the middle.
Come on, let's in on some trade secrets. Who thinks they're quick but they're not?
Brookie.
Brookie thinks he's well.
Brookie
was clocked at 65 on in the test match.
Brookie likes using his bumper in the nets every so often. We don't see him much nowadays, but we've got lads ball decent pace in the nets. Hilly's a surprising one, just from where he bowls, the angle he bowls at is a little bit skiddy, and you think.
Yeah, you would think that he's got a long-term future in the side, not only because of what he brings with the bat, but I think now being used more with the ball, and like you say, he is just that bit more skiddy than the rest of you, so it's a different trajectory again, and it's something different that you've got in the side in the bowling armoury as Charlesworth pushes his first Stecker to delivery back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, I think that's the thing now. You look around our bowlers, we've got quite a lot of difference really. Obviously Rev's running quite a bustly, strong boy. Hilly quite skiddy. Fish does what he does, swings it away. Cody nibbles it and swings it a little bit less pace, but very skillful. We have got quite a range of bowling options.
In comes Steckety again. Ooh, now then. Ben Charlesworth didn't know too much about that after playing it. It's come off the inside edge of the bat. Johnny Tattersall's run down to sort of short fine leg to field it. They've got 30 without loss, 20 of them to Dent, and the rest to Charlesworth. No extras in this one yet. Ed's having a giggle at something he's received on his phone. Oh yeah, they can't speak. Charlesworth's got his full name on, but they can't get his score on, can they, properly on the end of it, I don't think. He looks like he's on 0, but I think he's on 10. But it's Dent on strike, and he's gone for 4 here, Mark Steckety, with a ball that is dropped in short, and it's been helped on its way around the corner, nicely timed by Chris Dent. 34 without loss. Is it worrying times that there's been nothing much happening with the ball?
Yeah, I think that's one place that you don't bowl to Dent. He very much sets up for his pull and cut. You can see in his trigger. We always talk about being a little bit fuller to Dent, and like I say, your margin for error, if you do error on that full side, is quite small. So I'd like to see Steck from the top end, really, just down the hill, see if you get a little bit more bounce.
34 without loss then as Steckety comes in again, and again nicely played pull shot, this time in front of square by Dent through mid-wicket. There's a dive at mid-wicket for the catch by Matthew Fisher. Not sure he's going to win many awards with that, or that any local football team's going to ask him to be playing in goal following that dive for Tomo.
No, it's not the most elegant thing I've seen, to be honest. More of a fall. Probably feeling it after his first 5 overs.
The old man sent me another message, so every time I give him a mention he owes me a pint, so there's quite a few that he needs to rack up on the bar.
I'm sure he'll treat you. Be generous like me.
39 without loss. Steckety in again, this time
well.
a little bit leg side-ish. Yeah, it's been worked off the hip. There's a... Ooh, now then. Dom Leach has got the ball back inside the boundary rope. Part of him was over it. I'm not sure whether he was in contact at that time. And they've not signalled for. So back for a couple. Chris Dent just retaking his guard. Got a bit of correspondence to catch up on as well. Yorkshire lads out there in the crowd says brilliant century for Matty Revis. Keith Revis be very proud. I'm sure he is. Keith will be here today, you would think, as that's dropped into the leg side there by Dent to complete that 12th over, 40 without loss. What else have we got? Never in doubt, says Mark Milnes, with regard to the Revis century. And
there's some interesting 5 grounds yesterday. I tuned in for a little bit. There was some interesting 5 grounds flying around.
Oh yeah, did you? Yeah. What were your 5 favourite grounds? You're going to have to throw Guiseley and
Toffs
St
Road.
Lawrence in there. Yeah, Toffs Road. Yeah.
Nethermore.
Lords. Guiseley Cricket Club, folks.
Lords, Headingley, and SCG's decent. Right?
SCG. Well, you see, if you're dizzy, you want the 6th ground because you wanted a 12th man in his best 11.
Oh.
So what's bubbling under then? Ground number 6. Leach making his way in from the Kirkstall Lane end. Wide of off stump and Charlesworth leaves.
MCG's probably my backup.
Your 6th favourite?
Yeah.
Okay. What about around the county circuit then? Where, when you look at the fixtures, where do you sort of think, if I had a slight groin strain there, I had to run the drinks on
Leicester.
Okay. There you go, Leicestershire supporters. You've got an axe to grind now with Jordan Thompson. And where do you most look, apart from here, and Lords, then, there's here in Lords, but Yorkshire never play at Lords, of course.
Edgbaston is good.
Leach round the wicket, and Charlesworth pushes out into the covers, no run.
Yeah, Edgbaston's good. Big change rooms, comfy sofas in the viewing area. Decent food. That's what you got to look for, especially if you're going there to do 12th man as well.
Yeah, good food always a plus, isn't it? Especially doing this job. Old Trafford's right up there for me.
Yeah. Don't like to say that, but
No,
it's not a bad spot.
it pains me to say it, but some things have got to be said. Great on the food front. 40 without loss in the 13th as Dom Leach receives the ball back and comes in to bowl here to Charlesworth, who's played with a straight blade, pushing it between the stumps and Shan Masood at mid-off. He'll get back and field it, and there's 1 run. Forever Dormo says, Doiji, for Jordan, the man who makes things happen, Thompson, what would you say is the speed of Dom Leach's quicker ball?
I reckon when he's at his best, he's probably 85, probably mid-80s. Just from because his natural length's a little bit short as well, it probably just gets onto you a little bit quicker than you think.
And he comes again then, rocking from side to side, that sort of style as it runs up, and he's just given Chris Dent too much width here and has been picked off back at a point for 4 runs.
His lines are a little bit off at the moment from all bowlers really.
James Carman says, great to hear from Jordan Thompson, a truly great competitor. Stop it, folks, you'll make his head get it. He won't be able to get out the door here. Can you ask him how his ankle is, he says, as he appeared to be struggling with it down at Chesterfield in the county championship and the blast, particularly when bowling around the wicket.
No, yeah, I have struggled a little bit with my ankle. I've got an impingement in the back of my ankle, which I am having a steroid injection in tomorrow morning, so that should help it.
Dent on strike still, drops this latest Leach delivery out into the offside, no run.
More so something that, just a bit of a precautionary thing, and I'm still available to play Friday, and I've played through it because I've been strapping it up and having plenty of painkillers. It's something that actually a couple of our lads have had in the last few weeks, and there's been a couple of injections flying around. Not sure whether it's the hard ground or just bowling too much, to be honest, but it'll be fine. Ready to go against Worcester in the next Champo, hopefully.
You truly are a warrior, aren't you?
Yeah, always in the walls.
Not only heroes wear capes, is it, or whatever they say?
Not all
heroes wear capes. As Leach's last ball of the over is chopped into the deck by Dent, end of the 13th, 45 without loss. It was noticeable that when you've been feeling that, it seemed to have been the first or second delivery of a spell, and you've hobbled back a bit, and then you've been okay.
That is the case. It's one of those things that's not going to get any worse. It's just, so I had a scan, and it's the inflammation of the kind of joint, or like the back of the ankle, obviously from that plantar flexion, and So when you bowl your first couple of balls, it'll hurt, and that was the case at Chesterfield. I don't know if you noticed, but there's a bit of a trend. I fell over on every second ball I bowled, because I think it was your kind of body telling you not to press down on it when you're trying to stop the pain.
What I noticed was that every time you went for 4, you hobbled a bit more.
It's always
And then when you took a wicket, you ran off about 50 yards and celebrated with all the team as if nothing was wrong.
It's always somebody else's fault, isn't it? If you go for 4, it's never the bowler's fault.
So we're going to get to see Dan Moriarty in action with ball in hand for the first time in this loan spell at Headingley. Not sure what Don Bess's complete figures were down in the Warwickshire match, by the way, but we were keeping an eye on what was going on down there. Of course, he's gone off on loan down there, and Moriarty gets his first crack. He's played 9 first-class matches and taken 42 wickets so far, with his left-arm spin averaging 28.52 and going at 3.38 and over. He's had 5 wicket innings so far, which is pretty impressive for somebody who's not played that much first-class cricket, and that's pushed back up the pitch first up by Ben Charlesworth. Let him take this delivery and I'll take you through the field he's got set. Left arm over. And it's up there to drive, and Charlesworth pushes. So mid on is deep, but not as far as long on. Mid off is regulation. Shan Masood. There's a short extra cover, short leg. Adam Lyth at slip. Straight mid wicket. Man backward of square on the 1. A sweeper out just about bang on, in fact just in front of square on the leg side as we got another dot, and George Hill is out backward of point on the east side boundary. That's the setup. Ball number 4 of the over, and it's tossed up full this time. Charlesworth pats it back. I'll ask you about Dan in terms of bowling a bit more in a sec, Jordan, but it looks like he's going to get through this over fairly quickly. In he comes again. That's straight and dropped into the offside by Charlesworth. So no major alarms so far for Gloucestershire. They're approaching the 50 mark. 1 ball left in the 14th. And that means we could be in for a long game here. A long game. Moriarty in again. And wide of off stump. It looked like there might have been a little bit of turn that last ball. I was leaning in front of the stream, so you might not have seen that, but
yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously the wind's blowing towards the east stand, so probably getting a nice little bit of drift. It is the end with the short boundaries to these left-handers as well to probably bowl to. So,
have you been privy to any conversation that you can tell us about in terms of what's wanted from Dan? As you know,
no. I think you obviously coming here on loan and you're looking to him kind of to have an impact. Obviously we brought him on early this game just to try and use the ball while it's still a bit harder and maybe get a little bit of turn out of the footholes if there is any. It doesn't really look like there's a massive amount there, to be honest, but no, it's obviously all about, as a spinner, it's all about control and making sure that you don't give away easy runs, and it's just building partnerships with whoever's bowling at the other end.
Leach round the wicket. Oh, chance.
Yes.
It's gone. Adam Lyth takes a catch at second slip, and Chris Dent has gone for 34, and Gloucestershire 45 for 1, the first ball of the 15th over. It was up there. We talked about Dom Leach bowling it fuller to try and get him on the drive. It's not always been spot on, and sometimes he has been driven, but as Jordan was saying, that's okay. But on this occasion, he's drawn him out wide of the crease, hasn't he? That was the key. And a thick edge straight to Adam Lyth.
Yeah, that's nice. That's what we want. He's probably just seen it a touch wider there, but we know more than anybody else here at Headingley, if you can just be a touch on the full side and get people driving, then you bring the slips in. And yeah, it's done for Dent.
So Dom Leach celebrates a wicket. That'll make him feel good about life as well. Important, isn't it? When you wait for opportunities between matches that you feel, like you can make a contribution. And to get the first one, it's not like he's taken 1 wicket that's the 9th or 10th. No. To get the first one on the board.
No, exactly. That's the thing. He's obviously come back after his first spell at that bottom end, and I think when you bowl 2 or 3 overs his second spell and you not really feeling in the game, but then you get a wicket, it just gives you that boost to probably bowl another couple, 2 or 3 overs. And obviously seeing a new batter coming in, and especially a right-hander now, you can attack them and hopefully grab a couple quickly. It's very wide actually, looking back at that replay.
Yeah, he'll be really disappointed, I think, well, Chris Dent, in playing the shot that he did at that. Just to go with the natural disappointment of losing your wicket anyway. 5 first-class wickets now for Dom Leach. I'd like to add a 5 foot in total here if you can get one, I'm sure. So Grant Rulofsson is the new man at the crease, right-handed, right-hand, left-hand combination now for Dom Leach to deal with. I mean, from watching Dom and playing alongside him, would he have a preference whether he bowls at righties or lefties?
Not necessarily. I think that's the thing we work on a lot now, is trying to, well, especially to left-handers, in terms of what angle you want to bowl at them. I think there was a massive trend of going round to a lot of left-handers the last few years, but I think now a lot of left-handers know that's coming, so it's trying to kind of work out each batter and what their kind of weaknesses are, whether that's round or over.
Leach then over the wicket,
Nice.
Straight. Good start to Rulofsson, who pushes it back up the pitch, no run. Bit of aggression about that as well, went in there.
This is now where you can be just a touch fuller. I wouldn't mind him being driven down the ground for 4 now. New batter, getting pushing at him.
That was nailed on plumb, wasn't it? Had he missed it with the blade. So good straight delivery. It really does look windy out there, and it looks as though it's blowing in from the west, so factor that in when Dan Moriarty's bowling from the other end in terms of a bit of drift. Leach is in again. That's pushed up the pitch by Rulofsson to Shan Masood. Shame about Shan, wasn't it? Great pitch, 3rd ball duck, but be looking forward to him making hay when he does finally get himself in properly in a red ball game. Not seen much of him, of course, so far.
No, definitely. I think, like you say, like I said earlier, we had obviously our 3 international players. Unfortunately, didn't get off to a great start yesterday. So it was the young lads who stood up. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Shan as well for a few games to the Pakistan Test squad, which is unfortunate. So
Leach
nice shot.
driven down the ground then by Rulofsson. He's got it past the bowler and will pick up 4 runs, but you can see what Dom Leach is trying to do here. Brought in 1 wicket already.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Driving a little bit fuller. Bring the slips in again.
Just for those who've got the streaming replay, there we go. Nicely played, although I've got to say Grant Rulofsson ran all over the pitch as well after he played the shot, didn't he?
Help us, don't mind that.
Just run where you fancy. It's fine. No, you've not quite run down the middle there. Just go back and do it again. As this is dropped out to the offside again by Rulofsson.
I'm not sure. Where is Rulofsson overseas? Yeah.
Not somebody I know too much about, but
I think he played at Essex last year.
Johannesburg born, 26 years of age. Keeps wicket as well. Have they done that in any? Done it in the T20s, says Ed. 2,792 first-class runs to his name. Prior to this, not 8. As he shoulders arms to that final Dom Leach delivery of the over 49 for 1 after 15. Want to do a bit with Tomo?
Yeah, fine. Bowers and up down before I hold off. Lads down there. Not that hard yet. It's fine.
From my point of view, thanks very much for coming up.
Cheers.
Big Mick fancies a
Yeah, fine.
drill or Matt Milnes if Matt's still around, and it would be to get on.
I'll give him a shout.
Get the headset on smoothly.
Perfect. Great transition.
You are. We try. Moriarty, bowling from the Howard stand end. He's into Charlesworth. He leans forward to defend back to the bowler. So we've got the man who makes things happen with the man who knows nothing at all. Or perhaps the man who knew too little. Have you seen that film? It's a good film.
Not a massive film watcher, really.
In comes Moriarty. Bowls to Charlesworth on the pads. Oh, he's played that right into short leg, and I'm sure that the fielder under the helmet will say that he was doing that deliberately and kicking it back towards the stumps.
I'm not sure about Beanie's football
Fiddly
skills,
Bean under
to
there.
be honest. Not the best footballer I've seen.
Moriarty over the wicket, slow left arm, bowling to Charlesworth on 11. Charlesworth is back into his crease, playing up the pitch. Because you don't play football so much anymore out on the field. What's the Yorkshire warm-up of choice that we've been looking?
I think football, for a majority of counties, has gone out the window.
Here's Moriarty in, Charlesworth on the back foot again, playing back to the bowler.
Because I think there was an episode with Rory Burns in the England Test where he tore ligaments, and I think it was an ECB, a blanket rule that counties shouldn't be playing football before that again.
Moriarty in to Charlesworth, who knocks that one leg fielded at mid-wicket.
So we to Western Terrace is a big long net, and we usually get them set up in them up so we can play a bit of head tennis. That's about as close to football.
Head test. So I'll come back to that because I'm in the overseas. Moriarty in forward, going Charlesworth again, playing defensively up the surface, and that is a maiden. Again, Moriarty's yet to be seen in his first 2 overs, Gloucestershire 49 for 1. Is that the one where somebody's got a helmet on?
No,
not that one.
Not quite. So that's still England using the tennis league. It's football. Always knock over the net. 3 touches, 1 bounce, knock back over.
Right. Okay. And that lost play, actually. I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
I've never known before it is. Yeah. But there is that one, and I guess we do this last year.
That's plenty of games for around. I do believe some people play football and they take it very seriously. So if you've
Yes.
got full net,
Yeah,
the referee
it's usually the modern referee, I think. Each not had of rules, and if way he'll pick up a signal, and Swift comes up to the 7th.
they've got a referee shirt with cards. Keepers wear full gloves and usually some slaying shirt. Yeah, it's ridiculous. They're flying around before a game.
Well, so actually, just to explain the other tennis ball variety warm-up for those that haven't seen it or don't know what we're talking about, because that I'm not playing that version. Leach bowls to Charlesworth, who drives straight to Shan Masood at short mid-off.
A few concussion
Well, that's
protocols
the thing.
with that game. No, it's good fun actually.
So basically, somebody's got a tennis racket and they whack the ball way up into the air, and somebody's got to get underneath it and header the ball off the helmet, and then somebody's got to catch it.
Yeah, you get 2 points for catching it one-handed and 1 point for catching it two-handed.
Oh right, I didn't realise there was that to it as well. I heard it was like a big bash thing originally. That's what somebody told me. Leach bowls round the wicket. Charlesworth edges. It wouldn't have carried had there been a fielder in that gully region. There's a sprawling save on the boundary, and they've come back for a couple of runs. No, it's leg byes. Actually, didn't matter. That explains why it didn't carry then, because it's just off the pad. 2 leg byes.
Not sure about that, Doidgy, to be honest. Maybe it'll be it's 39 is the answer. Yeah, in both, combined.
So
Possibly, yeah. There's a few people who've got a lot of championship wickets who might have played a bit of T20 as well, so I'll be up there.
Right, 52 for 1. In comes Leach round the wicket to bowl. Charlesworth lays into a carving shot off the back foot through the covers, and that will go to the boundary. It's just his second 4. He'll move on to 15, and Gloucestershire up to 56 for 1. I really think my eyesight is going. Staring at that board, and yeah. So you mentioned the Big Bash. So I was talking to David Payne, who's just been out with the Perth Scorchers out there, and was talking about the differences with the Big Bash versus, say, the Blast. In comes Leach and Joyce. No fielder between recovered points, so it's back-to-back 4s. Charlesworth, after 11 runs from 1 balls, he's now got 19 to his name. What are the differences? Because the grounds in general are much bigger. Hobart, I guess, would be the smaller ground in terms of dimensions there.
Yes, obviously one of the smaller grounds. In terms, when I was there, it was a year after COVID, so it was a tricky one because we didn't draw the crowds in. I think the Aussies were very, very strict.
Leach bowls, Charlesworth prods forward firmly to mid-on for no run to end the over. Gloucestershire 6.
Yeah, the Aussies are very, very strict on their kind of restriction. I think it scared a lot of people down there, and we were getting crowds of kind of 1,000 at Bellarive Oval, and which obviously in kind of 5-6 years ago in the Big Bash we were kind of filling grounds. So it's I'm not sure whether the novelty's worn off or whether kind of COVID played a part, but I feel like when you're obviously in big games they still get big crowds, and I think the whole advertising and how they kind of promote the competition is a lot different. They put a lot of money into that, and I think it works. I think obviously you see it all over TV, adverts or Big Bash on every night, whereas over here for the Blast there's probably 2 or 3 games on a week, which obviously you'd like to see it televised a lot more. And the thing is with the Big Bash, it's a dedicated tournament, a bit like the 100 is, where you're playing every single day, and obviously there's a lot put into it, and I think the 100's kind of matched that for promotional value.
Got Moriarty starting his third. I think it's the first time he's had a go at Rulofsson. And he bowls around the wicket now to Rulofsson, looking for the quick single out towards cover point, which he will get quite comfortably in the end, 61 for 1. But in terms of the style of bowling in particular that's needed in the Bash, would you say, in some ways, bowling in the Blast, for example, where you're bowling on smaller grounds, you kind of need more variation? 100%. Is that right?
Yeah.
Come back to that, because Charlesworth is down the pitch and hitting this one high in the air, down the ground, and look out in the Howard stand. That is 6. Tall man, Charlesworth, and he has added this to his game this year, using his feet against the spinners, and he's hit it, by the looks of things, into that first kind of mini deck up there, and somebody's trying their best to try and find it. Anyway, that gives us a bit of time.
Yeah, so in terms of obviously ground size and ground dimensions, just shapes of ground, like you come to Headingley, it's very, very big wide but short straight, and it's obviously quick, whereas you play on AFL grounds in most of the Big Bash games, and you've either got long boundary straight and short square, or you've got long square, short straight. So you either, if you play, so for example, if you play at the SCG, you probably are on the full side, use your Yorkers and try and get under the bat, whereas when you're playing at the MCG, you probably smash the middle of the pitch. And I always see the balls are very, very skillful out there, but they're very skillful for what's in front of them. I think the English bowlers and what we use in terms of variations, sometimes you don't even need to touch them when you go to the Big Bash. So yeah, I think it's a bit of a different skill required. But like I say, I would say it, but as an English bowler, but I do believe that the Blast is a trickier competition to bowl in. Just with how good the pitches are and how small the grounds are.
And I guess you sort of hope you see that translated into the success of the England white ball setup at the moment. I mean, it's a hard side to get into.
Yeah, exactly. I think as you look at the like wicket taking list at the moment, there's a lot of lads who've taken a lot of wickets and probably aren't near the England side at the moment. So it's obviously you need to keep trying year on year and be consistent, and hopefully you get that call eventually.
And of course, we can still enjoy a few more months of being 50 over and 20 over world champions, and well, hopefully we can enjoy a few more months after the World Cup this year. Moriarty skids that one through very full. Charlesworth wasn't particularly far forward to that one and managed to keep it out and defend it out towards cover, but change of pace from Moriarty.
Might have had a word with him there as well. He had something to say.
Well, as Moriarty bowls to Charlesworth, he drives pleasantly but straight to mid-off. I suppose he does come from Surrey, coached by Gareth Batty, so
yeah, that's what you need, isn't it? A little bit about you.
Did you have any meetings with Gareth Batty?
No,
or was he just a bit
before my time?
Yeah. Moriarty bowls to Charlesworth, who tucks that one leg side towards mid-wicket, no run. Who's the sort of, in terms of like a head-to-head duel that you've had, whether batting or bowling, can you come up with a couple that have stood out? Moriarty is in. Charlesworth a bit squared up by that one, leading-ish edge out into the offside. No run to end the over, 67 for 1.
I wouldn't say there's any massive. Obviously, playing against Lancashire, there's always a few words flying around. Actually, this year against Glamorgan here, so obviously Glamorgan were well on top and looking to try and win the game, and I played a few shots that they found a little bit agricultural, and they had a word with me, but it's just like...
Well, I enjoyed that innings, especially because you were in my fantasy cricket team, and you get a bonus point for strike rate.
Yeah.
And I wasn't necessarily expecting to get that in that situation.
Yeah, well,
so, thank
that's
you.
the situation. boys upstairs might have been nipping a little bit when I was driving on the up through cover, but Doige, you'll know that I enjoy doing that a few times, no matter what the situation. Yeah, correct.
When it's completely uncalled for.
I'll keep people on their toes, aren't you?
Well,
We're in an entertainment business. There's no point being boring.
well, there are two ways to keep a ball out. There's several ways to keep a ball out. I was going to argue with it.
There's no point being out there if you can't entertain.
Right, change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. Mark Steckery's changed ends, and he's bowling to Rulofsson, and Rulofsson whips that one away uppishly, but not particularly close to mid-wicket. Rulofsson picks up a boundary, so he's moved on to 10 off just 8 deliveries, and Gloucestershire are 71 for 1. Yeah, I mean, in terms of Steckity, you mentioned you faced him in the bash.
In the big bash.
Did you win the game?
No, we
Do you
didn't.
remember? Oh.
No, we played them at Bellarive. Lost by probably 20 or 30 runs, I think. Didn't have the best of competitions, to be honest.
3 slips in place. Steckity is in to
Bowl.
bowl.
It's better.
That's a nice delivery. It's a bit of movement there. By the looks of things, into the right hander. Rulofsson has to be sharp in his defence.
Prefer him from this end, because the thing is, if he can, even from a little bit shorter, you'll get a touch more bounce, whereas from that bottom end, if you dig it in short, as I did to Glenn Maxwell the other night, it disappeared into the second tier of the East End, so it's it's not the place to bowl.
Well,
Yeah, it's probably up there in one of those seats.
he does know his way around this ground, does Glenn Maxwell. Steckity in and bowls. The delivery up to the bat. Bit of swing on offer, played up to mid-off for no run.
Yeah.
What have we got?
Yeah,
Right.
definitely. I say, yeah. As Doige just said, then from this top end, he just feels a little bit heavier instead of being floaty.
Yeah. Well, he's a strong lad, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
Mind you, most fast bowlers are nowadays.
Athletic, he's obviously brought up in Queensland to work hard on those pitches out there.
Yep. In comes Mark Steckity. Bowls now to Rulofsson, who drives and it's not quite stopped. Extra cover. Did that bounce a little bit on him? I think it might have done. Anyway, I'm just being kind, perhaps. It was a nice shot from Rulofsson, a really handsome stroke through extra cover and 4 runs, 75 for 1.
Yeah, I'll tell him that he's got to be stopping that, unfortunately. It's gone over his hand, I think.
Well, there you go. You can say it.
Yeah.
Especially as the visiting commentator, I
Yeah.
can't be going criticise. I feel really. Actually, I'm kind of surrounded at the moment by exactly. Well, I'm always on my best behaviour. Surrounded by Yorkshiremen at the moment. Before goes Rulofsson to defend that one away up to Milan, who's at a short straight mid-off. There's no run.
No, ball's just been thrown back from the first tier over there.
Right.
A couple of the Gloucester boys have gone searching. They must not want the new ball.
Quite
new
like
ball
the first one. Well, I mean, so far I think Grant Rulofsson's not too disappointed with this changed one. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about that actually. But now we've got the ball being examined by umpire Hartley. We of course had that business with the Duke's balls last year, especially.
Oh, they're checking this one as well.
Oh gosh, well, this is going to take a bit of time. Talk to me about how irritating that is in terms of. I mean, surely it has to be really annoying. You've just got used to the feeling of a ball, and then it has to be changed so quickly.
Well, the thing is, so I think 2021, we had some good balls. The batch of Dukes were very good, and they were swinging nicely and held the shape. Last year, the balls were absolutely appalling, going out of shape within overs of using them. But the thing is, when the umpires test them and they go through these rings, you can hold it up and you can look at it and it could be very much out of shape, but somehow still manage to go through the rings. So you question the umpires. The umpires look at you going, we agree with you, to be fair, but we have to go through these rings. And when they do go through, you're looking at a ball that's out of shape and you still have to use it.
That's hiding behind red tape. In comes Steckity to bowl to Rulofsson, who plays a studied defensive shot up to short mid-off. There's no run.
So yeah, there's been times last year where the balls were kind of changed in the first 10 overs, and it's just like, well, how do you get a batch so bad? And they weren't doing as much as well, so I think that was always a reason to change them. It was always picking point for the bowlers to moan about when we went for 500 in a day. But
So, in terms of what you want as a bowler, is it really just purely I mean, I know if the ball's going to do more, it's going to get me more wickets. So is that all you think about, or is there a bit of kind of thinking about playing abroad, internationally, franchise, or whatever? Is it just purely in the moment?
Yeah, in the moment. If the ball's not doing much, get rid of it.
Moriarty bowls to Charlesworth, who is forward defending. Yelp from the bowler there. I think he was wondering whether that was pad first rather than bat first, but Neil Mallender wasn't particularly interested. He tends to let you know quite quickly, I think, does.
Yeah, he does.
Neil Mallender.
I'll stay for this over, then I'll get back to my 12-man duties.
Moriarty bowls to Charlesworth, who defends off the back foot into the cover. So that involves applauding the team off, does it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Now?
I'll get down there and make it look like I've done something, although I think Mickey and Warts might have a bit to say about me being gone for so long, but as I said before, I don't really care.
We're doing a public service.
Yeah.
Moriarty in and flicked off the leg stump out into the leg side for no run. And then I think Andy's probably going to have a commentary stint basically as short as the one that I had earlier on. Here's Moriarty. He's there to bowl to Charlesworth, who blocks that one away up the offside of the pitch.
Still 5 overs, isn't there, till tea?
Well, we've been told that tea's at 3:40 fixed.
Oh, is it? Alright.
But, yeah.
Not sure. It might be because we lost time.
Yeah, because we're having a few extra overs today. Charlesworth again plays back foot out into the covers, and there's no run. So Yorkshire's next T20.
Yeah, it's a big one.
It's
Old
the big
Trafford,
one, yeah.
Roses. Hopefully go for 2 from 2, and then hope that Northants do us a job on the Sunday. Is the plan.
Moriarty to Charlesworth, who drives firmly straight back to the bowler, and Moriarty looks behind him to see whether Rulofson's out of his crease. He's not.
Right.
And thank you ever so much for your time.
Cheers,
Jordan.
guys.
It's been magnificent to sit and listen for most of it, but
It's been good.
yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
So 75 for 120 overs have been bowled. We think that T is at 3:40 fixed, and by the looks of things, we're going to see Steketee continue. 4 overs for 27 so far. He's been. When we talk about you want to be driven, but I think at the same time you probably don't want to be driven to the boundary.
Too often, no.
And Andy Giddings is back alongside me.
Yes, good afternoon once again, everybody. What a fascinating listen that was with Jordan Thompson, and great to get the pros' insight and that sort of devil in the detail that we can't really provide. And yes, there's always got to be a check to the balance, hasn't there? And even with lots of wiggle room given Yorkshire's first innings score, there's only so many times you want to get pushed away to the boundary.
Steketee bowls to Rulofson. That's another lovely looking shot, but this time he'll find the fielder at wide mid-off. I mean, John was saying, I don't know, a massive amount about Rulofson, but at the moment, whether they were not willing to let on what they knew about him, or whether they've just looked at the start of Rulofson's innings and decided this is where we want him to be playing. They've got the short straight mid-off, they've got a short, quite straight extra cover, and then a wider mid-off as well. Steketee bowls, and Rulofson is reaching forward for that one and not finding the ball. He's beaten on the outside edge.
Well, I say tongue-in-cheek, let's try and get him run out. Given what happened on Friday in the blast, but clearly he's a player of some talent, isn't he? You know, double 100 against Namibia when playing in South Africa, and he's just entering his groove a little bit here, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the better South African domestic players that's not pushed for international honours yet. Rulofson whips that one away leg side. Oh, it's been misfielded at mid-wicket, and that one far more badly misfielded than the one that went past extra cover before, and Rulofson's now picked up a couple of boundaries, which on another day he might not have done.
Yeah, and in the last sort of 15-20 minutes, that's happened 3 or 4 times across the last 10 overs or so, hasn't it? They're getting a lot of joy out there as the ball is dispatched once again to the boundary.
It's a leg stump half volley from Steckety, so it was certainly there to be hit. 18 now to Rulofsson, 79 for 1. And in comes Steckety, 2 slips, forward, Rulofsson, head right over the top of the ball and screams no run there. Yeah, he went to school, Grant Rulofsson, at a school called King Edward VII School, which is in Johannesburg. Has an extraordinary list of alumni, that school. Gary Player,
Healthy.
Brian Habana.
I always love listening to Gary Player. What an inspirational bloke he is, and obviously a brilliant golfer.
Steckety in, Rulofsson works that one into a gap on the leg side. He'll manage 1 to the left of mid-wicket. 79 for 1 becomes 80 for 1. And actually, some of the greats of the game don't always, and this is sounding kind of, I don't know, big-headed almost, but they don't always get it across on the broadcast, on the mic, but Gary Player is one of those that absolutely does that.
Utterly outstanding. You can listen to him all day. Well, to be great at whatever they do, they focused on that, and the communication or ability to write about it isn't always there, and you wish it was, but Gary Player ticks all the boxes, goodness me.
Steckety round the wicket to Charlesworth on the money, but so is Charlesworth to defend, hops away to the leg side after playing the defensive shot. Jonathan Deutsch will approve, going nowhere near the danger area. Jonathan's on eagle-eyed watch away to my left-hand side. Gloucestershire 80 for 1 after 21 overs.
I wonder if he's like a coiled spring, given the fact that we're in the last minute before tea, and it's his run down to the press room.
Yeah, so going on with those list of alumni, Brian Habana, Joe van Niekerk, another terrific rugby player.
Quite the school.
All right, rugby union, yes, I know.
Think about where you're currently sat. Think about where you are currently sat.
In terms of cricketers, Graham Smith, Quinton de Kock, Neil Mackenzie, Dane Villas went there as well, among many others. Here's Moriarty bowling to Rulofsson, who plays quietly out towards short leg.
It kind of slightly reminds you of the gag in that hackneyed way between or against the Ward brothers, wasn't it? You're not even the best player at your school.
Yes, Jimmy Ormond.
Yeah, exactly.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Jimmy Ormond, the former Surrey seamer. Moriarty is in, struck on the pad, this looks close, given out. Neil Mallender raises the finger straight away, no hesitation. And Dan Moriarty is struck. Key wicket right on the stroke of tea. And Gloucestershire 2 down. Rulofsson was looking well set there, but he's gone for 19, and just like Dent, gets a start and then can't go on. And in fact, by the looks of things, that will be the tea break. I think the clock must just have flicked over to 3:40 just as that wicket was taken.
We've had this fear in the back of our minds. I say we have, you won't have done, about the ball and the pitch, and whether ultimately that will mean that taking wickets will be difficult as the weather changes and the pitch develops as it is doing. So the fact that Yorkshire are walking off here with 2 wickets is greatly encouraging, given the way that they battered up to this point. And it's a lovely delivery, and it's struck him right on the pad, got him plumb. Would have Midland leg
At least.
and off at least,
Yeah.
and off they go.
Yeah, looking at the replay that I've seen, it struck him basically on off stump, and it's not turning a great deal.
No.
So that is, well, I mean, it's not coming to say it's not turning a great deal, it's not sliding on either. So looks pretty out to me, and all those spectators will be buoyed by that, as will Yorkshire, and Gloucestershire are going to need a partnership when they come back out there. They've had a 45-run partnership between Charlesworth and Dent out for 34, and then a 35-run partnership between Charlesworth and Rulofsson, but both cut off, not exactly in their prime, but cut off right before they might have been about to get there. So Gloucestershire 80 for 2 at tea in reply to Yorkshire's 550 for 9 declared. First class 100, number 1 for Matthew Revis, but centuries also for Finley Bean and George Hill in that innings. Matt Taylor, the only Gloucestershire bowler really with a huge amount to shout about, 4 for 70 from 27 overs, and Gloucestershire are in big trouble. They need a evening session where they only lose 1 wicket or 2 wickets, really, you would imagine, coming up here.
Well, it's a crucial period, isn't it, in that respect, if they're to avoid the follow-on and be beaten by an innings.
Yeah.
You know, really they could do with keeping the next 2 intact.
Very much so. So Charlesworth has got to play the anchor role. He's 25 not out from 66 balls. Probably going to be joined by Miles Hammond, I would imagine, as he's tended to be at 4 for Gloucestershire. But we will find out in just under 20 minutes' time. We will be back for the evening session. Hope you can join us then.
umpires Peter Hartley and Neil Mallander.
Welcome back to Headingley for the final session of day 2 of this Division 2 County Championship match between Yorkshire and Gloucestershire. Yorkshire 550 for 9 declared in their batting innings, and they've taken 2 Gloucestershire wickets now, that of Chris Dent for 34 and Grant Rulofsson for 19, falling to what turned out to be the last ball before tea. Rulofsson missing a straight one from Dan Moriarty, the slow left armer, who's grabbed his first Yorkshire wicket. Rulofsson going for 19. So it'll be Ben Charlesworth resuming his innings on 25, and Miles Hammond, who is going to be the new man to the middle. And Hammond will be facing with 4 balls remaining in Dan Moriarty's 5th over. My name's Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire. Andy Giddings of BBC Radio Sheffield is alongside me, and this is going pretty much to plan for Yorkshire so far. Obviously they always want more wickets, but I just think they'll be fairly happy with the 2 they've taken.
Yeah, I think if you'd have devised the plan upon the declaration as to what you would have liked in the remainder of the afternoon session, and hopefully as the evening session then gets back into play, I would say it's very much on point, isn't it? We've spoken throughout the day, and Jordan Thompson, who was here with us a little bit earlier in the day, highlighting the ball, the Kookaburra ball, and highlighting the pitch and how it doesn't have necessarily too many cracks and crevices that bowlers can aim at, how at times it could be perceived as being ever so slightly more of a batsman's track, and just as each batsman was getting into their flow, the wicket came. So with the final delivery of the afternoon session to take the second one, that was a major sort of feather in the cap for Yorkshire. So we'll see now. This becomes a crucial session for Gloucestershire. They will be desperate that the 2 in now are still there at 6:10.
Yeah, very much so, because with 3 centurions for Yorkshire, you know somebody, probably ideally, well, multiple people, if not 3, have got to go big for Gloucestershire as well, and that's been a problem this season really. There were 2 centuries in the opening game. Marcus Harris, the Australian overseas, who Grant Rulofsson is effectively replacing whilst Harris is off with the Ashes squad. Graham van Buren scored a century as well in that game. Tom Price's extraordinary 100 on that day at New Road, when he also took the hat-trick. But the only other ton again was Marcus Harris in the second innings of the game against Durham, which turned out to be an innings where he ran out of partners, with Durham having set Gloucestershire a total, and Gloucestershire got probably a bit closer than they might have done, but those are the only 4 centurions for Gloucestershire this season, and you think 3 centurions for Yorkshire in their batting innings, somebody's got to dig in, and really it's got to be Hammond and Charlesworth to start us off here. Moriarty then from the Howard stand end to bowl to Hammond, who drives first ball, doesn't really time it goes out into the covers for no run. I think Moriarty will be too disappointed to see that first ball. Hammond on the attack straight away. There's a slip, there's a short leg, and there's a leg slip in close. Moriarty bowls, Hammond drives again, forces it away, but once more picks out the fielder at cover. Moriarty's got protection on the boundary rope out at deep square in the form of the latest Yorkshire centurion, Matthew Revis, and then a fielder out at deep backward point as well. Moriarty bowls to Hammond, who plays very carefully up the onside of the pitch. No run. And then cover and mid-wicket, who are well off what would be the 30-yard circle, and then mid-off and mid-on, mid-on in particular, would be walking into the 30-yard circle. Forward goes Hammond to block out the final delivery of that over, carried over tee, and it was a wicket maiden. So Moriarty now 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7. So he's conceded just the single, and then that big 6 from Ben Charlesworth, which temporarily lost the ball.
But it's a cracking start, isn't it? There have been unknowns coming into this match. How would some of the younger players do with very little first-class cricket under the belt, and clearly the two debutants coming in? Well, Moriarty's been excellent. You're referring to essentially the one bad ball. No more pressure has been felt on today, except the guy who's filming something from that side of the ground in the Howard stand, looking for that ball, and ultimately, sadly, the lad failed for 10 minutes, so he had to swap the ball again.
It will be Mark Steckety to resume the bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. A little bit leg side-ish. Charlesworth can work it comfortably away out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Charlesworth 26 from 67 balls, unlike Dent and Rulofsson, who both actually looked really quite fluent before they got out. Charlesworth is in his usual kind of defensive bubble, which he doesn't tend to deviate too often from when he plays championship cricket. Steckety is in and bowls, and Charlesworth once more studiously over the ball to defend it to mid-off.
Because doesn't this represent a little upturn in form from Charlesworth, given his knocks at the latter end of the more recent blast fixtures?
Yeah,
this is actually for him to get in, settle in, and try and build an innings is good, given the fact that he got 10 or 12 runs in the 2 previous outings prior to today.
Steckety round the wicket to Charlesworth, full, and once more Charlesworth comes forward to defend into the leg side.
Yeah, and the kind of shot that does serve as evidence for me, who's seeing that for the first time, of someone that does like to play on the defensive first.
Yeah, so I mean, Charlesworth actually, I'm not going to say he wasn't expected to play a part in the T20 campaign at all, but because
he was
effectively, I suppose sort of, but in a way yes, in a way no. Steckety bowls to Charlesworth. It's on the pads. Charlesworth will get a single here as he turns it away towards deep backward square. We'll add one more onto the total, 81 for 2. Charlesworth onto 26, because I think, given the way that Charlesworth plays, and he'd done most of his work in Gloucestershire colours in the Championship, and then a few games in the Royal London, where he scored quite a lot of runs actually. I think his List A average at the moment is over 50, but again, even in the 50 over game, tends to like to play the anchor role, take his time. Steckety into Hammond, slightly squared up by that one, plays it out into the covers for no run, but he came into the blast and scored a 50 on debut against Glamorgan, and then a 19-ball 50 against Essex at Chelmsford, which is the fastest 50 by a Gloucestershire batter in T20 cricket, which actually sort of surprised me in a way, because it's not as though Gloucestershire haven't had more than their fair share of victories in T20 over the years. Steckety is in, and Hammond gets a ball on middle and leg, which he defends with an angled bat up to mid-on, and that is the end of the over, 81 for 2. But a strike rate, despite actually, as you say, a couple of failures in the last couple of matches, he got an absolute ripper from Craig Overton in the local derby last time out, but still an average in his young career of 26 and a strike rate over 160 in T20 cricket. Yeah, I mean that's a really fine start to his T20 career, and as somebody who basically worked his way into the side, from what I've heard, from his hitting in the net, didn't play in the first game of the season, but here he is back in the Championship and going about his business in a similar fashion,
and helping really to give Gloucestershire some kind of toe end in this game. Can't say foothold, toe end.
Yeah, yes.
Right now.
Certainly not there yet, and the moment it's only a 26, and really, even if he were to get even a sort of a 70 or an 80 as he's got in a couple of his innings this year, it really does need to be 3 figures and up.
Yeah.
Which is pressure, but at the same time, I suppose that's what you're a professional cricketer for.
Yeah, 469 runs behind.
Yeah, that's a lot of runs. It's a lot of runs. What on earth are we waiting for here?
Well, Yorkshire have battered superbly today, haven't they? The tail end, the volume of partnerships, 5 partnerships 50 or in excess of 50, 3 centurions across the course of their first innings. Well, a formidable batting performance on a pitch that helps. But if you're just tuning in or logging on, however you're taking in the match today, the 2 key wickets, or 2 big wickets that Yorkshire have taken, put them very much in command of this match.
I think George Hill forgot his box, and it's been tossed to him by Mickey Edwards down there. I think that's what we were waiting for. So Hill is there under the helmet at Silly Point, and Charlesworth has crunched this one for 1 bounce and 4 straight of mid-off. So twice he's come down the pitch, and he's got a 6 and a 4 from having done so, and he moves on to 30.
Well, he may have been superb with the bat, Hill, but having been told that he was going to stand in a short position, he forgot his helmet. Presumably he was told before he came out, and forgot his box, which you wouldn't want to sacrifice either, really, but of the 2, well, I don't know. Either way, quite dangerous.
Yeah.
You certainly wouldn't forget it twice.
Deep mid-on, well, it's more of a deep mid-on now, so just taking a couple of steps backwards. Moriarty bowls to Charlesworth, dropped in a bit short. It's forced off the back foot by Charlesworth, and that'll be 4 runs. So whether he expected Charlesworth to come down again, or whether that really was just a response to being hit firmly back past him, but he did just drag that one down. It wasn't actually that quick either. It just gave Charlesworth plenty of time to line it up and crashed it away for 4 through the covers.
Not a great deal of movement with the feet, plenty of room. See you later.
Moriarty in and played into the leg side by Charlesworth. Moriarty's turned and he's got both hands clasped behind his head as Charlesworth gets the ball back at a square on the leg side, and will pick up 1 run. Moves to 35, 90 for 2. So Hammond gets to face again.
I can kind of see why Moriarty turned quite so theatrically.
Hammond down the pitch, playing a drive which is caressed, but it's well stopped at wide mid-off. Shan Masood launching himself away to his right-hand side will keep it down to just the 1.
You see, the previous delivery bounced quite close in, and it was actually well turned away with the bat short down the leg side. There was a bit more room for manoeuvre there, hence the ball dispatched easier.
Moriarty in, Charlesworth leans forward and plays leg side. Again, the hands shoot skywards from Dan Moriarty. Animated figure, as Jordan Thompson was saying at one point. He felt he might even have had a word or two. You like to see that from your spinner.
You absolutely do.
Charlesworth defends off the back foot to Hill at Silly Point. There's no run and Hill's going off again.
What?
He's got the wrong box now. We can't go too far into that.
Yes. Let's kind of let that hang in the air. I suppose you only really get irritated when it's opposition bowlers primarily who are doing all of the wondering, particularly if it's theatrical. I'll give it a rest, but if it's on your side and for your side, then and I think most cricket fans don't mind a bit of needle.
No, I mean, it gets you into it, doesn't it?
It's good fun, as long as it's all good natured. Even if it's good natured with a little bit of spice to it, then and if it's the more experienced players that are leading on that front, good on them.
Here's Steketee bowling to Hammond. Hammond is carefully over the ball, pushing it out into the covers and not picking up a run. Yeah.
You know what? If you have a word with general sports fans or people who don't like cricket at all, within a minute someone will mention some kind of comment or even sledging, and it won't be that far, or I dare say creative, but it's one of the attractions of the game.
Here comes the tall Aussie now, bowling to Hammond, who's forward once more, playing to mid-on this time, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I think some of the really targeted sledging, like, the ones that really get me are the ones that, like, they've obviously done some real research involved, and I can't, something a bit more recent, where there was something to do with I can't remember, some specific statistic at a ground or something like that, which the keeper was putting in the mind of the batter. I'm really irritated, I can't remember where it was. Hammond again with the on push up to the fielder at mid-on for no run. But I do remember one of the ones that you see a lot on the internet was Mark Boucher to tender Taibu as a wicketkeeper for Zimbabwe, and all Boucher does is just keep repeating Taibu's batting average. It's like 4 or 5 times. It's like, oh, you're only averaging this, guy needs a score, that sort of thing. You just think, Steketee in, bowls, Hammond plays to the onside straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. You just think something like that. I mean, how does that not get into your head? I mean, it's one thing if it's like a general comment, but if you've got specific statistical work going into this...
It'd be the kind of thing I would love to read. You can't, on one hand, really enjoy the psychological elements of cricket, and all of them, from perseverance and keeping your concentration when faced with demon bowling, and then not take into account sledging.
Steketee bowls on the hip of Hammond and flicked away fine, but not fine enough to pick up a boundary. The fielder from long leg can get across, and a single is taken. Hammond moves to 2, Gloucestershire 92 for 2.
And to sort of take a sideways step, you can't, and that's what I was doing there, you can't turn on your mobile phone these days in the last 2 or 3 days and find some response to Ollie Robinson's comments that he made. Well, the Australians are just as prevalent at sledging. Give it, take it, give it, take it.
Steketee is in, dabbed away at it to the covers by Charlesworth for no run. I wish Jason Gillespie were here at the moment.
Yeah, so would I. Yeah. But I'm sure he would agree with me. If you can't take it, don't give it in.
Well, I think it's one of those things, isn't it, where there's been this change since the sandpaper incident, and effectively Australia have drawn a line in the sand paper and have decided therefore that everybody else must do exactly as they've done, and actually the England side is almost going not where the Australians were, but they're taking a little bit of a leaf out of the old Aussies in their sort of the confidence that they're projecting.
I can't imagine for 1 second that the Australian cricketers, like Smith of course, didn't expect a barrage from the Hollies stand the other day and will continue to do so at Lords and here and all of that throughout the summer. And if you don't want to get that kind of stick, don't do it.
Right, Moriarty then is waiting for everything to be set. It is now. And Hammond, left-hander, facing up. Hammond reaches forward and guides it nicely into a gap out where that fielder is set deep at backward point. And Hammond moves on to 393 for 2. I think one of my other favourite sledging stories was to do with Justin Langer when he was playing against South Africa. And I don't know who it was standing in the slipcord, but obviously it had to be somebody that spoke Afrikaans, or multiple people that spoke Afrikaans. So this was punched away out into the covers by Charlesworth, and there's no run. So Langer, I think, was apparently getting bothered by the fact that they were sort of speaking in a language that he didn't understand or whatever. Moriarty bowls. Charlesworth carefully plays off the back foot out into the leg side for no run. So after he made some sort of comment, the next session the South Africans went out there, and even the ones, because not everybody in South Africa can speak Afrikaans, at least most have a sort of working knowledge of it, I guess. Charlesworth plays that one towards mid-wicket for no run. And what they did was, the ones that couldn't speak Afrikaans properly just made up a load of gibberish and just every so often said, Justin Langer. Or what's that come off? Yorkshire think that's out. It's gone to first slip. I think the umpires are going to have to come together here. Charlesworth got a very full delivery, and I think the question is whether it, on the drive, then went into the ground to first slip, or whether that's gone on the full. I must say there was confidence from bowler and from slip, not from everybody, but Charlesworth has been given out here, and Moriarty has got a second wicket. Let's have a look at this. Well,
and well taken at the second attempt almost. There was a brief split second where you thought it wouldn't be taken, and then it was in the midriff. Excellent.
It was a funny one because it was so full, ball's right up to the bat, and it's just it looks fine, I think, but Charlesworth has taken a lot of dust with him as he's played the shot, and that's almost kind of helped to obscure things a bit. But I mean, it does look fine. It doesn't obviously look like a bump ball, and he's been sent on his way, and Gloucestershire have lost another. Charlesworth getting a start again on 35, and they've lost another wicket with somebody who'd got themselves set, 93 for 3.
Well, the same old story, isn't it, across the course of the top of their order. I think, yes, the scuffing and the dirt that then flew up, it probably just clipped off the lower part of the bat and went up, so then fine.
Well, Moriarty 2 for 18 now, and Gloucestershire need a captain's innings. Graham Van Buren walking to the middle. Mentioned that ton for Van Buren in the opening game of the season against Glamorgan. That came in the second innings. Gloucestershire were way behind on first innings, about, I'm trying to think what it was now. It was a good sort of 280 runs, I think it was, behind, and ended up getting themselves into a position where they ended up declaring, but not actually really setting Glamorgan much of a target to chase, because of the fact that Gloucestershire have been so far behind, had done all that work to try and get themselves into that position, and didn't want to throw that away first game of the season. But it's Moriarty bowling to Van Buren, who's forward and playing slightly uncertainly as the ball goes off bat onto pad out into the covers. There is no run, 93 for 3 score after 26 overs of Gloucestershire's innings. There's 31 overs remaining in the day, and I think, seeing as we have Yorkshire President Jane Powell in the box, we'd probably better get Jane on air, with Yorkshire in a really strong position here, lead by 457 runs, and they've already taken 3 of the 20 wickets that they need to win the match. Steckety continuing from the Kirkstall Lane end. He's bowling to the left-handed Hammond, and Hammond lets that one go. Hello, Jane.
Good afternoon, good evening, whichever you want to call it. I'm never sure whether 4 o'clock is afternoon or evening, but a lovely day here at Headingley, and it's great to see our 2 new bowlers bowling well at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, at the moment, Dan Moriarty 2 for 18, and he's bowling so tight as well, isn't it? Not just the fact that he's taking the wickets.
Yeah, and it seems like the wicket's doing a little bit for the spinners. I thought that when we were finishing off our batting innings that there were balls that turned, so he's obviously getting something out of the wicket as well.
Steckety bowls very full, inviting the drive, and Hammond accepts, drives it through point, and that flies away to the boundary for 4 runs, 97 for 3.
I mean, the outfield all season has been like lightning. It's like if it's past you. I admire all the players, men and women, that I've seen play here, but really? Do you really need to chase it? Because, it's one of those teasing ones at times that gets there, but that one just rocketed to the cover point boundary, so good shot there, just over pitched it by Steckety.
Here comes Steckety round the wicket, bowls to Hammond, who defends up towards mid-off with a degree of comfort, fielded up there, and no run. Yeah, so it's been rather busy the last few days for you. Racked up the miles.
Yes, I spent 2 days at the women's test, and then we had an England deaf game. So I've been to Trent Bridge twice. I was in Moseley, Birmingham with the England deaf team, and then I came up last night and I'm here today, and then I'll be at Lord's on Wednesday for the first day of the test. So busy time at the moment.
Steckety bowls and worked away into the onside by Hammond, straight to mid-wicket. And whilst the result today hasn't gone England's way, 5-day test ground, all those tickets sold.
Yeah, and people kept saying, oh, we've never seen the women score this many. Well, we've only ever played one 5-day test before, 1992, and that only played on 3 days out of the 5 anyway. So it's no surprise that we got more runs when we played for 5 days.
Comes Steckety and bowls. Hammond drives firmly but well stopped out there in the covers, and I believe that is Moriarty who's just stopped that one, because I've failed to write down exactly what number Moriarty would be, so now I know what it is.
Yeah, he can't get out of the game at the moment, can he? He's in it full time.
Yeah, and of course we probably better not go into it too much, but we were supposed to cover a
Yes,
Western Storm game.
We were, yes.
Together earlier this year, and we would have seen, I think, as Steckety completes this over, bowls to Hammond, who again lets that go past his off stump. End of the over, 97 for 3. We would, I think, probably have seen Lauren Filer in her last appearance before she then went on to play in the Test match.
It's a story of my sporting life, actually, to get dropped the night before. So it was just no surprise, but yeah, it's disappointing because we obviously did a game at Bristol the previous season, and I was looking forward to jumping on comms with you again, so it's nice to be here today, to be able to see you and to just jump on here, albeit briefly, because I'm sure that we can pass back to the experts very shortly. But it's lovely to be watching some good cricket here, and I'm enjoying watching Moriarty bowl, so he's coming back on at the Howard stand end, so it'll be good to see this.
Yeah, bowling to Van Buren, and he's played that one very late, almost too late, maybe back into pad there, dribbles out into the offside for no run. I thought for one moment he just wasn't going to play a shot at all at that one.
Yeah, I think everybody thought he'd got that one through, but he just chopped down on it at the last minute.
Moriarty's in a half of the bat from Van Buren. He's got it past short leg though and out towards deep backward square.
And this is a period of the game where it's exciting, where something looks like it might happen every single ball, whether that's flight and dip or whether that's turn off the pitch. It doesn't matter, because there's excitement out there and people are getting a bit jumpy.
Moriarty bowls to Hammond, who's well forward to that one. The ball trickles up the onside of the pitch for Moriarty to pick up. Have you been to? I mean, I think I've seen a little bit on Twitter. You've been to quite a few of Yorkshire's T20 aways this year as well.
Yes.
Moriarty bowls, Hammond uses his feet and whips the ball up to the deep set mid-on, just be the single.
Yeah, I've been down to Leicester and I went to Birmingham. Where else have I been away? I think that's the main 2 I've been away. I've also seen the second 11 play, and I've seen the girls play, the women play, and I've seen the women's second 11.
Moriarty round the wicket to Van Buren, who's forward and just about getting an inside edge on that one. It was one of those sort of start of an appeals that then just turned into a yelp of frustration.
And he did try to get further forward then, didn't he? Very much so, and yet he's still struggling with the spin.
Moriarty to Van Buren, who drives firmly, beats the extra cover fielder but won't beat the dive of Fisher at mid-off. And 99 for 3 becomes 100 for 3 and a ripple of applause. And I think that I'm potentially quite soon going to have to be Jonathan Deutsch, and that I might have to do an update because we've got Q in our ears at the moment. I have not got a clue which radio station I'll be updating into, but you know what? I'm ready. I'm sorry about this, Jane. This is the beauty of live radio here. Released. Andy, do you actually want to do this? Because probably. Oh no, it's gone.
That's good.
It's gone. I think maybe.
Just had some news headlines there.
To the to the wrong ground. Oh Lord. Okay. Gloucestershire are 104-3 in reply to Yorkshire's 550-9. 3 centurions for Yorkshire, Finlay Bean and George Hill yesterday, but Matthew Revis, an unbeaten 104, his maiden first-class century, as Yorkshire picked up maximum batting points and made their way up to 550-9 declared, and they've grabbed 3 wickets now in Gloucestershire's second innings. Gloucestershire 100-3. Dan Moriarty has taken 2 of the wickets, loan signing from Surrey, 2 for 21 from his 8 overs, and Dom Leach, the young seamer, the other wicket to fall. So Yorkshire bang on top here. Gloucestershire 100-3, trailing by 450. No, I'm Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol, and there we go. No problem at all.
Probably better than me joining in.
Right. There we go. That was fun, wasn't it?
Well done.
Do you know what? I've never had to do one of those before.
Well, that was very good. Very efficient.
Anyway, we missed Graham Van Buren cutting a ball from Mark Steckety to the boundary. So he's now on strike to Steckety, and that's played up towards wide mid-on for no run. The reason I started off, by the way, we're back to Jane Powell, Yorkshire president again. The reason I started on the T20, I just wanted to get your general overall kind of impression of the comp this year.
It was an interesting competition. I did go to Derbyshire as well, down to Chesterfield, and we certainly as a Yorkshire team, we had a poor start, we had a very good middle, and then we had a poor end. You know, I know we've still got one game on Friday at Lancashire, but
Steckety bowling to Van Buren, who hops into line and defends up towards mid-off.
That you know, when you're sort of on a roll, it seems to work, and then all of a sudden the wheels fall off, and you think, well, what's different to the way we were playing? And I think a lot of it is down to confidence. And there's a number of young players out there, and I think once they struggle, then they don't know how to pull it back yet, and that's why it's a really good learning situation for them.
Steckety past the umpire, is in and bowls short. Van Buren thunders a pull shot through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Quick on to that. If you bowl it halfway down to Van Buren, he tends to like to try and hit it as hard as possible. He moves on to 10, 108 for 3.
Steckety's probably thinking he's still at the Gabba, you know, and sort of if I bang it in, it'll go flying over his head, but it's not quite the Gabba. It's very much a different wicket, and all wickets are different. This is still one of the best wickets or grounds in the country, and he'll learn where the right area is to be bowling as he plays a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I think as we saw in Yorkshire's innings, if you're offline on this pitch, then as Jason Gillespie was saying yesterday, happy birthday. Steckety bowls to Van Buren, who once more gets everything behind that in defence, plays it out into the covers for no run. And Jane, are you off? That was too brief.
I've just thought that we should hand back to the experts, but you know, it's great, and great performances going on there from the Yorkshire boys, and what a great introduction by Moriarty, you know, and hopefully he can continue and pick up another couple of wickets tonight. That would be a real bonus for the boys, and they pick up a couple of bowling points maybe. Yeah,
well, they've got one already. So Jane Powell, thank you so much for popping in. It's been lovely to see you again. So a shame that we couldn't see each other at Cardiff earlier this season, as Hammond comes down the pitch and blocks that one away up the offside of the pitch. But it's been great to chat to you again, and I'm sure hopefully it won't be too long before the next time.
Well, I've been called an expert many times, it's just spelt differently.
Hammond gets a very full ball, drives it away out towards cover, and does not pick up a run there. Yeah, well, I
To close on the point that Jane was making before departing,
Moriarty bowls, drags the length back a bit. Hammond rocks onto the back foot and gets on top of it, plays it down into the ground.
for listeners that are just tuning in, his start to his time with Yorkshire has been excellent. 2 wickets for 21, 4 maidens, which is just as significant, is brilliant.
Moriarty to Hammond, comes down the pitch, slaps this one away past the diving Moriarty, past the stumps, past Neil Mallender, and past the 2 fielders straight down the ground for 4 runs. He moves on to 12. 112 for 3. I didn't think it would be too long before Hammond really decided to have a go at Moriarty, because he's a naturally attacking player, is Hammond, against spin, and he's not somebody that likes to let the spinners bowl to him. Just have a look at that replay to see. I mean, Moriarty's nowhere near it, so it's not exactly a chance, but it was actually in the air when it passed him, I think. Moriarty bowls. Nice looking delivery, but can't find a way past Hammond's sturdy defence this time.
And age-defying quick feet from umpire Mallender as well, as the ball shifted past him. And Jonathan Doidge has returned.
The real Jonathan Doidge, yeah.
Apart from the phantom one that was on Radio Leeds a couple of minutes ago. Jonathan did an outstanding job.
Moriarty bowls to Hammond, who hits this one high in the air, and that is a spectacular 6 over extra cover. He's just lifted that, and it's gone the distance, and possibly gone down behind. Yeah, we've now got a steward in a high-vis jacket who's just tossed the ball back into the field of play. It went right into that gap there between the 2 stands at extra cover. Hammond laid into that. Didn't actually come down the pitch at all, just played it from the crease, lifted it over extra cover all the way. He's on to 118 for 3.
On the half volley, with a great swipe, it's lifted out to mid-wicket, bounced off the wall and came back. Didn't take 10 minutes to find that one. Well fielded by the steward.
Yes, and even though underarmed it back into the field of play, I have seen a spectator at Bristol this year who I hope isn't listening, because he's got mentioned a couple of times.
I do now.
Who did underarm it, and I'm not sure it actually made the boundary rope.
I was about to say, if you had any nerves throwing it back, you wouldn't want to make a fool of yourself, but clearly one person has.
Yeah. Well, I was at the ODI here back in 2015, I think it was, when the Aussies were playing, which is actually the only time I've ever seen England play Australia. I haven't seen a day's Ashes cricket yet, but that will all change. Day 1 here.
Day 2.
Aha. Well, can't wait for that.
It's going to be amazing.
As we've got a bowling change from the Kirkstall Lane end, replacing Mark Steckety. It's Matthew Fisher starting his 6th over, and Van Buren leans forward and cries "yep" for a single out into the covers. Hammond responds 119 for 3. But the reason I brought that up was that I feel so sorry for all those security guards who've got to, because we were in the White Rose stand.
Yes.
And the security guards who've got to sit right on the edge there, because anything that they do is going to be commented upon.
Absolutely.
So there was like chants for the fact that he'd taken his sunglasses off, the poor guy down there, that sort of thing. I mean, you just couldn't do anything without...
Merciless.
You know.
Merciless.
And then when you've got the beach balls flying around...
And the beer snakes.
Yes.
Although I'm not a fan.
In goes Fisher, bowls well down the leg side, and Hammond puts that away. And get a delivery like that has got to go. Flicks it away through square on the onside and moves into the 20s. 22 to him now.
I came to an ODI against Sri Lanka. I forget the year. Jai Sarir was superb, and there was a chap walking essentially just in front of the corner point of the Western Terrace where it meets the Howard stand, and he had 2 of those cardboard trays with 4 pints in each, so they were both full. And
Right.
he got to basically where the rows A start, and they collapsed. all of them, everywhere. And the Western Terrace noticed, and on repeat many times, what a waste of money. And you kind of felt sorry while you were laughing at the same time.
Yeah, well...
Back in the days when it was only £4 a pint.
Right, we've got some considerable adjustments being made to the field here. Long discussion between bowler and captain. Shan Masood is directing traffic. And I think it looks as though they've decided to dispense with the short, straight, mid-on position which Milan was occupying, and he's now going to go to a more short, straight, mid-wicket position. And Gully has come out now to field at forward square leg, so just the two in the cordon, both in the slips. Fisher comes round the wicket to bowl to Hammond, who leans forward into a defence, goes out towards Moriarty, fielding in the covers. So there's a deep backward point and very much a long leg down there on the boundary. But I guess it gives... He's got a bit of protection on the offside as Fisher, so I guess maybe they're just thinking in terms of allowing him to pitch the ball right up. Hammond, like a lot of the Gloucestershire players actually, when they drive, they're more square drivers of the ball rather than straight drivers, which is part of a consequence of playing a lot of your cricket at Bristol. Fisher into bowl. Hammond turns that one with a steep angled bat out towards wide mid-wicket. There's no run, because at Bristol you don't tend to see very many straight drives. You've got to wait for the ball to come to you, because it can be notoriously slow but also sometimes a bit too paced, and you can sometimes get a bit of...
It becomes the muscle memory.
Ball keeping a bit low, and I think you think of your braces and your dents in particular, some of the products of Gloucestershire batting of recent times, and that tends to be a strong area. Hammond defends once more out towards Milan on the leg side. There's no run, whereas for example a Surrey batter who would like to play those textbook straight drives, when they come to Bristol, actually Surrey often tend to struggle a bit, because as you say, sort of muscle memory a little bit. They haven't always particularly, actually both T20 wise and Championship wise, when they've actually played Surrey, they've not had the easiest time of it, as Hammond plays that one away up to mid-off, and the end of that over. Gloucestershire 1-2-3 for 3. Nice afternoon / evening if we're getting towards that stage now. Plenty of spectators with the hats on down to our left.
Well, they've had a good day, East Stand side, haven't they? Never even a secondary thought about rain, well, apart from when we mention it, frankly. And the spectators who are currently to our left-hand side, quite a few of them are shielding their eyes as Gloucestershire prepare themselves to continue on here, 123 for 3.
So it's Moriarty round the wicket to Graham Van Buren, who's on 11. Van Buren comes forward, knocks that one away out into the onside for no run. In other news from Division 2, I can tell you Sussex have been bowled out now by Glamorgan for 203. So a first innings lead of 39 runs for Glammy, as Van Buren turns that one away out to deep square, picks up 124 for 3. So for Glamorgan, Mitch Swepson, the leggy that they've got as cover for Michael Neeser, took the final 3 wickets for Glamorgan, 3 wickets for James Harris as well, and a couple each for Van der Guchten and McElroy. Just need another excuse to say that name. Forward goes Hammond to play this one up the pitch for no run. Leicestershire 207 for 3 in reply to Durham's 517 for 6. Colin Ackerman and Peter Hanscom at the wicket at the moment. Slightly odd dynamic in that game, in that you've got, as we see, Moriarty bowling on the pads of Hammond, flicked away just off short leg, and they'll pick up 125 for 3. We've got Matt Parkinson playing for Durham against his twin brother Callum, who's playing for Leicestershire, but Callum is shortly going to move from Leicestershire to Durham. if they got all that. That's not all too confusing. Moriarty in round the wicket, bowling to Van Buren. It's short. Van Buren's tried to pull that one away, and he has not yet been given out. Now he has. He stayed there a bit, Van Buren, to see whether he might be about to get a reprieve, but I think all the Yorkshire fielders were already clustered around each other by the time Neil Mallender raised the finger, and somehow Van Buren's contrived to get out to a ball that was really quite short. He tried to pull it, and he's just got a feather through to Tattersall behind the stumps, and Tattersall, actually, I didn't see that first time. Tattersall's taken that on the second attempt into the kind of fingertips of the glove, snatched at it, and then got it second time around. So a good grab from Tattersall, and Gloucestershire continue to slide further into trouble at 125 for 4. And Jonathan Doidge is back alongside me, and I'm going, I think, to be replaced as well.
Tell you what, dropping himself onto the subs bench here, Ed Seaborn, but you've got to ask questions about that shot at this stage, having not been out there so long. The Gloucestershire skipper, James Bracey, goes out there to replace him. Had runs against Yorkshire down at Bristol last year. Van Buren gone for 12. Didn't catch how many deliveries that was. We'll work it out. And James Wharton is alongside. Go on, give us a blast for levels, JW.
Hello.
Okay, you took that very literally.
Oh, sorry.
You well?
Yeah, very well, thank you. How are you?
Good. We're okay, thanks.
There's a camera.
I think the Yorkshire contingent in the com box are a little bit more okay maybe than the Gloucestershire contingent at this moment in time. But I brought a couple of pies up for the lads, so Ed, tuck in while you have a breather, and many thanks for doing that. I was in one of those conversations that was not the easiest to ditch at that moment in time. So dashing back up the stairs and thinking, not sure if I'm going to make it here. Bracey, left-handed, just pushing forward to this delivery outside off stump, gets an outside edge on it, beyond Adam Lythe at slip, and they get back for 2. But well, I think first and foremost, James Wharton, it's been a very encouraging start to this loan spell for Daniel Moriarty. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 35.
Yeah, he started really well on a pitch that looks fairly turgid, to be honest. Yeah, very very good. He's controlled the ball well, and then obviously picking up 3 wickets is very good indeed.
Van Buren finished with 12 from 15 deliveries there. Matthew Fisher's going to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end. Miles Hammond on 23. Those 2 to Bracey, so it's 127 for 4, which, when the new ball was... I'll more in on that in a sec, because Fisher is bowling here to Hammond, who's working off the legs down to long leg for a single. Yeah, Dizzy was up yesterday, as you may be aware.
Yeah.
15 overs was the kind of limit he was suggesting for the swing from the Kookaburra ball.
Right.
And you almost got to that point, 14.1 overs when that first wicket was taken, so it could have been much more of a grind. May still be. So to get 3 more wickets beyond that point and to bring Dan Moriarty on pretty early in the piece, pleasing so far.
I don't think I don't think the bowlers feel like there's been much swing at all. I don't feel like we've got much out of it. I don't think that's because of us. I think it's just the ball and the conditions. I think it's clear to see that it's a good day to bat. I mean, it has been all game, to be fair. So credit to them to keep the rate at under 4s. I think is good. I think we can be better still. And then Moriarty's obviously bowled really nicely from the other end and taking a bit of the pressure off the seamers. Down the ground.
Yeah, Matthew Fisher's delivery pushed down the ground by James Bracey. A dive and a miss near the wicket ends by David Milan. He's done a bit of diving this season in those sort of positions. So 1 run, 129 for 4. We can obviously wind the clock back with you just a couple of short weeks to your signature knock so far in Yorkshire first team colours, that 111 from 56 in the T20 match here against Worcestershire.
Yep. No, it was good fun.
Fisher into Hammond, who drops it into the offside, no run. And I remember speaking to you after the game and saying, you know, from what we've seen from you so far, we know, you know, your backstory of big scores in second team cricket and all of that, but it felt like it come a bit from left field, particularly for it to be in a T20 game, because, you know, for me, if anybody had asked me, you know, in the bar over the road, well, if James Wharton's going to score a ton, where's it going to be? I'd have been saying it'd have been in red ball cricket. So it felt like it was a bit left field, but also felt like there'd been some definite changes to your approach in white ball cricket this year, as Fisher is in, and that's driven by Hammond up to Shan Masood at mid-off, no run. But you were kind of more nonchalant about it all, really, and almost like what I expected.
Well, no, I didn't expect it. I think if we go back 12 months and spoke about my white ball game then, I was in a very different place. Like, if I got 20, I'd be quite happy, because I just didn't know how to go about it, how to structure an innings. Whereas this year it's been very different. I feel like starting off in the twos, sort of, Fish runs in and bowls.
I'll tell you what, you got a career as a ball-by-ball commentator there, as Hammond works it off his legs down to long leg for one.
Yeah, I feel like this year, starting off in the twos, I feel like it gave myself a chance to sort of test, like, sort of my game plan, which is really just, well, there isn't really much to it, to be honest. It's just taking the pressure off myself, and relaxing and not worrying too much about the rate as such. And then little bits of my game sort of staying a bit more still, strong shots, rather than back 12 months ago it'd be like deflecting and that sort of thing. That.
Yeah, 130 for one. Fisher into Bracey, pushes back to the bowler, end of that 33rd over.
So this year it went really well for me in the T20s, in the twos. Hit good form. A few of us hit good form. To be honest, as a team, like, you just saw a real difference in our white ball stuff. Last year we really struggled. Like, we struggled to put scores on. We struggled to chase until sort of the back end where we played a couple of good games. But this year we just dominated it, and everybody was performing really well. Like bowlers with their plans and stuff like that. And I feel like it rubbed off on all of us, and we all just, because we were winning as well, I think it rubbed off on all of us, and the form, we just kept on going and going. And then obviously it was nice to do it when I got my chance in the first team.
You're not going to do anything daft now, are you, that you've got 100 with a tash and keep that tash?
No, I'm keeping it forever, even though you hate it.
Oh no. Moriarty in, and that's pushed out into the covers by Miles Hammond, no run. Please. I mean, if you shave it off and you get 100, then you can keep that look.
Yeah.
Or does it need to get longer now?
No.
Down the side, it's going to be a handlebar until you get your next 100.
Well, I'll be lucky if I can grow a handlebar.
Hammond turns it round the corner to short leg, no run. Well, I'm saying, will it be a handlebar before the time you get your next ton? But obviously, if it's short time until you get your next ton, then it's not going to grow that long, is it?
Hopefully.
Maybe you don't get shaved again until you get your next 100.
Well, no, I'd look a bit poor with that. I look ill.
Moriarty to Hammond, who dropped it at the feet of Finlay Bean, who's in at short leg, no run. They've got a leg slip, George Hill and Adam Lyth at first slip, excuse me. As Moriarty over the wicket, Hammond comes down the pitch and hits over the top. And that's going to go all the way into the Howard stand for 6 runs.
I think it's quite a good approach, to be fair, by Hammond. I feel like, even though Moriarty's bowled well and he's got 3 wickets, I feel like they need to put pressure on him. I don't know why I'm saying that as a Yorkshire player, but if I'm in his shoes, then I think it's quite a good game plan, even though it's a bit more high risk. I feel like it's not a bad ploy.
Moriarty to Hammond, who runs it down to third man for a single. James Wharton, just a new job on the Gloucestershire coaching staff.
Analyst.
So Bracey will take guard to face Moriarty here. Yeah, he drew him out of his crease. Probably wasn't his best delivery, and obviously went for runs. 6 of them, plus that single. So Bracey just over the top of that and drops it into the offside And there is no run. 137 for 4. I asked Tomo the question last year. I mean, Dan Moriarty, have you had any experience of playing with against him and any?
Never with him. Sorry, against him. I can think only once. A couple of years ago at Guildford in a 4-day second team game. He played.
What did you get? 250 not out yourself, something like that?
No, I think I got 50 odd. But I don't know whether he got me out. I can't remember. He might have got me out.
Oh, shall we check the records?
Yeah, you can have a look. I don't even think I might be lying there as well. I might have added a few runs onto that. It was definitely over 40. Definitely over. It might have been 49 actually. But we round it up.
We'll have a look. Matthew Fisher round the wicket here to Hammond, who turns it into the leg side. No run. We'll do when that Tinternet thing starts to work again.
Hopefully the Wi-Fi stopped working.
Yeah, shortly to reveal, James Wharton was actually
3-ball duck.
Skittled for it, yeah. Matthew Fisher's ball back in hand. It's just been a little bit temperamental at the moment, is this system. Not quite sure why. Fisher then, in from the Kirkstall Lane end. And Hammond solidly behind it.
Bowled well, Fish.
He has, hasn't he? Number 16 into his 8th over, giving nothing away really.
I think that's the main thing when you've got a ball like the Kookaburra that's not really doing much and a pitch that's not offering much. Just to be really, really patient and hope that the batsman make a mistake. Just go top of off as much as you can. Back on the Yorkshire analyst.
Yeah.
Job.
Yeah. Is that as a net bowler? Are you top of off stump? Or do you rely on your height?
I'm shocking.
Fisher very wide on the crease, and Hammond just flicks that in front of square.
I'm just happy if I land them. If I land them, I'm happy.
Let's have a look. When do you think this match took place?
Are we 2023? 3 years ago, I think. 2021 or 20?
Second 11 championship game?
Yeah, at Guildford. We batted first. And we were 3 down for like 20.
You can remember a lot about it, so you can't remember your own score. Fisher in, and that's wide of off stump, and Bracey with the leave.
Team man, that's why.
Team, obviously, always tick the team box. Very good. You've been reading your pre-match, coming on air with dodgy notes there, like that. Would it be April 2021?
Yeah, early season was one of the first 3 games we had.
Okay.
We had some mileage. We had Essex away, Surrey away, and Gloucester away.
Yeah, you see, you're telling the truth. That you speak the truth. Guildford, 26th to 29th of April 2021.
Yeah.
J.H. Wharton, Court Mead, bowled McCurr, 57 from 99 deliveries.
Sold myself short.
Fisher into Bracey, who shoulders arms to one well wide of off stump. And Matthew Fisher got... Hang on a minute. Sold himself short. Fish top scored in that innings with 77. He outscored you. What have you got to say about
Fish
that?
can bat.
This is doing his job now with the ball.
No, his job is he's all rounder. Batting all rounder is Fish. I got 57 bowled by McCurr. Caught who?
Mead.
Or did I nick off? Nicked off. Nightmare.
57 in 99 though. I mean that was bringing the crowds back, wasn't it, to Guildford?
Yeah. They came flooding in to watch that.
138 for 4, Fisher in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Bracey. Through mid-wicket, Milan round to field, and they pick up a single. What were we asking? If Moriarty had played? He had. In fact, Dan Moriarty bowled 5th change in that match, in that innings at least. 28 overs, 4 maidens, none for 52. That was in the first innings.
Yeah.
Second innings, James Wharton top scored for Yorkshire with 43 and 55.
We didn't get many then, did we?
Tell you what, 43 or 55. You
Well,
must have been out of breath after that.
Yeah.
That's strike rate. And Dan Moriarty none for 37 off 14.
I bowled
The
nicely.
second innings.
Well, I'm glad he didn't get me out.
There we go. He speaks the truth. He did play against Dan Moriarty. Very understated James Wharton. undercutting his own individual scores. So Gloucestershire 139 for 4 after 35 here. Bracey on strike, a collection of players around the bat. One of them nearly came into play there, Finley Bean. And I asked Jordan about it, but we know Jordan's a bowling all-rounder. Your job is with the bat.
Yeah.
So we're going to ask you about the batters in a mo. As Bracey pushes forward, there's no run. You've had an odd opportunity in the first team, so I guess you want yourself to do well, but you're pleased for your teammates as well at the same time, of course. And 3 centurions in this innings, great stuff from younger players. As over the top of this, Bracey pushes into the onside. Finley, second one of the season. George, fourth one of his career, and then Rev, that first one. And although not in Championship cricket, you now know what that feels like at first team level. It's the first one he's got in any form. As Moriarty bowls to Bracey, pushing back up the pitch again, no run. Have you had much chance to have a chat with the 3 of them since they came out with those scores?
Yeah, well, I live with Hilly now, so he wouldn't shut up about it last night.
Which is strange, really, because he's always understated when he speaks to me. Bracey pushes back to Moriarty again, no run.
No, he wasn't. He's a very humble bloke, is George. He doesn't even really like celebrating his hundreds, does he? Really, just peeps his lid off. But no, it was the best thing about it is, like you said, the 3 youngsters, 3 lads that have come through the academy. When 3 of our senior batters. Misfield.
Another misfield, this time by Steckerty. That's going to go for 4. It was cut into the wicket ends, square on the offside. No obvious deviation, but there may have been that we couldn't see from here. But either way, as Tomo said when I think Fish misfielded one earlier, not really acceptable to not get your body behind it at the very least. But there you go, it's 4 runs. Against Dan Moriarty's name, 3 for 46 off 12, 143 for 4, Hammond on 32 and Bracey on 8. Back with you.
Yeah, just 3 youngsters getting hundreds when our 3 senior batters didn't go on and get a big score, or even any sort of score really, is the most sort of pleasing thing to see for everyone, because just shows like how good they are, even though like Beanie, it's his first season back, he's 21 I think. Rev's 21, Hilly's 22, and they're all three of them get hundreds. Like, it's just very good to see, and obviously we're a very tight knit bunch, so we all just celebrate each other's successes.
There's Fisher, driven by Hammond, taking on Shan Masood and winning that one with a single.
And ultimately, obviously, it puts us in a great position, because if they get out early and whatever, then we're not in this driving seat that we're in now. So it's just very, very good to see, and obviously fans will love it as well, seeing 3 of their own come through and score hundreds. It's very good.
Terry Bean says, hi Jonathan and James, big fan of the Wartinator. How do you see the rest of the game progressing? Maybe one to answer after this delivery, because Matthew Fisher about to run in, 2 slips and a gully, and in he comes, angled in towards Bracey, who turns it off the legs, and it will have the legs itself to go for 4 runs in front of square on the leg side. But that field setting suggests Matthew Fisher was always going to put it up there, maybe just a little bit leg side-ish of where he wanted it.
How I see the game?
How do you see the game progressing?
Well, I think what do we get? 550, which I think I was saying last night to whoever would listen that the morning session was always going to be a big session.
Were you talking to Hilly here?
I think I was just
was it the
myself.
wall?
Yeah,
the mirror, something
the mirror,
like that.
I think I was just talking to myself. Oh no, another misfield.
That's a bit of a wild one as well, so they got back for 2 this time.
I was saying that this morning is going to be a massive session because this morning will be a big hour or 2, because the game was sort of evenly poised in my opinion, with it being such a flat pitch. To give yourself the best chance of winning, I think you needed to get a score of 500, 550, 600, as many as you can, bat once and just hope that you can bowl them out twice. It's going to be very difficult to do, but so the fact that we went out and batted how we did this morning, obviously we lost Fish early, but Rev and then Leachy, bloody form of his life. Sorry, you can't say bloody. Just said it again.
Just did.
Bleep, bleep. Sorry. Leachy in the form of his life, got 40 odd last week, batted really well for the second team, then come in and done the same, looked solid as a rock. Like, it was a very, very good morning session for us, and it's put us in this position. So, and then the bowlers have done well to take 4 wickets. So we're definitely in the driving seat, still 400 behind. We just need to carry on and just be tight. These fielding mistakes aren't great, but the bowlers are doing a solid job here. Just keep it tight and keep picking up wickets.
You just missed a dot ball there, folks. Well, Waltz was... well, in fact, I'm not sure if we'll get to this next delivery because we may be taken off air any second now. Fisher in, and that's dropped into the offside by Bracey. And again, there's no run. Phil O'Rourke, by the way, says, what a pro with regard to my colleague Ed Seaborn, who covered the 4:30 update for me on BBC Radio Leeds. Calm, measured, and no hint of the panic that stream viewers were entertained by. No one noticed, honest. Just like to keep you on your toes. We've got James Wharton alongside our folks for a little while this afternoon. Of the Yorkshire playing staff, as Fisher is in for the final ball of that over, fielded by David Milan. 150 up for Gloucestershire, but they are still 400 runs behind, which when you're out there, I imagine you probably try and just not even look at the board, forget about that and just stay in the zone.
Yeah, I think so. I think as a batter there, you're just trying to bat. You're not even thinking about the score really. Just face each ball as it comes really. Yeah, not much to it, and just hope you hit it and not nick it or miss it or kick it.
So what else do we need to know about you, James Wharton? What are you gonna offer us?
I don't really know.
Have you got a nickname that other than Waltz that is broadcastable? Before I ask you to say it, that is, after bearing in mind what you just said.
Yeah, there's a few. I've got a few. So there's obviously Waltz. I need to try and remember them. Bobblehead. Brookie does the best impression of me and my walk. So I walk a bit like a dead man. Like my arms don't really move. My arms don't really move and my head just like bobbles along as I walk. Which the lads enjoy. I see myself walking, like when you're walking through the shops and stuff and you see your reflection, I see it and I try and like sort my posture out and all that, but I can't do it, so I've just got to embrace it. Something about my arms. Knuckle dragger, because I've got ludicrous arms.
That is noticeable when you're out there in the field, I've got to say.
Oh, that's good.
As Moriarty's in for his latest ever, his 13th bowling here to Hammond, who just pushed one into the leg side first ball, no run.
Yeah, so that's noticeable. Yeah, knuckle dragger. I think that was Brookie. I think Brookie came up with that as well.
Knuckle dragger, okay.
Which?
Now then, Hammond has a drive at this one. Clearly turned a little bit by the looks of things through to Johnny Tatt. Good delivery by Moriarty. Let's have a look at this one again. Well, holds its line really from wide of off stump, but he played and missed. And he's back in again for this latest delivery, which is pushed into the covers this time by Hammond. No run.
Yeah, there's a few more, but they're like that one I can't really say. Another there's no real meaning behind. Spenger is the one that there's no meaning behind. Just get called Spenger.
Moriarty. Hammond uses his feet, and he's got enough on this to take it a long way up into the Taverner stand for 6 runs. Nicely played. He's certainly keen to get down the pitch if he can, and he's taking those opportunities pretty well, hasn't he?
But yeah, that's there's probably a few more in there that probably aren't broadcastable, but
okay.
I can't think.
So if we're sort of bringing your school teacher on now to tell us about you as a pupil, what were you like in those days? Were you studious?
Yeah, I'm reasonably clever. It's gone downhill since leaving school. I was like a B student, few A's, few B's, like 1 or 2 C's. I would say in year 7 and 8 I was a goody 2-shoes. I was frightened to death of being told off, and then as I got older, just became a little bit more cheeky, like chatty, wouldn't shut up.
Yeah, I can imagine that as Hammond pushes forward at this latest Moriarty delivery wide of off stump. Good comeback from the bowler. I can kind of imagine that you might have a little bit of back chat for the teacher as you got a bit older.
Not back, like I was never rude.
Class joker?
Oh, well, that's a big title to have, I'm not sure about that.
Moriarty to Hammond pushes into the offside for Milan to leave.
Class joker would imply
1-1.
that I was funny, which I think probably I'm the only person that finds myself funny. But no, I just bit cheeky, and I'd just like to have a laugh in sort of like year 10, 11. Probably annoyed my teachers, but I was a good student overall. Good student. I'm rambling on. I just get on a little bit of a roll.
So that's your teacher. What about mum and dad? I mean, what would they be telling us? In those little aside conversations.
Thick as mince.
Did you keep your bedroom tidy, James?
No, see, I'm one of those people who, when I have to do it, I'll do it. So I currently live with Hilly, so I make my bed every morning, do all that, do my washing, cook tea. Like, I love cooking. I'm not very good, but I do like cooking. But when I'm at home and I know my mum's there, and my mum can do pretty much everything for me, I get really lazy.
Fisher in to Hammond, who pushes into the offside. Shan Masood fields. Now, this is cricket commentary of the difference today, folks, but we're just, just exploring Wharton's world, I think we'll call it this afternoon.
So at home, I'm a different bloke. I'm lazy, won't make my bed. Mum will cook me tea. Hopefully not my dad, else it's a casserole or beans on toast. Casserole's his speciality. And then we'll do minimal work around the house. But when it's like a flat that I'm living in, where it's like just me and one other person, or me, Hilly and Leachy have lived together in the past, like I'm pretty hands-on and getting in amongst it, but just depends. Probably because those two wouldn't do it, so I just end up doing it.
Fisher to Bracey, who works it off his legs for a single down to the Taverner stand to long leg. Interesting. So basically, you just tell Fisher, Eddie, if somebody else can do it, they'll do it, and
well, it's my mum.
If it's something that's going to get in your way at your own place, you'll actually do it then.
Yeah, I'm a bad bloke, really.
That's a bit unfair, isn't it, on Mum?
It is, yeah. Poor Bev.
I think we need to get her on commentary and just give her the right of reply to all that.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be underplaying that like you weigh your scores. You might be terrible, really.
Yeah, I probably am awful, to be honest. Awful son. I think they tried to get rid of me, actually, when I was 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Just a nightmare, but they didn't. They're stuck with me now.
Well, they did mention it to me on the quiet, but they did ask me not to mention that on air, but there you go, you've said it now.
Yeah. Poor Bev. I mean, my dad's more of a nightmare than me. He literally just sits around all day doing nothing.
Look, he's
a good man.
He's played rugby league. He's allowed to do that, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's played a handful of games. So he says.
Here's Fisher, and Hammond stabs down on that. Didn't look like it bounced as much as he thought it might. First sign of a bit of up and down for some time. There's been the odd one that's kept low in this match. 159 for 4, Hammond on 41. So does that mean you don't iron as well then?
Oh no, the state of my kit this week has been horrendous. This is actually very good for me, but I washed my kit in the Hilly's just got a new flat, like I said.
Fisher to Hammond, who pulls this, and that has gone for 4. I must admit I lost where it went, but it's clearly gone in front of square on the leg side.
So I put my training kit in the wash, put it on 40 degrees, which I've since been told is far too hot for synthetics, and then I put it in the dryer, which again been told is a big no-no. So really it's just a mess. So it's all come back creased and far too small for me. So yeah, I had a bit of a nightmare with that. But yeah.
Here's Fisher into Hammond, who pushes out into the leg side, no run. We need to start doing some Yorkshire videos, don't we, really?
No. In-home videos.
Domestic duties the James Wharton way. Yeah, you're in charge of that side of things.
No, so I've got a bit of learning to do with that. I'm going to FaceTime Mikey, because Mikey seems to be on the ball with that sort of stuff. And he said he'd coach me.
It always looks neat and tidy, does Ben, doesn't he, on the field? We don't not had him on the commentaries just yet. Playing
you don't want him.
isn't he? Don't want him, okay.
No,
Fish is in, it's wide of off stump, and Hammond pushes to short extra cover where Adam Lythe is. There's no run.
No, you don't want Mikey on. He'll bore you to death, bless him.
But at least he carries off his kit really well, and he's not a knuckle dragger.
Yeah, he'll look the part, but no, bless him. He's a good lad. He tries to. He is funny. He's funny in his own right. But no, he does. He looks after himself. He's a good-looking lad as well, isn't he?
I hadn't thought about it in that context, but
well, go out with him, and that's all you need to.
Oh, okay. All right. I think you probably said enough on that one.
Yeah. Sorry.
Bees round a honey pot.
Yeah.
He
bats them away though. Bats them away.
Yeah.
Not interested.
And you?
No, I'm a taken man.
Oh.
Taken man. Yeah. In fact, I think she's listening.
What, your mum?
No.
Moriarty in, and that's pushed back up the pitch by Bracey, and there's no run.
No, she'll have turned it off the minute I started speaking. If she's got it on. She probably doesn't even know that there's a game going on.
She being?
My mother. But no, my Mrs. Jane, she'll be listening, because I told her to listen.
Moriarty is in, that's wide of off stump, and Bracey pushes back to the bowler. No run. Well, hello, Jane.
Yeah, hello.
Any messages you want to give to her on air?
No, not really.
Proposals, anything like that?
No, don't be daft.
Moriarty to Bracey, who pushes back to the bowler again here, and it's just been tidy, hasn't it, for the most part here from Dan Moriarty, halfway through his 14th, four maidens, 3 for 53 on his first day of competitive action on this loan spell with Yorkshire. Bracey turning this latest delivery into the onside for Fisher to field, no run. Hello, Jane. There we go.
She's on a holiday.
On the stream.
Hello, on the stream. Wow, honoured. She's honoured, I think.
Moriarty in again, and that's dropped into the offside by Bracey, and there is no run.
Yeah, she's in Ulston at the minute on a family holiday, which is Cumbria way, I think.
Ulverston, yeah, but no, Cumbria, that's right. Good delivery here from Moriarty that beats, I think, the outside edge of James Bracey's bat. Hands on his head from the bowler, and understandably so. So 17 overs remaining today. Gloucestershire 163 for 4. Look, I think you've told us all sorts of stuff this afternoon, so we might as well wade in even deeper while we've got the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, we want to know in the dressing room, for example, who would you not trust? Not with Jane. Who would you not trust with your kit? Who's going to ruin that in some way or do some practical prank on it if you said, so-and-so, would you just take my bag home tonight? I'm just, going to pop out and see a mate.
This is a very relevant question, because there's a snipper amongst us who goes round snipping kit, socks, boxers, anything. And there's a couple of people it could well be. Well, no, sorry, who it is. But they just deny. One is Centurion Matthew Revis, and the other is Jordan Thompson, the sly little lizard.
And he was playing the innocent with us when he came up earlier as well, was JT.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Now then, after there were, of course, queries about his bowling action last year, we're going to see for the first time in first-class cricket in 2023, Adam Lythe back into the attack for Yorkshire. Bowling is off spin.
Not bad.
First delivery is pushed out into the deep on the offside. Matthew Revis fielding, and there's no run. Somebody by the name of Harrison has messaged in saying, unacceptable language on the stream, get this lad off.
Sorry, Harrison.
Harrison Allen.
Oh,
Yeah. Harrison Allen.
Age. Give it a rest, Age.
You see, different attitude there. Yorkshire analyst is Lything again, and Bracey just turns that into the leg side, and there's no run. 15 to him, 46 to Hammond. Are you desperate to come back on? I don't know. Ed's quite happy to get paid to stand at the back of the box. Here comes Lyth again. That's cut nicely by Bracey, but it's not beaten the man at point. So no run. 39 this fifth wicket partnership worth so far. Adam Lyth's got a leg slip plus a slip. Backward point. Sweeper on the offside. Short extra cover coming into play here. David Milan. Shan Masood at mid-off. That was a dot ball. Shan Masood deeper at mid-off. Matthew Fisher similar distance away from the bat. And a straight mid-wicket plus a sweeper out at square leg. Neil Mellander's taken up point rather than square leg to do the adjudicating at this point, as this latest delivery is pushed back to Bracey. Last ball of this Adam Lyth over then.
It's been good.
So far just the one run. And he comes again. Well, it's dropped into the offside. And there's no run, so he's getting the plaudits from James Wharton. It faced much of Lyth in the nets.
Yeah, I faced a bit actually. He's just a bag of washing. He'll either running and bowl from 16 yards, bowling little outswingers and go, I'm going to get you out, with his little in-swinger. Or he'll throw his offies down at us.
Can't say that on air. He's just been cleared. He's obviously been cleared. He's bowling in it.
No, he's worked on it. He keeps it straight now. No, he's a canny little operator, to be fair.
Just make a little cut there, will you please, Derek? It's going to be Dan Moriarty continuing at the Howard stand end. James Wharton is on at local theatres most evenings, I think, this week. Saturday matinee as well.
Oh, sure.
Good shot here by Hammond, though. That's tossed up outside off stump. And once again, he's been keen on using his feet. Not sure Finlay Bean would have been that keen, because he was not so far off being in the firing line there. And that is a half century to Miles Hammond. And he's been patient for plenty of that. But when he's had the opportunities, he's got down the ground. And he's stroked some nice boundaries and lofted some seriously good sixes as well. 80 minutes, 60 balls, 4 fours and 4 sixes. 52 not out. Where were we? Back in the changing room. Yeah, so 170 for 4. Moriarty in. Oh, good delivery. Has he got him here? Yorkshire celebrate as if that is a wicket. Neil Mallender remains unmoved. I think they were hinting at a little tickle to Jonathan Tattersall. Johnny's claiming of the catch, that just felt like there was something slightly half-hearted about that.
Yeah.
Not sure what you think, but
Yeah.
didn't go up with full conviction. Adam Lyth goes up with full conviction when they walk down the changing room steps, doesn't he? That's all he needs.
Yeah.
As Hammond pushes up to the incoming long on for a single, 171 for 4. So it's no surprise that Adam Lyth was getting excited. He's quite an excitable character out there on the field. But yeah, Johnny Tapp, as he took it, he did put his hand up as if it felt like I'd better join in here, rather than I'm convinced he's got a nick.
Yeah, I don't think he thought that was out.
In comes Moriarty again now then. That's towards the inside of James Bracey's bat. He's dragged it back into the onside, no run. Who's the changing room joker that's not funny? Who thinks they've got great jokes and can't deliver them? You?
No.
All right.
Oh no, I go through patches.
Another dot ball there. Just push square on the offside.
I have little purple patches where I reckon I'm okay,
We're talking about your joke telling, not your batting form.
No. Oh well, no, that's always poor. I'd say the person who thinks he's funny but struggles to deliver, I'm going to have to stick with him, Ben Mike. He struggles, bless him.
Taking some hammer this afternoon is poor old Mike, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's got to have something wrong with him. He's the best looking bloke in Yorkshire. So the poor chat and the lack of funniness, I think, is just a small price he's got to pay. But it makes up for it with his looks. He is funny at times, but he gets a lot of stick for having what we call negative riz, which is like negative, like no chat, not having much chat. Which, yeah, you can use that. You can have that for free, Doji. Negative riz.
Negative riz. Okay.
But yeah, he's probably Fish. Pains me to say it, but Fish might be up there as well.
Really?
Yeah. But he's quite cute, bless him.
A cute, unfunny joke teller. That's an interesting description as Lythe is in for his latest over round the wicket to Hammond. One that nearly was a gazunder there, wasn't it? Didn't seem to bounce that much. But he managed to keep it out. Shammasood's dropped deep at long off, not on the boundary, 10 yards or so in. Matthew Fisher is in the floppy. He'd be about halfway out to the boundary at mid-on. But Masood comes into play here with a push from Hammond into the offside, 1 run. Well, come on, man, keep going. Anything else we need to know? We're getting all the inside track of within the changing room walls here. Here's Lythe to Bracey, who pushes that into the offside, no run.
Well, funniest, the funny ones in the group, in my opinion, Hilly and Leachy, very funny. Yeah, they're probably the funniest, in my opinion.
Lythe in. Oh, tell you what, he's got a nick on that round the corner, James Bracey. He's going to get 4 runs for it. Finlay Bean would have needed the reactions of somebody who can react very quickly if he'd have got both hands on that. Just looking at the replay, hands on the ground for Finlay Bean. Oh, dear me, it's just a matter of, I'm not sure about whether there's enough human reaction time to get your hands on that. He was so close.
Yeah, it's a tough chance. Yeah, it's gone
Just through his legs, I think, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's come straight off the face of the bat, hasn't it? It's gone quite quickly.
But he'll clearly be taking the mickey out of him for that.
Oh, yeah.
Throughout the evening now.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Let one through his legs for 4. 176 for 4. Bracey on to 19 now.
Ooh.
And it's not a dissimilar delivery from Adam Lythe, but he's got it away square this time for 1.
Lythe is very funny, but because he's not the smartest of blokes, he's quite funny with some of the comments he comes out with. Tomo's funny. That pains me to say that, but Tomo is quite funny. Mickey, sorry.
Another push there from Hammond up to Shan Masood for a single to complete the 43rd over at 178 for 4.
Mickey, he's very dry. He's got a very dry sense of humour.
We had Mickey in the box for a T20 game recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was he good? Good
Yeah,
value?
he'd have a future on air.
Yeah, he would. He's got a face for radio, hasn't he?
Well, I said to him, he looked like a blonde King Charles II. You know, the long hair and the tash. Yeah.
Blonde King Charles?
You can
As
get-
in
you
our
can get
current
up a
king?
picture- No, he's the third.
Oh, he's the third.
James.
No, just checking.
Off with your head.
Oh, I'll have to Google him.
Andy Walker says that JW should have his own show. Either that or should get on stage. The first stage out of town. Ba-boom. As Moriarty bowls to Hammond, and that's pushed back to him, no run.
Yeah, so Mickey was good value.
Mickey was good value.
Yeah,
Well, it was great value because it cost us nothing. He was just, around. A bit like yourself, really, unless there's some money changing hands that I'm not aware of. Hammond pushes one up to long off, and they pick up a single.
Yeah, I can imagine he was good. Trying to think. Anyone else who's funny who's not here? Dukey. Dukey is very funny. He's a very, very funny man.
As Moriarty's in and Bracey over the top of that drives it square on the offside, fielded at point, and there's no run. Dukey, we haven't seen obviously anything of him in first team cricket this year, but we saw plenty of him in the early part of last season.
Yeah.
It always reminds me of one of those sort of bunnies from the well-known battery making company that they used to use on television, that you sort of stick the battery in and it'll just keep going. Full of energy, isn't he? As this latest delivery is dropped into the leg side by Bracey, no run.
Yeah, he is. He's very much like that. He's a very intense bloke as well. Very intense, but it is very funny.
Moriarty in again. It's floated up a little bit more, and he's taken full towel here as James Bracey, a little bit too wide outside off stump, and drives it through the covers for 4 runs. Martin Bloomfield's had a giggle at the classic banter, he says, giving an insight into Wharton's world. Looks forward to a similar session tomorrow of Lev's Levity. Katie Levick in the box tomorrow for third voicing. 183 for 4, and Bracey drops it out into the offside. And that will be the... Will it be the end of the over? Yes, it looks like it. I think there was a bit of a conversation taking place there as to, have I missed one? Between Neil Mallender and Peter Hartley. Well, we've got 13 overs to go. We've taken up quite a bit of your time. But I think you do need to return on a regular basis to keep us up to date with the joke telling.
Yeah.
And whether Ben Mike does get any uglier as the season develops, and whether you've got any chance when you're out with him and the lads. And all the rest of it. Wharton's World Part 2 to come at some point during the remainder of this season.
Thank you.
Thanks, James Wharton. We'll get the lads back on. And Adam Lyth is bowling then from the Kirkstall Lane end. I've got to do an update for BBC Radio Humberside in a mo, and then I'll clock off for a few minutes. Lyth then round the wicket, pushed into the offside by Bracey, out to the sweeping Matthew Revis, 1 run. And right on cue, here comes that update. .185 for 4. Hammond on 57 is back on strike and punches this one up to Matthew Fisher. I'll pick up a single at mid-on, but here's the update. Yeah, and Yorkshire in a strong position here, with having scored 550 before they declared a little bit early on today for the loss of 9 wickets. 3 Centurions. Today's was Matthew Revis with his highest first-class score of 104 not out, and then sending him out, taking a few Gloucestershire wickets as well. They've currently got him, as I say, 186 for 4. Miles Hammond 58 and James Bracey 25 in a partnership so far worth 61. But the story really of the bowling so far for Yorkshire is 3 wickets on his debut on loan from Surrey for Dan Moriarty. 3 for 65 from his 16 overs. As I say, Yorkshire in a strong position, 364 runs ahead at 187 for 4. Gloucestershire. Another one to come in about 10 minutes for BBC York, but I'll give Gidders a go for the moment, as Miles Hammond has whacked another 6, this time off Adam Lyth, straight into the northeast stand away to our left. Again, getting down the pitch with a good stride and more, and lofting that pretty straight. Great shot, 193 for 4. Ed is back. I'll vacate for a few minutes. I'll just pop back on for a couple of minutes to do the update and leave you two guys to it.
Thank you, Jonathan. I've no idea how I'm going to follow that particular stint with James Wharton. That was great. Really enjoyed listening to that from the back of the box. Great fun. Miles Hammond, 64 off 70 balls now, and I'm wondering if he were to go all the way here, in a similar fashion to James Wharton with his moustache, whether Miles Hammond would then be compelled to keep the purpley pink hair, which he's currently sporting.
It should be written into his contract.
Yes, I think it should.
I think. Absolutely. There's always got to be some kind of marker so that we can all remember that great innings.
I mean, it's going to be the first question if he were to get there.
Frankly, you wouldn't be doing your job if it wasn't.
Here's Moriarty bowling to Bracey, who leans forward and defends. Back up towards the bowler. He'll pick up. 5 sixes now for Hammond, and I don't think there's been any doubt about a single one of them off his bat.
Oh, goodness me, no. Hit with terminal velocity.
Moriarty is in, pulled by Bracey. Quite a low pull, which is why Moriarty is still clasping his head there, but Bracey will get a single as he sends it out towards deep backward square. 194 for 4, with Bracey on to 27. Was that caught behind appeal, which will be interesting to get the lowdown on later,
Yes.
potentially. I mean, unless Hammond is not out 90 or something, I assume I'm going to be talking to him tonight. He's going to reverse sweep this one away, and he will get just the one in the end, out towards deep backward point. Maybe just got the one a little bit squarer than he first intended. 195 for 4.
It was certainly a part of the match that I think might not have stood up to technology.
It was quite difficult to see what else it could have been, because it wasn't as though there was an obvious kind of flick of bat with pad or something like
Fair
that.
point.
But then equally there may not have actually been, you know, all sorts of other things. But anyway, never mind. We move on as Moriarty bowls a half volley and Bracey drives with a nice little flourish out through the covers for 4 runs, and he'll move to 31.
Yeah, very well timed shot that, wasn't it? As it just dropped in front of his bat, it was eased away towards the mid-wicket boundary. Very nicely done, and just a little bit of resistance here as Gloucestershire close in on 200.
Exquisite from Bracey. He's on to 31. Still that gap there in the covers for him, and he's going to try and find it, although sends it just a little bit squarer this time, out towards deep backward point. Picks up one, and I think there are a few Gloucestershire supporters in.
Unless that's
applauding.
sympathetic applause from the Yorkshire fans.
Yeah, well, it may well have been. I can see, actually, I think I can see a Gloucestershire shirt down to our left. There's a man in the yellow T20 shirt, I think, down there. Caught a glimpse of.
Quite a few people shielding their eyes right now. Glorious sunshine.
Bracey to 32, use of the feet from Hammond, and he does actually get a decent amount of bat on that in defence, but just for a moment I thought that was the one where Hammond came down and didn't get it, but keeps it out, plays it into the covers, and the score remains 200 for 4. There are 11 overs left today.
You've had to put up with quite a bit of crowing from Jonathan and I, given this resistance. Are you a little happier, Ed, at the moment?
Well, I don't know how to say this really, because I'm after really the fact that Gloucestershire have done quite a bit of losing this season. I'm pleased to see Hammond scoring runs. I'm really hoping for James Bracey that he can go on from here and really kick on and get a big score, because I think that would do him the absolute world of good.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't like saying such things, but as nobody would like to see him score more runs than me, because I'm sure a lot of people probably would, but you know what I mean when I say it.
I do,
That James Bracey's a player who has been good enough to be picked for England, and it has been a tricky time for him of late, and it would be great to see him score some runs. He did score runs here last year, made 71 in the first innings, as wasn't a particularly high-scoring game. Dom Leach coming back into the attack from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to Bracey, who will block that one up the pitch. Won't be a run, but yeah, it's been a well-compiled partnership. 75, obviously needs to go on considerably longer as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. They don't want to lose another one tonight, and really, though, it has been for the first little bit, it's been Gloucestershire who've managed to come up with some resistance.
Yeah, still 350 runs behind.
You may not have noticed, but Knuckle Dragger has gone out there as his 12th man just after our conversation in his short extra goal.
Oh, that's a play and a miss outside the off stump from Bracey. He was looking to drive there, and that would have been, if he'd nicked it, quite similar to the Chris Dent dismissal. It just wasn't there for that shot.
Very much so, and well, it would appear James Wharton is not as invisible on the field as he is on a night out with Ben Mike, by the sound of things, wherever they go.
Yeah, well, long arms, so
That is
reach down to any low catches in that
slightly
position there.
freakish looking, yes.
Leach bowls, and it's defended out to the tall figure of Wharton, who flicks it up with his boot to his hand. Very neatly done.
Very funny bloke. Very funny bloke.
Indeed.
James Wharton. It's been very entertaining listening to him. Tales from the dressing room.
Well, I just like
I'm hoping his colleagues get him back between now and the end of the season.
I was going to say I like the lack of filter, but I'm not sure whether whether his teammates would quite agree. But it's great for us.
Leach, whose bowling came out of it okay.
He did, yeah. Leach to Bracey, who knocks that one back up the pitch for Leach to field. Yeah, Leach and George Hill, who I noticed actually, and I probably need to go out and get a copy of the Cricketers Who's Who, because Richard Ray, the Radio Leicester commentator, had one, and George Hill had to describe himself in 3 words, and I forget what one of them was, but it was something like smart, humble and sexy.
Okay. Not all those 3 things tally.
Something like that. I'm not sure if it was smart that was the first one, but the last 2 definitely were right. Leach bowls, and that's a pleasant drive from Bracey in the gap wide of mid-off. Masood slides across to his right to field, and 201 for 4 is the Gloucestershire total. Bracey moves to 33. Hammond has 65. And just a sweetly driven shot from Bracey, and played that one right under his eyes, unlike the bit of a rush of blood earlier on in the over. Got to take those chances, as it were. Not really a chance because you can get an edge on it, but you know what I mean. Leach is in to Hammond, who will defend stoically into the onside, and there is no run.
Slight change. I've just popped back for a minute because I've got to do this update for York at 45. And I can leave you 2 with it until 6:05 when Leeds want to chat. And then you can have it for the rest of the day then if you want. That's
We
fine
have
by me.
all 2 minutes or whatever it is. Close at 6:07. We won't close right then though.
No chance, not with 10 overs to go.
No.
But it'll be a reasonable finish time today,
yeah,
won't it?
we've done
By
well.
comparison to some that we have during the season.
Both sides bowling a lot of spin. Moriarty got through 17 overs, Lyth starting his 4th by the looks of things.
It'll certainly be an earlier finish than when poor old Shannon Gabriel was bowling last year, bless him. 7-minute overs and things like that.
Gloucestershire fans can empathise.
Yeah. Adam Lyth back on at the Howard stand end. 201 for 4. And Bracey pushes into the offside with this first delivery. Just the one slip in place here. Mid on and mid off are dropped back a bit deeper. Matthew Fisher extra cover. There's a sweeper out square in the covers. A man back at a point, back at a square leg on the leg side. Finley Bean as this one patted out into the offside again. Matthew Revis sweeps in front of a net that's over the boundary on the western terrace side, just there I think to protect the 2 practice strips. Lyth in again, and that is just nudged out to the cover sweeper by James Bracey. Single taking him to 34. Partnership worth 77 here. They knew they'd have to work hard for the wickets, and it's bound to be on a good pitch like this, providing batting is to sensible proportions. A couple of good stands. BBC Radio York giving me a shout for this update. as Lythe is in, and Hammond just pushes that one into the offside for a single. 66 to him, 203 for 9. Bit of Joni Mitchell as the lead into this. Lythe in, and that is pushed back to him by Bracey. One to come in this 48th over. Adam Lythe's gone for 20 so far. Yet to take a wicket, but he's got a record of picking up the odd one, and these little spells of his off spin. Final ball of the over is pushed outside then, and there's no run. Looks like we've got about half the song to go, so if you want to carry on, I'll just give you a tap when they're coming over to me.
Just punch me in the arm or something, yeah. Oh, we've got a lot of sunshine this evening in the end. It has turned out nice. Just hope that tomorrow's forecast isn't quite as horrid as it... Well, I say tomorrow's forecast, I mean the actuality isn't quite as horrid as the forecast suggests. I mean, it looks dreadful tomorrow now. And looking at the forecast I'm looking at, 60% at midday and then 80% plus onwards from that. Leach starts a new over. It's pressed into the offside, parried at extra cover, and they'll come through for a single. Hammond to 67, and it's 204 for 4. And then Wednesday at least looks a little bit better, but still sunshine and showers. Yeah, tomorrow, I mean, that's been downgraded significantly on what I saw earlier on. I mean, it looks like it's going to rain heavily all day.
Update time for BBC Radio York. Yeah, so Gloucestershire 204 for 4 in their first innings is the latest situation. In fact, make that 208 for 4 because James Bracey's just pulled a 4 through the leg side. It's probably the 4th or 5th real gaff in the field by Yorkshire today. Most unprofessional-like by the side as far as fielding goes. On this occasion it was Finlay Bean, but he's not been the only culprit, I think it's fair to say. Miles Hammond is 67 not out, James Bracey is 38 not out, a partnership worth 83 for this 5th wicket. Finlay Bean, of course, made 100 yesterday, as did George Hill, and that those hundreds were added to today by Matthew Revis, his first-class century, 104 not out, in fact, as Yorkshire declared on 550 for 9 earlier in the day. 4 wickets for Matt Taylor in the Gloucestershire bowling ranks. And then so far, 4 wickets taken by Yorkshire. Chris Dent was caught by Adam Lythe off Dominic Leach for 34. Grant Rullifson was LBW to Dan Moriarty, his first wicket for Yorkshire on this loan spell that they've got him on from Surrey. Rullifson making 19. Charlesworth caught at slip by Lythe off Moriarty for 35. And then Van Buren was caught Tattersall bowled Moriarty for 12. So 3 wickets for Dan Moriarty. It's been a very promising start from him. Yorkshire still in a good position, but we've just been discussing the weather here for tomorrow when there's quite a lot of rain threatened, particularly as the day goes on. So it'll be interesting to see how things pan out in that respect in trying to make a result out of this if they do lose time in play. For the moment though, Gloucestershire trailing by 340 runs in their first innings are 210 for 4.
Sweet. Leach then turns to the end of his mark and races in now to bowl, and that's carved away backward of square on the offside, well behind square, down towards third man by Bracey. Mentioned that he likes that sort of region. It's a cut shot, but it was quite a sort of low square drive actually, rather than a cut shot. Looking at it again, but sent away very fine and for 4, and Andy Giddings is back.
Yeah, so an interesting last, 8 overs. We were talking before about the need for Gloucestershire to not lose too many more wickets from tee. They haven't done that, the current partnership. 89 as things stand, so a bit of frustration for Yorkshire.
In goes Leach to bowl very full. Bracey drives, doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. You see the bat turns slightly in his hand. He was hoping for the perfect drive past the bowler for 4 runs, but doesn't get anything. 214 for 4, Bracey 44, Hammond 67.
Because there's still this idea, the question mark, even if it might be a small question mark, as to whether Bracey might play international cricket again. It was, you wonder whether he kind of played during COVID for selection reasons, or where he is in the picture and down the list, but decent knocks won't do him any harm.
No, certainly not. And I mean, of course, he talked about him getting runs against Yorkshire at the end of last year, but it was the runs at the beginning of last year against Yorkshire which really stood out. His career best score, 177 in the second innings in the game at Bristol, giving Gloucestershire some sort of target to bowl at. His Lyth bowling to Hammond, bye-bye.
Cool.
That's another 6, and a long one. Wow, he's got hold of that. I mean, that made a fearsome crack off the bat, and that's being fished about 8 or 9 rows back out of the seating over there, over wide long off.
Yeah, towards the rugby pavilion side of the ground here, and the contact was just tremendous, wasn't it? Lofted superbly.
He's just opened himself up there just to send it a little bit wider, because he knew the ball was away from him. This is driven away past extra cover. It was in the air, so you can see why there are a few Yorkshire hands clasped behind scalps, but single anyway, out to the fielder in the deep.
Yeah, fielded at the boundary, wasn't it? Well, you can basically say Bracey loves playing against Yorkshire.
Oh, it seems that way.
Which he is doing at the moment, 44 not out.
Lyth in, Bracey plays quietly out towards the right hand side of Lyth, who picks up. Yeah, I mean, partnership edging towards 3 figures, but they could, if getting to this stage, the wicket were to fall now, it makes things very awkward in terms of, you know, somebody going out there without a great deal of time to get set, and as Bracey plays this one off the back foot, this time to Lyth's left hand side, no run. Late evening, you know, it's different somehow going out late and only a few overs remaining. It goes back to what we were talking about yesterday in terms of night hawk, night watchman, as that's a beauty from Lyth. Oh, he's got him. He has got him, and that's exactly what's going to happen now. Bracey leaning forward into a defence, and he's just got a feather through behind the stumps, and Adam Lyth has struck. He has broken the partnership. Gloucestershire have lost a 5th wicket, fitted turn, catch at slip, and he's gone. Bracey 221 for 5.
Yeah, and a good stoop and a quick take from the outside edge of Bracey, and you just wonder, in the context of this match, now that partnership has been broken, will it have a demoralising effect? And yesterday the conversation, earlier today the conversation, with not a lot of time, you certainly don't want to lose any more wickets, and it's the pressure that comes with that for the next batter in.
Yeah, so smartly taken by George Hill. I mean, it's a catch that needs to be taken really from your slipper, but at the same time you get down low to the outside edge, and Bracey will be frustrated because, well, I mean, he'll be more than frustrated. I think he'll be really upset to have got out at that stage. And again, with all due respect to Adam Lyth, he's faced some really tough bowling there, and I mean, take nothing away from the ball, it was a really nice bit of off-spin bowling actually from Lyth, but at the same time you never want to get out to, you know, your 5th bowler, as it were, in this instance.
No. And there were a mixture of really good deliveries from Lyth and others that were gifts. Nice fist bump from Adam Lyth there.
It was a good celebration.
Yeah. Even though he's been labelled not the brightest by one of his colleagues from the dressing room, James Wharton, earlier.
Yeah, he's taken a bit of flack as well, hasn't he? Not the only one.
No, certainly not. The young uns giving it to the old uns.
Yeah, youth today, eh?
Terrible.
Ollie Price is out in the middle at number 7. So Ollie Price, who made his career best score of 85 in the first innings last match against Leicestershire, made 41 in the second innings. Batting at 3, is now finding himself down at number 7 this game. I imagine he'll be followed by his brother Tom, who's tended to come in ahead of Zafar Gohar of late, ever since that century at New Road. And then Matt Taylor, who can certainly hold a bat, one of those bowlers who is more than useful with a bat. And from what I've heard, Zaman Akhtar would think of himself in that regard as well, rather than a genuine number 11. But an easy situation here, 7.1 overs left. And another helmet coming out now for George Hill. He's going to go into leg slip. So Masood takes up first slip duties. And Hill goes into leg slip, short leg as well, shortish mid-wicket. As Lyth bowls to Ollie Price, who plays quietly up the surface. Negotiates the 1 ball remaining in that Lyth over, but a successful over it was. Gloucestershire making good progress with that partnership, but it's now been broken, and they're 221 for 5.
Yeah, good attacking tactics with that field. A glance to the left or right, there is a problem, but it was confidently dispatched, wasn't it, without any real fuss. So yeah, seven overs to go. Run rate more than manageable.
It's windy out there still, isn't it? I mean, it's got to have been a factor for the spinners, especially today.
The trees that we can see just peering out over the western terrace have been going at it today all day.
So we've got Leach and Shan Masood pointing furiously around the field. Masood, I think, it almost looks as if he's tried to talk Leach into some particular fielding position. He's gone, all right, on your head be it. And goes Leach and bowls on the leg stump of Hammond, and he plays it with a degree of comfort away up towards mid-on.
I wonder if when you and Jonathan are doing the interviews after the close of play today, some of the players might cite wind as being more of a factor than maybe we have up here. Because it's occasionally you glance out to your right-hand side, you see the trees, you see the shirts billowing in the wind.
It's a real evening for wind-assisted sunburn as well.
Yeah.
In goes Leach to bowl to Hammond. Cramps up a little for room, but he's actually done well to guide that one away out wide of the cover fielder as Jimmy, Wharton and Revis collide out there in the cover area.
Well, maybe Matt heard James earlier on air.
Well, yeah, maybe. I can't remember. Oh, yes, of course, the kit snipper.
The kit snipper. Accusations
The
writ large.
and the knuckle dragger.
Yes.
Colliding.
Healthy bunch, but just a lack of communication there, of course. And then an overthrow. So a little untidy from Yorkshire.
Not a costly one.
No.
In the end. Double Nelson for 5. With Hammond on to 75 at the non-striker's end. And Ollie Price to face, slip in a gully. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket. In goes Leach. He bowls now outside the off-stump, and Ollie Price lets it go through to Tattersall. He also got runs here last year, did Ollie Price. That was his previous career best before the 85 that he made against Leicestershire last match. Made 68 in the second innings, and it was a critical innings to try to build a lead for Gloucestershire, which they just about managed to defend, along with some assistance from Jack Taylor. Well, more than some assistance. Jack Taylor made 67 in that game. Leach bowls very full down the leg side. Ollie Price can't get a touch through to Tattersall.
Yeah, thank you to everybody that's getting in touch. Lily Alumi has got in touch. I'm so happy that Matthew Revis got his maiden first-class century. He's a lovely man. He always remembers my name and talks to me. Yes, we have broken that partnership. Thanks, Lily, on social media.
At Jonathan Doige, at EdCricket6, social media wise, and
at SportGids1.
At SportGids1.
Thank you for everybody for getting in touch.
His Leach bowling to Ollie Price, who it was almost as if he actually had to wait for that ball to get to him. He was in position to play the defensive shot. I was like, come on, come on, get here, and play the defensive shot out into the covers. It's just getting used to the pace of the surface, and a ball that's getting quite old now.
Yeah.
And well beyond halfway through its lifetime. 51st over. We all know that Kookaburra, even the Dukes, really, to be honest, the Dukes of late have lost their life towards the back end of their lifetime. Oh, that's a drive attempted by Ollie Price this time, and the drive's gone out towards mid-on. It was supposed to go through the covers, but gets away with it. It was all along the ground. And the end of the latest over from Leach, 2-2-2 for 5.
It's interesting that you mentioned that about the condition of the balls. You do see different cricketers talking about what they think the average kind of lifespan is these days. It used to be around 40 overs, didn't it, when it was, spot on, around the time when you might then start to see a bit of swing. Now less so.
Yeah. Don't know whether, I mean, they've got bowlers who could certainly start to get it reversing if we get towards that sort of period, if that's something that is on offer. I think we saw Matt Taylor get a touch when he bowls round the wicket. Taylor gets a bit of that reverse, but bowlers like Fisher, you'd think somebody like Leach, even with the pace that he's got, he can get that going, and Steketee surely as well. Change of bowling here, so Lythe's taken the wicket and have taken him out of the attack, and it's back to Moriarty bowling down the leg side to Miles Hammond, excuse me. This became some weird mashup of the two names there. Hammond plays that one off short leg out to the leg side for no run.
Yeah, I suppose Lythe served his purpose. Something a bit different, more of a challenge.
Reverse sweep comes out. The slip fielder tried to move early but couldn't get anywhere near it, and Hammond's played that one very cutely down towards third man for 4.
Yeah, a stuttering Lythe couldn't get there and saw it drift past him. So 2-2-6 for 5, just after 6 o'clock. The original scheduled finishing time was 18:09, but we're not going to get that on the mark.
Moriarty's going to come round the wicket now, by the looks of things, to Hammond, who's got 79 in just 81 balls. Moriarty is in, Hammond forward defends up the pitch. Moriarty stoops down from his considerable height to pick up. It's not actually that often you see Hammond play an innings with this sort of strike rate in county championship cricket. Obviously a player who likes to get on with it in T20. A little shimmy there from Hammond. We didn't give him the full charge and then just checked his shot out towards short mid-wicket. But actually, I feel he's even though he's scored at a run a ball and has hit 6 sixes, given how authoritative they've all been, as Hammond leans into a defence again off the front foot, somehow, just like a lot of watching England's men play, you look at the strike range, you sort of think, well, hang on, they haven't really made it look that difficult, and it's just the modern batter can now score at a run a ball without, you see so many 4s and 6s, as that's a good finish to the over from Moriarty, nicely bowled, but Hammond keeps it out again. Moriarty fields 226 for 5 overs remaining.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think a lot of fans would as well, wouldn't they? When stats are rattled off, balls for the amount of runs, particularly as time rolls on and the different formats take their hold on the various different techniques and the batting techniques. There are miles more different ways to hit the ball that batsmen use nowadays, batters use nowadays, that actually you go, well, okay, that's not that impressive, even though it's completely impressive.
Yeah.
Completely impressive.
Yeah, exactly. No, it is, and it's because we see boundaries cleared so much now. Even the huge 6s.
Yeah.
They don't. No, in some ways it's a shame. In some ways it's, well, kind of like to see it still, even if it doesn't quite hold the same significance. Somebody hitting 6 sixes in a championship innings, it's less kind of wow and more, well, it happens. Mark Steketee is back into the attack, and Ollie Price has tried to flog a cut shot out through the covers and has not got a great deal of bat on it in the end. I I think, towed it out towards extra cover. I was looking out towards the boundary because I thought he was going to lay into that one because it was a bit of a loosener from Steketee.
It was. Yeah, our recent conversation about boundaries. I struggle to watch 15-minute highlights of T20 games because it's just 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. You need the variety.
Steketee in and bowls, and a good leave from Ollie Price. Had to make sure that he got bat and gloves up and out of the way there. Wasn't too far off his line. You could leave it on length, but equally just had to make sure that he didn't. For example, I mean, it was a slightly different dismissal to that actually, because it was further outside the off stump. But Adam Lyth in Yorkshire's innings deflected a catch to Ollie Price at second slip. He's got to be very mindful of those sorts of dismissals. Steketee moves into bowl, back of a length, dabbed away down towards the gully by Ollie Price. I think he was hoping to maybe even find the gap between slip and gully. He played it that late, but couldn't quite do so. Seems to be loosening up down at fine leg as well. Oh, gosh, that's contortions. I can't do that. Surely not.
That is
not what
quite
he was doing before. Huh?
Elongated stretch, is that, isn't it?
I don't know if you knew the proper sort of name for it. It was kind of lying flat on the floor with like his knees sort of 90-degree angle to his body.
Painful.
Oh. In comes Steketee, bowls, good ball. Can't have missed off stump by much. It was
well
coming
left.
back in.
Well left.
Ooh. Now that might have been a bit of reverse. Steketee bowling from over the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Price, and when that left his hand, you could, well, not right when it left his hand, but as soon as you started to see it move, and you could already see that Ollie Price wasn't going to play a shot to it. I was just waiting for those bails to come flying up in the air behind Ollie Price.
It could have been whistlingly close.
Steketee in bowls, again played very late by Ollie Price down into the gully, and there's no run. Looks to be really trying to... Well, actually, having said that, he's played a couple of shots as Ollie Price, but for the most part, and he is not your traditional 7 in that he's not in Championship cricket a particularly naturally kind of attacking player. He looks to play very correct, very straight. Again, looks to kind of build an innings a bit like a Charlesworth would, rather than really getting on with it. Likes to spend time at the crease. Steketee bowls to Price, who goes up onto his toes and blocks that one away out into the covers, and that's another over seen off by Gloucestershire this evening. 4 remain, but you just kind of get the feeling that that's what Ollie Price's main objective is out there now. He's not really too bothered about how many runs he scored. I'm sure he'd like to get off the mark, but the important thing is don't lose another one.
Yeah. Gloucestershire can't afford to lose another wicket. I know we're all a little apprehensive as to how much play will take place tomorrow, and I think we've all seen weather apps where it looked absolutely horrendous. It doesn't look quite so bad now, but ultimately time will be reduced, and I know people say, look, play the game, not necessarily the weather. Fair enough, absolutely, but you can't play at all if it's that bad. And Yorkshire, from with the bat, got themselves into such a wonderful position, but Gloucestershire might be whittled down if they lose another one in the next 4 overs.
Yeah, I mean, you could say Hammond is key, but then I just think any wicket is key at this stage. Moriarty bowls, Hammond dabs down on that at the last second, inner half of the bat out towards backward square. Looked like he again played it very late and was back to a delivery which was fullish in length.
For those...
Moriarty in, use of the feet from Hammond, but doesn't go for the really big one, plays it along the ground to long on for 1.
Is there much in the Gloucester tale?
Well, as I say, you've got Tom Price next, who of course has scored a century this season and a few runs in the opening game as well. In fact, he's been quite consistent in getting in. All his scores this season above 18, so he's got some sort of a start in all of his knocks, and then that 109 astonishing assault on the Worcestershire bowlers at New Road from coming in at 45 for 7 on the first morning of a championship match, and came out and did that, and then took a hat-trick later on, a hat-trick. Jake Libby, Azhar Ali, Brett Oliveira, 3 genuine top-order bats as well. Here's Moriarty starting a new over to Ollie Price, who knocks that one down to mid-on for no run. And then Zafar Gohar, who Yorkshire fans will probably remember can hold a bat. He was some of the support for James Bracey's 177 at the beginning of last year. Turned away past short leg by Ollie Price. He'll get off the mark out towards deep backward square. 228 for 5. There we go. Numbers the wrong way round. Out of the mouth, they were the right way round of the brain.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. Yes. As long as what I think comes out my mouth. Zafar, 450s last year, average 27. Moriarty in, down the pitch, Hammond driving. Pick up 1 down towards long on. And this year, Zafar's had 1 half century. Been quite as kind of consistent with the bat as he was last year, but still some handy contributions. And then Matt Taylor, who scored his second first-class 50, 57 not out in his first appearance of the season at Derby, coming back from injury, as Ollie Price blocks that last delivery of the over out into the leg side. There is no run. And then Zaman Akhtar, who we don't really know too much about with the bat at the moment, because it's only his third first-class game. So there is, I think in summary, they would hope that there would be quite a few more runs out there, but at the same time there's going to have to be a lot, given that they still need, 172 to avoid the follow-on.
We are just at the stage of the day where Gloucestershire are doing everything they can just to not lose any more wickets in the mid-evening sunshine here at Headingley.
Yeah, it's going to be another nice evening. Still, the day's very close to being as long as they can be. The time of year to savour, I think.
Yeah.
Here's Steckety bowling to Hammond, full and straight, and Hammond over the top of the ball to defend into the covers for no run. This is the sort of, it is as busy as it is for the likes of us. It is the time of year that you kind of look forward to. Blast time, the championship rounds that do actually take place in the middle of the summer. It's always it always feels far more like it should be, in terms of spin playing a role, in terms of wickets not being taken by just putting the ball on the same spot all the time. Steckety in bowling to Hammond again, plays a defensive shot up towards mid-off.
It's kind of a show in itself if we were to talk about the calendar.
Yes,
We've not mentioned the giant elephant in the room, so let's not.
Well, I did say at one point last year, it's a little bit like sort of Godwin's law of cricket commentary, or county cricket commentary, that eventually the longer a broadcast goes on, the more likely it is that somebody will mention the schedule.
Yes.
I think we've done quite well with that.
We are nearly there, yes.
Steckety bowls to Hammond, who again is forward and playing a firm defence into the covers. So we won't go there.
No.
Especially not with 2.5 overs left in the day.
No,
there's pretty much no point starting if you actually were going to do it.
If you guys have got interviews to get, then.
Yes, just Hammond's getting towards the awkward stage now, being 81 not out, where do you go there? Anyway, we'll see. Steckety in, bowling. And again, targeting the stumps, and once more, Hammond keeps him out. You shall not pass. There are 2 short mid-wickets at the moment for Hammond. Steckety trying to bowl round the wicket and target those stumps, hoping for a loose clip out into the leg side, perhaps. Older ball, 1 slip, quite a wide slip as well. So looking for those catches in front of the wicket now. Steketee bowls, very full, jammed away out into the covers by Hammond. Might think about 2 here. There's a lot of work for the fielder at deep point to do, even though it's quite a short throw for Revis off that boundary. He still had a lot of ground to make up, and so they do get through for those 2 runs. So 200 and, he says, looking at the board, I think it's 231 for 5 with the couple. Hammond to 83. Don't know whether he was going deliberately for the Yorker there, Steketee, or whether just happened to slip very full.
Yeah, and equally, that was perhaps not the shot that the batsman was intending to make, but made it successfully enough.
Last ball of the over, and goes Steketee to bowl to Hammond on the pads, and Hammond makes sure that he keeps it down with those 2 short mid-wickets in place, and there's no run. So just 12 balls left in the day. A few spectators are making moves towards the exit.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily leave, but you just stand as near as possible to the exit where you can still see the cricket.
Ever so slowly, yeah. Just edging towards the back of the east stand.
Well, Moriarty then to bowl what will be the last over of the day from the Howard stand end. Figures 19 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 79. Took the wickets of Roelofsen first of all, then Charlesworth and Van Buren. He's taken a little bit of a cost recently in terms of how Hammond's got after him as forward goes Price to play that one up the pitch, but I still think, forgetting the economy rate kind of thing, 3 for 79 is still a pretty good effort on what is not a pitch which is doing much to help the bowling. As again, forward goes Ollie Price and plays it up the pitch.
Yeah, let's remind ourselves of the great start that he made, and in 5 of those almost 20 overs, 5 of them are maidens. So he's been very well disciplined.
Deep square leg coming up now, so everybody is up for Price, who plays late, and I think does play carefully enough out towards Moriarty, the bowler. Bit of pressure on Price with those 3 close catches, but also no obvious options to get off strike, as that's turned into the ground and stopped at short leg. It doesn't matter quite so much now because there is that fielder at backward square. It's Steketee fielding there, so it's not going to be runs, even if it can't be stopped there at short leg. Moriarty moves in once more to bowl, and Price, for a moment I thought he might just bring that leading edge into play there. I don't think he quite did in the end, but just for a moment I thought he was looking to turn leg side against the spin, but ended up getting front on and once more guiding it back to the bowler. Looks like we've got leg slip moving into silly mid-off for what will be Moriarty's last ball of the day. He bowls now to Price, very full, doesn't seem to get up masses, but Ollie Price gets his tall frame down on top of the ball and keeps it out. 231 for 5, and just the 1 over left today, so Gloucestershire can't lose more than the 1 more wicket now, but they really need Hammond to be there for the morrow, as he's on 83, Ollie Price on 1, and Jonathan Doidge returns for the last over of the day.
Indeed. And I think Dan Moriarty, his day 1 report probably says something like tick.
Yep.
From the teacher. He's been taken on, he's responded well, he's picked up wickets. He's gone at about, just short of 4 and over. As Steketee is in and bowling here to Hammond, who flicks off his legs. Hands to the head of Johnny Tattersall and Adam Lythe. And 232 for 5. Thanks to all of our correspondents today. James Green says, we appear to have got a spin bowler. Well, as I always say, in good times or bad, just, it's the longer term. It's not the 6 hit, is it? It's the 100.
But he's also still contracted to Surrey.
But encouraging signs anyway. Certainly done a job today. Steckety coming in right arm over the wicket. Ollie Price just drops it out into the offside. There's no run. Mark Steckety yet to take a wicket in what is his first game of a lone spell as well. He looks much more of a traditional fast bowler, and I think by that what I mean is, and I say this advisedly, in the days of causing anybody any offence with anything one might say, but he's got a fast bowler's backside on him, you know what I'm saying, that in that old-fashioned way. He definitely is more thick-set than many on the circuit. Takes a few strides to get going, but he'd take a bit of stopping, I guess, at the point he delivers the ball. And as I mentioned earlier, heavy ball, it looks like from here. Ollie Price successfully defending that one with a drop out into the offside.
Yeah, I think he's also the type of bowler that you would have looked at even just from seeing him in the Big Bash, which is all I've done, and you would think, well, there is a bowler who should do quite well in English conditions because he can clearly make the ball move. And actually, he did seem to me to have quite a natural full length when he bowls in the Bash, rather than somebody who really looks to kind of bash it in halfway down.
Yeah, he's gone full here. Price right over the top of it. Just 2 balls left in the day. Been a good day as far as Yorkshire are concerned, and not such a good day as far as the visitors are concerned. They're going to have to work very hard to get close here, but 56 overs old this ball now. And they've still got a chance to put some runs on the board before a second new one might be taken tomorrow morning. And that second new ball, as we've seen, another Steckety delivery pushed into the offside for a dot. Second new ball is going to roughly be round about lunch, isn't it? Just before tomorrow, if we get that far, of course.
Yeah. So, in some ways, then, I don't know. You'd think, given that we saw this morning, first up, just the first kind of 20 minutes or so, the ball did a bit. So you'd almost want the older ball then, and then if they're still going at lunch, then the new ball is another opportunity for Yorkshire. Effectively, they've got 2 goes at them then.
Final ball of the day, Steckety in, and Ollie Price shoulders arms. So that will be that for day 2, with Gloucestershire completing it after 57 overs of their first innings on 232 for 5. Miles Hammond on 84, Ollie Price on 1, and they trail by 318 runs. Thoughts and reflections on the day from Gloucestershire's perspective?
Well, it was a really tricky first session. I mean, as I think James Wharton said when he first came into the box at 395 for 6, you didn't feel as though Yorkshire had completely got away. And if it was one of those types of mornings where Gloucestershire rolled over those last 4 wickets for 20 or 30 runs, something like that, which wouldn't have been beyond the realms of possibility, then Gloucestershire would be in a far better position. But they just seemed to lose belief really in taking wickets, and in the end it was only Yorkshire trying to accelerate, and that actually led to those 2 wickets of Leach and Steckety, and Revis just always looked as if he was going to get to that 100. As far as the batting is concerned, I think, of course, Hammond's innings is the standout. The way that he took those spinners on, I thought, was terrific. I mean, of course, if you come down the pitch, you better hit them, and goodness me, Hammond certainly did hit him. 6 towering sixes in that innings to just transfer a bit of the pressure back on to the bowling side. But as far as everybody else is concerned, starts but then couldn't quite go on, and I think everyone that was out, even though both Rulofsson and Bracey in particular were just looking to defend. It wasn't as though they were all out looking to attack, but they will feel as though they've probably left some runs out there as well. I still think that for the most part this is a batting strip, and Gloucestershire have got to look at it from that point of view and say, look, we've we've got these two out there. We've got more batting left to come tomorrow, and depending on how much cricket we get, that we've still got plenty of runs left in the side, and they need to go out and score them.
Yep, so a big job for Tom Price, for Zafar, Matt Taylor and Zaman Akhtar to do tomorrow. From Yorkshire's point of view, well, clearly the two stories of the day, really. First of all, that big tick in the box for Matthew Revis. Really pleased to see him get to 100 in first-class cricket for the first time. 104 not out from 163 deliveries, a knock he'll remember forever. And then from a bowling perspective, well, really, that story is of Dan Moriarty in his first day in the field for Yorkshire. 3 wickets is a healthy return, and he's gone just short of 4 and over, which by recent comparisons is a pretty good return. 3.95 for 3 for 79 from 20 overs, when clearly it has not been easy out there for any of them, with the Kookaburra trying to adapt to that for the first time, or for many of them. And ironically, Mark Steckerty is wicketless as one who's used it before. But Matthew Fisher none for 31 off 10. Dom Leach, good to see him take a wicket as well, 1 for 43 from 10. Steckerty 12 overs for 49. Adam Lyth 5 overs, 1 for 27, the destroyer with his off spin. And the irony of that comment, of course, given that they've used 2 spinners in this match. And Dom Bess has gone off to Warwickshire. I know he's only bowled the 5 overs, but what might have been in terms of that. And then Dan Moriarty 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 79. Well bowled, so well started. And so Yorkshire will take with them onto day 2 a lead of 318 runs. Gloucestershire still, of course, in their first innings. Ed, it's been a pleasure. I've got an update for Radio Leeds shortly, or an end of day wrap before we disappear off down to do our interviews. I think it'll be Matthew Revis, the nominated man this evening. Andrew Giddins, many thanks for your input on your first day as third voice. Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Thank you.
Great, and we'll doubtless see you back then. We might let him back in sometime soon. I think he needs to buy an ice cream or something like that. Bring something along with him next time. But it's been a pleasure. So good to see you. Giddins been there and done that already before anyway. Well, thanks for your company as well, folks. You've seen a montage of shots if you're watching the stream. Those of you listening to the BBC audio service, then thank you too for your company today. We'll have Katie Levick, I think I said, didn't I, on board for tomorrow. I've slept since then, I think. We'll be back with Ed and myself to bring you more ball-by-ball coverage of this county championship contest. But for this evening, you might hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leeds in a mo, but otherwise, bye for now.